Power of Will. By Frank Channing Haddock, M.S., Ph.D., 1907. A practical companion book for unfoldment of the powers of mind. Preface. This book comes to you as a well-wisher, a teacher, and a prophet. It will become a teacher if you will honestly try to secure mental reaction upon it, that is, if you will resolve to think with it and to think into it. It will be prophet of a higher and more successful living if you will persistently and intelligently follow its requirements, for this will make yourself a more complete manual of the perfected will. But remember, this book cannot think for you, that is the task of your mind. This book cannot give you greater power of will, that is for yourself to acquire by the right use of its contents. This book cannot hold you to persistence in self-culture, that is the test of your will. This book is not magical. It promises nothing occult or mysterious. It is simply a call to practical and scientific work. If you will steadfastly go on through the requirements marked out, this book will develop within you highest wishes of welfare for self, it will make you a teacher of self, it will inspire you as a prophet of self brought to largest efficiency. All now rests with you. Part 1. The Will and Success. Chapter 1. The Will and its Action. There has been altogether too much talk about the secret of success. Success has no secret. Her voice is forever ringing through the marketplace and crying in the wilderness, and the burden of her cry is one word, will. Any man who hears and heeds that cry is equipped fully to climb to the very heights of life. If there is one thing I have tried to do through these years, it is to indent in the minds of the men of America the living fact that when they give will the reins and say, drive, they are headed toward the heights. Dr. Russell H. Conwell. The human will involves mysteries which have never been fathomed. As a faculty of mind it is, nevertheless, a familiar and practical reality. There are those who deny man's spiritual nature, but no one calls in question the existence of this power. While differences obtain among writers as to its source, its constitution, its functions, its limitations, its freedom, all concede that the will itself is an actual part of the mind of man, and that its place and uses in our life are of transcendent importance. Disagreements as to interpretations do not destroy facts. The will is sometimes defined as the faculty of conscious, and especially of deliberative action. Whether the word conscious is essential to the definition may be questioned. Some actions which are unconscious are, nevertheless, probably expressions of the will, and some involuntary acts are certainly conscious. All voluntary acts are deliberative, for deliberation may proceed with the swiftness of lightning, as the saying goes, but both deliberation and its attendant actions are not always conscious. A better definition of the will, therefore, is the power of self-direction. This power acts in conjunction with feeling and knowledge, but is not to be identified with them as a matter of definition. Nor ought it to be confounded with desire, nor with the moral sense. One may feel without willing, and one may will contrary to feeling. So the will may proceed either with knowledge or in opposition thereto, or, indeed, in a manner indifferent. Oftentimes desires are experienced which are unaccompanied by acts of will, and the moral sense frequently becomes the sole occasion of willing, or it is set aside by the will, whatever the ethical dictates in the case. Present definitions. The will is a way a person has of being and doing, by which itself and the body in which it dwells are directed. It is not the will that wills, any more than it is the perceptive powers that perceive, or the faculty of imagination that pictures mental images. The will is the soul itself exercising self-direction. By the term will in the narrower sense, says Royce, one very commonly means so much of our mental life as involves the attentive guidance of our conduct. When a person employs this instrumental power, it puts forth a volition. A volition is the willing power in action. All volitions are thus secondary mental commands for appropriate mental or physical acts. Obedience of mind or body to volitions exhibits the power of the will. No one wills the impossible for himself. One cannot will to raise a paralyzed arm, nor to fly in the air without machinery. In such cases there may be desire to act, but always the mind refuses to will, that is, to put forth a volition, which is a secondary command. When obedience of the mind itself, or of the body, is known to lie beyond the range of the possible, the will may be regarded as both static and dynamic. In the one case it is a power of person to originate and direct human activities, in the other case, it is action of person for these ends. Thus, one is said to be possessed of a strong will, the static, when he is capable of exerting his mind with great force in a volition or in a series of volitions. The quality of his will is manifest in the force and persistence of his volitions or his acts. The manifested will then becomes dynamic, his volitions are the actions of the mind in self-direction. Hence, the will is to be regarded as an energy, and, according to its degree as such, it is weak, or fairly developed, or very great. It is related of Muley Moloch, the Moorish leader, that, when lying ill, almost worn out by incurable disease, a battle took place between his troops and the Portuguese, when, starting from his litter at the great crisis of the fight, he rallied his army, led them to victory, and then instantly sank exhausted, and expired. Here was an exhibition of stored-up willpower. So, also, Blondin, the rope-walker, said, "One day I signed an agreement to wheel a barrow along a rope on a given day. A day or two before I was seized with lumbago. I called in my medical man, and told him I must be cured by a certain day, not only because I should lose what I hoped to earn, but also forfeit a large sum. I got no better, and the evening before the day of the exploit, he argued against my thinking of carrying out my agreement. Next morning when I was no better, the doctor forbade my getting up. I told him, 'What do I want with your advice? If you cannot cure me, of what good is your advice?' When I got to the place, there was the doctor, protesting I was unfit for the exploit. I went on, though I felt like a frog with my back. I got ready my pole and barrow, took hold of the handles and wheeled it along the rope as well as ever I did. When I got to the end I wheeled it back again, and when this was done I was a frog again. What made me that I could will the barrow? It was my reserve will. Power of will is, first, mental capacity for a single volitional act. A powerful will, as the saying is, means the mind's ability to throw great energy into a given command for action, by itself, or by the body, or by other beings. This is what Emerson calls the spasm to collect and swing the whole man. The mind may, in this respect, be compared to an electric battery. Discharges of force depend upon the size and makeup of the instrument. Large amounts of force may be accumulated within it, and by proper manipulation an electric current of great strength may be obtained. There are minds that seem capable of huge exercise of will power in single acts and under peculiar circumstances, as by the insane when enraged, or by ordinary people under the influence of excessive fear, or by exceptional individuals normally possessed of remarkable mental energy. So, power of will may, as it were, be regarded as capable of accumulation. It may be looked upon as an energy which is susceptible of increase in quantity and of development in quality. The will is not only a dynamic force in mind, it is also secondly, a power of persistent adherence to a purpose, be that purpose temporary and not remote, or abiding and far afield in the future, whether it pertain to a small area of action or to a wide complexity of interests involving a lifelong career. But what it is in persistence must depend upon what it is in any single average act of volition. The will may exhibit enormous energy in isolated instances while utterly weak with reference to a continuous course of conduct or any great purpose in life. A mind that is weak in its average volitions is incapable of sustained willing through a long series of actions or with reference to a remote purpose. The cultivation, therefore, of the dynamic will is essential to the possession of volitional power for a successful life. A chain is no stronger than its weakest link. Development of will has no other highway than absolute adherence to wise and intelligent resolutions. The conduct of life hinges on the will, but the will depends upon the man. Ultimately it is never other than his own election. At this point appears the paradox of the will is the soul's power of self-direction. Yet the soul must decide how and for what purposes this power shall be exercised. It is in such a paradox that questions of moral freedom have their origin. The freedom of the will is a vexed problem, and can here receive only superficial discussion. The case seems to be clear enough, but it is too metaphysical for these pages. Present theory of will. The will, says a French writer, is to choose in order to act. This is not strictly true, for the will does not choose at all. The person chooses. But in a general or loose way the will may be now defined as a power to choose what the man shall do. The choice is always followed by volition, and volition by appropriate action. To say that we choose to act in a certain way, while abstaining from so doing, is simply to say either that, at the instant of so abstaining, we do not choose, or that we cease to choose. We always do what we actually choose to do, so far as mental and physical ability permit. When they do not permit, we may desire, but we do not choose in the sense of willing. In this sense choice involves some reason, and such reason must always be sufficient in order to induce the person to will. A sufficient reason is a motive which the person approves as ground of action. This approval precedes the act of willing, that is, the volition. The act of willing, therefore, involves choice among motives as its necessary precedent, and decision based upon such selection. When the mind approves a motive, that is, constitutes its sufficient reason for its action in willing, it has thereby chosen the appropriate act obedient to willing. The mind frequently recognizes what, at first thought, might be regarded as sufficient reason for volition, yet refrains from putting forth that volition. In this case other motives have instantaneously, perhaps unconsciously, constituted sufficient reason for inaction, or for action opposed to that immediately before considered. We thus perceive 4 steps connected with the act of willing. 1. Presentation in mind of something that may be done. 2. Presentation in mind of motives or reasons relating to what may be done. 3. The rise in mind of sufficient reason. 4. Putting forth in mind of volition corresponding to sufficient reason. As Professor Josiah Royce remarks in Outlines of Psychology, we not only observe and feel our own doings and attitudes as a mass of inner facts, viewed all together, but in particular we attend to them with greater or less care, selecting now these, now those tendencies to action as the central objects in our experience of our own desires. To attend to any action or to any tendency to action, to any desire, or to any passion, is the same thing as to select, or to choose, or to prefer, or to take serious interest in, just that tendency or deed. And such attentive, and practical, preference of one course of conduct, or of one tendency or desire, as against all others present to our minds at any time, is called a voluntary act. This is in effect the view of the author taken 10 years before the writing of the first edition of the present work. A motive is an appeal to the person for volition. A motive cannot be identified with the volition to act, for it is the reason of the volition. The identification of motives and volitions would involve us in the absurdity of holding that we have as many volitions as motives, which would result in plain contradiction. And, it may also be remarked, a motive is not an irresistible tendency, an irresistible tendency is not a desire, and a desire is not a volition. In short, it is impossible to identify a volition or act of will with anything else. It is an act, sui generis. But while motives must be constituted sufficient reasons for willing, the reason is not a cause, it is merely an occasion. The cause of the act of will is the person, free to select a reason for volition. The occasion of the action of volition in mind is solely the motive approved. Motives are conditions, they are not causes. The testimony that they are not determining conditions stands on the validity of the moral consciousness. The word ought always preaches freedom, defying gospelers and metaphysicians of every pagan field. Freedom. Moreover, the phrase, freedom of will, is tautology, and the phrase, bondage of will, is contradiction of terms. To speak of the freedom of the will is simply to speak of the will's existence. A person without power to decide what he shall do is not a complete organism. Will may not exist, but if there is any will in mind, it is free. Will may be weak, but within the limitations of weakness, freedom nevertheless obtains. No bondage exists in the power of person to will somewhat. Bondage may obtain in the man, by reason of physical disorders, or of mental incapacity, or of moral perversion, or perhaps, of environment. For the will does not sensate, that is done by the senses; it does not cognize, that is done by the intellect; it does not crave or loathe an object of choice, that is done by the affections; it does not judge of the nature, or value, or qualities of an object, that is done by the intellect. It does not moralize on the right or wrong of an object, or of an act of choice, that is done by the conscience. Loosely speaking, it does not select the object to be chosen or to be refused, and set it out distinct and defined, known and discriminated from all others, and thus made ready, after passing under the review of all the other faculties, to be chosen or refused by the will, for this act of selecting has already been done by the intellect. The operations of the sense perceptions, of the intellect and of the moral powers may thus be inadequate, and there may be great difficulty in deliberating among motives, and even inability to decide which motive shall rule, but these weaknesses obtain in the mind or the man, they do not inhere in the will. This does not surrender the freedom of the will by shifting it from a faculty the definition of which makes it free to the person which may or may not be free, because any bondage of person has before it actual freedom as the result of development, education and moral influences. The action of will is not determined by motive but by condition of person, and to a degree, except under the oppression of disease, the person may always raise any motive to the dignity of sufficient reason. Most people experience some bondage to evil, but the bondage of evil lies in the fact that the evil self tends to select a motive whose moral quality is of a like character. Accountability springs from this, that evil has been permitted to establish that tendency. A force endowed with intelligence, capable of forming purposes and pursuing self-chosen ends, may neglect those rules of action which alone can guide it safely, and thus at last wholly miss the natural ends of its being. As Samuel Johnson says, by trusting to impressions a man may gradually come to yield to them and at length be subject to them so as not to be a free agent, or, what is the same thing in effect, to suppose that he is not a free agent. As to the doctrine of necessity, no man believes it. If a man should give me arguments that I did not see, though I could not answer them, should I believe that I did not see? Hence the sway and the value of moral character in the arena of will. A person of right character tends to constitute right motive sufficient reason for volitions. The will, therefore, is under law, for it is a part of the universal system of things. It must obey the general laws of man's being, must be true to the laws of its own nature. A lawless will can have no assignable object of existence. As a function in mind it is subject to the influences of the individual character, of environment and of ethical realities. But in itself it discloses that all volitions are connected with motives or reasons, that every volition has its sufficient reason, and that no volition is determined solely by any given reason. To suppose the will to act otherwise than as required by these laws is to destroy its meaning. A lawless volition is not a free volition, it is no volition. Lawless volition is caprice. Capricious volitions indicate a mind subject to indeterminate influences. When an individual is in such a state, we say that he is a slave, because he is without power to act intelligently for a definite purpose and according to a self-chosen end. Will is not free if it is not self-caused, but to be self-caused, in any true sense, it must act according to the laws of its own being. Law is the essence of freedom. Whatever is free is so because it is capable of acting out unhindered the laws of its nature. The will cannot transcend itself. It is not necessary that it should transcend its own nature in order to be free. A bird is free to fly, but not to pass its life under water. A bird with a broken wing cannot fly, nevertheless flight is of the freedom of bird nature. And limitations upon bird nature are not limitations upon such freedom. Induced limited states of individual minds cannot set aside the free ability of will to act according to its fundamental nature. The following, written of Howard the Philanthropist, is a good illustration of the will, a. as static, b. as dynamic, c. as an energy, d. as controlled by the mind, e. as free, and f. as determined by character. What the individual makes himself to be, the energy of his determination was so great, that if, instead of being habitual, it had been shown only for a short time on particular occasions, it would have appeared a vehement impetuosity. But, by being unintermitted, it had an equability of manner which scarcely appeared to exceed the tone of a calm constancy. It was so totally the reverse of anything like turbulence or agitation. It was the calmness of an intensity, kept uniform by the nature of the human mind forbidding it to be more and by the character of the individual forbidding it to be less. Howard was an illustration of Emerson's meaning when he said, "There can be no driving force, except through the conversion of the man into his will, making him the will, and the will him." Human nature is a huge commentary on this remark. Man's driving force, conquering fate, is the energy of the free will. Said Dr. Edward H. Clarke, "The will or ego who is only known by his volitions, is a constitutional monarch, whose authority within certain limits is acknowledged throughout the system. If he chooses, like most monarchs, to extend his dominions and enlarge his power, he can do so. By a judicious exercise of his authority, employing direct rather than indirect measures, he can make every organ his cheerful subject. If, on the other hand, he is careless of his position, sluggish and weary of constant vigilance and labor, he will find his authority slipping from him, and himself the slave of his ganglia. That you have a great world of opportunity awaiting your determination to possess it, is evidenced by this stirring view from the pen of C. G. Leland. Now the man who can develop his will, has it in his power not only to control his moral nature to any extent, but also to call into action or realize very extraordinary states of mind that his faculties, talents, or abilities which he never suspected to be within his reach. All that man has ever attributed to the invisible world without, lies, in fact, within him, and the magic key which will confer the faculty of sight and the power to conquer is there. We have now finished our brief survey of the theory of will power. The idea has been to make clear to you the place which will power occupies in your life, to stimulate you to an immediate, determined, and pleasurable, nay, profitable training in this kingly force within your possession. What this book shall accomplish for the reader depends solely upon himself. The will is the man. The will is God, the will is man, the will is power loosed in thought, in will unfathomed self began, in will the lesser mind is wrought. Nothing is will-less entity, all one, to act, to will, to be. He only is who wills to live the best his nature prophesies, master of fate, executive of self, a sovereign strong and wise. Art thou a pygmy? Courage, soul! For thee, as all, the kingly goal. The author. Chapter 2. Tests of Will. The seat of the will seems to vary with the organ through which it is manifested, to transport itself to different parts of the brain, as we may wish to recall a picture, a phrase, or a melody, to throw its force on the muscles or the intellectual processes. Like the general-in-chief, its place is everywhere in the field of action. It is the least like an instrument of any of our faculties, the farthest removed from our conceptions of mechanism and matter, as we commonly define them. O. W. Holmes. The developed will manifests itself, as has been suggested, in two general ways. 1. In an energetic single act, here it may be called the dynamic will. The will so acting is not necessarily ideal. Rousseau, says Carlyle, has not depth or width, nor calm force for difficulty, the first characteristic of true greatness. A fundamental error, to call vehemence and rigidity strength. A man is not strong who takes convulsion fits, though 6 men cannot hold him then. He that can walk under the heaviest weight without staggering, he is the strong man. 2. In a series of acts conducted with force and related intelligently to a given end, here the static will discharges in dynamic actions its store of accumulated power. Acts of will may be described as explosive, decisive, impelling, restraining, deliberative, persistent. These forms of will are exhibited in connection with physical, mental, moral states of the man. Remembering that the will is always the mind's power of self-direction, we now suggest certain general functions of will. 1. The strong will is master of the body. 2. The right will is lord of the mind's several faculties. 3. The perfect will is high priest of the moral self. According to your will. Mastery of the body is frequently seen in remarkable instances of physical control. All voluntarily acquired habits are examples. Though a given habit becomes automatic, it yet represents a long and persistent application of will, and, as often, perhaps, the present exercise of volition directing and maintaining actions that are apparently unconscious. The singer's use of voice exhibits trained impulse, the musician's manipulation of his fingers, habituated movements, the skilled rider's mastery of his limbs in most difficult feats and unexpected situations, spontaneous response to mind. The eloquent orator, celerity of muscular obedience to feeling. In all these and similar cases the will must act, coordinating particular movements with general details of volition, with the ultimate purpose in view. Indeed, the specific activities that make up the complex physical uses of the human body in all trades of skill demand supervision of the will as an adequate explanation. The person may not be conscious of its sovereign acts, but it is the power upon the throne. Underlying those states of the soul of which it is immediately aware are conditions not formulated in consciousness, which nevertheless constitute its highest powers. If these exhibitions of second nature involve no immediate action of will, the very exercise and training of will which look to their attainment would, so far forth, defeat the end in view, they would weaken rather than develop will. The unconscious or subconscious mind plays a vast role in human life. The reader is referred to the author's work, Practical Psychology, for further study of that important subject. The mind, again, has the power to summon, as it were, a special degree of intensity of will, and to throw this with great force into a particular act. This may be done during a repetition of the act, while the repetition is going on, automatically, as it is said. Does such intensity imply that no will has hitherto been exerted? We know that in such cases we put forth a more energetic volition. The human eye may be made to blaze by the application of will power to the act of gazing. The hearing may be made more acute by willing that all other sensations shall be ruled out of consciousness. By focusing the attention upon the terminal nerves the sense of touch is vastly quickened, as, for example, in the case of the blind. Muscular effort accomplishing a certain amount of work while will is but lightly applied, becomes terrific when the whole man wills himself into the act. Certain stimulations of mind, as fear, or love, or hate, or hope of reward, or religious excitement, or musical influence, or insanity, rouse the will at times to vast proportions in its feats with muscle and limb. The Olympic contests and modern exhibition games, rescues from fire or wave, woman's defense of her offspring, prolonged exertion of political speakers and evangelists, and Herculean achievements of enraged inmates of insane hospitals, furnish examples. So, also, the will accomplishes wonders through its power of inhibition. Under fear of detection the hiding criminal simulates the stillness of death. Pride often represses the cry of pain. In the presence of the desperately ill, love refuses the relief of tears. Irritated nerves are controlled under maddening conditions. Certain nervous diseases can be cured by the will. Habits of the body, such as facial twitching, movements of the hands or limbs, etc., are controlled, and mannerisms of private and public life are banished. Sounds are shut out of consciousness in the act of reading. Strong appetites are denied indulgence. Pronounced tendencies in general physical conduct are varied. Attitudes of body are assumed and maintained at the cost of great pain. Even more than is ordinarily supposed, the body is the servant of the will. The curious thing here is that so little attention is given to the training of will in this capacity. The right will is the lord of the mind's several faculties. A familiar example is seen in the act of attention. Here the soul concentrates its energies upon a single object, or upon a number of objects grouped together. A striking example may be noted in the fact that we can smell either one of two odors, brought to the nostrils by means of paper tubes, in preference to the other, by simply thinking about it. This is a good illustration of abstraction induced by the will. The degree of exclusiveness and force with which the mind engages itself upon a single line of action represents the cultivation of the persistent will. If the will is strong in this respect, it is probably strong in what is called compound attention, or that considering state of mind in which it holds deliberative court among motives, facts, principles, means and methods relating to some possible end of effort or goal of conduct. Thus the person wills intense consciousness of physical acts or states. One, for example, who studies profoundly the relation of physiology to psychology, exhibits great powers in willed attention, embracing largest sensations, and taking note of minutest variations with the greatest nicety. The child in learning to walk manifests admirable ability in this regard. Vocal exercises demand utmost attention of mind to musical notes, their effects upon the ear, and the manner and method of their attainment and execution. Musical instruments are also mastered in this way alone. All use of tools and instruments makes large demand upon the will, and in proportion to their delicacy, complexity, and the difficulty of handling properly, is this demand increased. Great skill, great will, may be written as the general law in this regard. So, also, as previously suggested, the power of the eye, ear and end nerves is frequently increased by application of mental energy thrown forcibly into the sense perception involved. The action and capacity of the lungs may be developed by intelligent attention, a style of walk may be cultivated, and habits of speech entirely reorganized. Where pronounced ability in such cases has been acquired, the cost of willed attention has been enormous. A test of will may be further seen in the degree of attention exerted in reading. Much is dignified as reading that is not so. In true reading the mind is focused upon the printed page. Kossuth said, "I have a certain rule never to go on in reading anything without perfectly understanding what I read." That was true reading. Equally concentrated must be the mind of the artist in painting, and that of the musician in mastering a difficult composition. An artist who painted 300 portraits during a year, said, when a sitter came, I looked at him attentively for half an hour, sketching from time to time on the canvas. I wanted no more. I put away my canvas and was ready for another sitter. When I wished to resume my first portrait, I took the man and sat him in the chair, when I saw him as distinctly as if he had been before me in his own proper person. A similar story is related of the sculptor David. Wishing to execute the bust of a dying woman without alarming her, he called upon her as a jeweler's man, and in a few moments secured a mental portrait of her features, which he afterward reproduced in stone. So Blind Tom listened with rapt attention to a complicated musical composition, and instantly repeated it, exactly as played before him, including errors. In part, concentrated attention is the secret of genius. In sustained thinking the will manifests one of its noblest aspects. The mind must now plunge into the depths of a subject, penetrate by driving force into its minutest details, and follow out the ramifications of its utmost complexities, concentrating upon fact, reality, relation, etc., with great power, and comparing, conjoining, separating, evolving, with tireless persistency. Napoleon was gigantic in all these particulars. Senator Carpenter, of Wisconsin, used to seclude himself in his law library the night before some important case was docketed for trial, and feel, think and care for nothing else until morning, utterly absorbed in the mastery of its problems. So Byron was wont to immure himself with brandy and water and write for many consecutive hours in the elaboration of his poems. The success of Hegel is in part explained by the fact that he took a manuscript to his publishers in Jena on the very day when the battle of that name was fought, and to his amazement, for he had heard or seen nothing, he found French veterans, the victorious soldiers of Napoleon, in the streets. Muhammad falling into lone trances on the mountains above Mecca, Paul in Arabia, Dante in the woods of Font Abellana, and Bunyan in prison, form eloquent illustrations of the necessity of mental seclusion and concentration in order to arrive at great mental results. It is familiarly known that one of the secrets of concentration is interest in the matter in hand. But the mind's interest may be enhanced by persistent assertion of its power of will. Study, resolutely continued, bores into the subject considered, and, discovering new features, finally induces absorbed attention of an increased degree. School work furnishes many illustrations of this reward of will. The mind may be wrought up, by long attention to matters of thought, to a state of great activity. As with mechanical contrivances, so with will, initial movements of mind, weak at first, acquire by continuance an enhanced power. We can work ourselves up, as one has said, into a loving mood, by forcing the attention and the train of ideas upon all the kindness and affection that we have experienced in the past. Similarly in regard to other emotions and states of the soul. The activity of reasoning is no exception. It is a mistake to suppose that great intellectual achievements are products alone of what is called inspiration. The processes of reasoning, composing, speaking, all exhibit the power of will to develop interest and beget a true inspiration as well as to hold the mind in the grip of a subject. Lord Macaulay thus sought facility in the preparation and writing of his history. Anthony Trollope made it a rule, while writing a work of fiction, to turn off a fixed number of pages each day, and found his rule not a hindrance, but a help. In jury trials advocates talk on for hours against some supposedly obstinate juryman, and legislative halls frequently witness, speaking against time. In both cases the orator's mind develops special and unexpected interest and power. The strength of the will is, again, notably shown in the action of memory. Mental energy usually charges the soul by the process of memorizing. But some facts are blazed into the abiding self, as it were, by the power of great interest. The storing act of mind in education, as it is commonly understood, requires will in a very especial sense. Listless repetition of lessons accomplishes little. Attention, concentration, the forcing of interest, must take this kingdom by a kind of violence. A phrase like, remember. Yes, remember, suggests the victorious attitude of mind. Macaulay, fearing that his memory might fail, deliberately set himself to the task of its test and further development. William H. Prescott, who wrote his histories with greatly impaired eyesight, trained his memory so thoroughly that he could perform mentally the work required for 60 pages before dictation. Francis Parkman and Charles Darwin acquired prodigious memories under similar difficulties. Some minds are naturally endowed with great powers in this respect, but the really useful memories of the world exhibit the driving and sustaining action of will. Memory is always involved in imagination. The mind which is a blank as to its past can form no memory pictures. In its noblest character, the imagination exhibits compulsion, purpose, control. Milton must summon in luminous array the majestic images of Paradise Lost. Does Angelo see his immortal shapes without the direction of will? Do the phantoms of the ideal world come unbidden to the arena of thought? Undoubtedly fantasies and hallucinations may troop across the plains of mental vision in capricious freedom, as when Luther saw the devil, or Goethe beheld in his sister's home a picture by Ostade, and these may frequently tyrannize over the mind with terrible power, as when Kipling's Civilian of India became possessed by the phantom rickshaw. But the hallucinations of disease often yield to treatment of physical improvement and resolute will. It is significant that Goethe, relating the experience above referred to, says, "This was the first time that I discovered, in so high a degree, the gift, which I afterwards used with more complete consciousness, of bringing before me the characteristics of this or that great artist, to whose works I had devoted great attention." That the power of creating such luminous mental vision can be acquired by strenuous will may be doubted. But there are minds that have frequent flashes of clear pictorial inner sight, in which objects seem to appear with all the vividness of sunlit reality, although they can never command this experience at will. If possessed, the gift, as Goethe calls it, is, however, subject to summons and control, as seen in his case and in that of many artists. A secondary quality of mental vision, in which ideas of things, more or less vague and confused, and similar assemblages of objects, arise, is, by common testimony, a matter of determined cultivation. Professions which require regular public speaking, as of the ministry or the law, the massing of facts before the mind, as in the trial of jury cases, the forming of material shapes and their organization into imaginary mechanisms, as in invention. The grasp of details and comprehensive plans, as in large business enterprises and military operations, all furnish illustrations of the truth that not original endowment alone, but energetic exercise of will, is requisite to success. Ideas, relations, objects and combinations may be made more vivid and real by resolution of mind and persistent practice. Failures in these fields are frequently due to the fact that the will does not force the mind to see things as details and as complex wholes. The strong will enables the mind to recall, with growing intensity, objects, mechanisms, assemblages of facts and persons, outlines of territory, complex details and laws of enterprise, and airy fancies and huge conceptions of the worlds of real life and of ideal existence. The imagination is the pioneer of progress in religion, industry, art and science, but as such it is not a lawless necromancer without deliberate purpose. The spirit that summons, guides and controls it is the soul's mysterious power of self-direction. And this power is equally susceptible of being so developed as to indicate selection and exclusion of clamoring images. Hence it would seem that the mind may train and develop its own power of willing. When cultivation and improvement of will are sought, we may say, I will to will with energy and decision. I will to persist in willing. I will to will intelligently and for a goal. I will to exercise the will according to the dictates of reason and of morals. Some men are born with what are called strong wills. If these are to be reasonable wills as well, they must be trained. For the most part will would seem to develop and to acquire something of the sweet quality of reasonableness, under life processes which are more or less unconscious and unpurposed so far as this end is concerned. Nevertheless, the exigencies of getting on are constant and unappreciated trainers. Discipline knocks men about with ruthless jocularity. A man who fails, and will not see his faults, can never improve. Here is a grim-visaged, and oftentimes humorous schoolmaster who gives small pity to his pupils. They must needs acquire some power of will or demonstrate themselves, not human, but blockheads. Much of life's suffering is due to the fact that force of will is neither developed nor trained by conscious intelligent effort, and is more often devoid than possessed of rational moral quality. This is a curious thing, that the will is left, like Topsy, to grow up. Why value this power, yet take it, catch as catch can? Why hinge success upon it, yet give it so little conscious attention? Why delegate its improvement to the indirection of hard knocks, and disappointment cankering resolution, and misfortune making water of life's blooded forces, and all manner of diseases destroying the fine fiber of mind's divine organism? Why neglect the will until consequence, another name for hell, oftentimes, has removed heaven by the diameter of the universe? James Tyson, a bushman in Australia, died worth $25 million. But, he said, with a characteristic semi-exultant snap of the fingers, the money is nothing. It was the little game that was the fun. Being asked once, what was the little game, he replied with an energy of concentration peculiar to him, fighting the desert. That has been my work. I have been fighting the desert all my life, and I have won. I have put water where was no water, and beef where was no beef. I have put fences where there were no fences, and roads where there were no roads. Nothing can undo what I have done, and millions will be happier for it after I am long dead and forgotten. The longer I live, said Fowell Buxton, whose name is connected in philanthropy with that of Wilberforce, the more certain I am that the great difference between men, between the feeble and the powerful, the great and the insignificant, is energy, invincible determination, a purpose once fixed, and then death or victory. That quality will do anything that can be done in this world, and no talents, no circumstances, no opportunities will make a two-legged creature a man without it. The power, then, of such resistless energy should with resistless energy be cultivated. When the will fails, the battle is lost. The perfect will is high priest of the moral self. Indeed, a true cultivation of will is not possible without reference to highest reason or ideas of right. In the moral consciousness alone is discovered the explanation of this faculty of the soul. A great will may obtain while moral considerations are ignored, but no perfection of will can be attained regardless of requirements of highest reason. The crowning phase of the will is always ethical. Here is the empire of man's true constitution. 1. Resolute will scorns the word impossible. 2. The strong will of large and prolonged persistence condemns whatever is unreasonable. 3. Nobility of will is seen in the question, what is right? Napoleon exhibits the strong continuous will. Washington illustrates the persistence of moral resolution. Jesus incarnates the will whose law is holiness. The will that possesses energy and persistence, but is wanting in reasonableness and moral control, rules in its kingdom with the fool's industry and the fanatical obstinacy of Philip II. It was Philip's policy and pride to direct all the machinery of his extensive empire, and to pull every string himself. The object, alike paltry and impossible, of this ambition, bespoke the narrow mind. Thus has Motley described an incarnation of perverted willfulness. If the king will not train himself, how shall he demand obedience of his subjects, the powers of body, mind and spirit? This is the artist, of whom Lord Lytton sang, "All things are thine estate, yet must thou first display the title deeds, and sue the world. Be strong, and trust high instincts more than all the creeds." A recent writer along these lines puts it pithily when he says, in respect to mere mundane relations, the development and discipline of one's will power is of supreme moment in relation to success in life. No man can ever estimate the power of will. It is a part of the divine nature, all of a piece with the power of creation. The achievements of history have been the choices, the determinations, the creations, of the human will. It was the will, quiet or pugnacious, gentle or grim, of men like Wilberforce and Garrison, Goodyear and Cyrus Field, Bismarck and Grant, that made them indomitable. They simply would do what they planned. Such men can be no more stopped than the sun can be, or the tide. Most men fail, not through lack of education or agreeable personal qualities, but from lack of dogged determination, from lack of dauntless will. Yet it is always the righteous will which accomplishes the more lasting victories, the will which demonstrates that all who grant its demands will be sharers in a mutual advance and profit. The use of will power regardless of other interest, riding rough-shod over everything in its path, is headed for a precipice. Chapter 3. The Conduct of Life. Resolve is what makes a man manifest, not puny resolve, not crude determinations, not errant purpose, but that strong and indefatigable will which treads down difficulties and danger, as a boy treads down the heaving frost lands of winter, which kindles his eye and brain with a proud pulse beat toward the unattainable. Will makes men giants. Ich marvel. The thing that is, and creates human power, as the author remarks in Business Power, is the will. Theoretically, the will is the man. Practically, the will is just a way the man has of being and doing. The will is man's inherent nature tendency to act, to do something. This tendency to act in some way must act on itself, take itself in hand, so to speak, in order that it may act intelligently, continuously, and with a purpose. Will is itself power, but unfolded, controlled and directed power in man is will self-mastered, not man-mastered nor nature-mastered. The man-mastered and nature-mastered will goes with the motive or impulse which is strongest. The self-mastered will goes with the motive which the self makes greatest, and with mere impulse in very slight degree so far as the life of intelligence is concerned. The self-mastered will can do anything, within reason, and reason in this connection should be conceived in its highest human sense. The function of will is like that of steam. It must be powerful, under control, and properly directed. The power of will may be developed, but only through controlled and directed action. The control may be acquired, but only through willed and directed action. The direction may be determined, but only through willed and controlled action. When will is self-developed, self-mastered, self-directed, it only needs proper application to become practically all-powerful. Forms of will. In the conduct of life, every form in which the normal will manifests itself is demanded for success. These forms are: 1. The persistent will. 2. The static will. 3. The impelling will. 4. The dynamic will. 5. The restraining will. 6. The explosive will. 7. The decisive will. The static will, or will in reserve, constitutes original source of energy. As heat, light, and life are rooted in the sun, so are varied volitions sent forth from this central seat of power, exhibiting the dynamic will. The explosive will illustrates the mind's ability for quick and masterful summoning of all its forces. The sudden rush of the whole soul in one compelling deed seems sometimes next to omnipotence. Persistence of will involves standing, sto, stare, sistere, and through, standing through. The weakness of otherwise strong men may be revealed in life's reactions. Having done all, to stand, furnishes many a deciding test. This phase of will is not exhausted in the common saying, sticking to it, for a barnacle sticks, and is carried hither and thither on a ship's bottom. Persistence involves adherence to a purpose clean through to a goal. The abiding mind necessitates the impelling will. The impelling will suggests an ocean liner, driving onward, right onward, through calm and storm, for a determined goal. 60 years of that kind of direct motion must summon will to all its varied activities. It is curious, too, that the noble quality of will power observed in impelling persistence, depends upon the paradox of restraint. An engine without control will wreck itself and its connected machinery. The finest racing speed is achieved under bit and mastery. In man the power that drives must hold back. The supremest type of man exhibits this as a constant attitude. Success in life depends upon what the writers call the will's power of inhibition. Here we have the restraining will. At times the character of will is also manifest in its ability to forbid obedience to 1,000 appealing motives, and even to bring all action to a full stop and backwater, in order to a new decision, a new immediate or ultimate goal. Hence life is full of demands for quick decisions and resistless massing of resources squarely upon the spur of exigency. This suggests the decisive will. Such are some of the forms of will which are required for the conduct of affairs, whether ordinary or extraordinary. Even a slight analysis of the matter would seem to suggest that there can be no tonic like the mental mood which resolves to will. This one thing I do. Here is a treatment from deepest laboratories of the soul ensuring health. A purposeful mind says, sooner or later, I resolve to will. After a time that phrase is in the air, blows with the wind, shines in star and sun, sings with rivers and seas, whispers with dreams of sleep and trumpets through the hurly-burly day. Eventually it becomes a feeling of achievement saturating consciousness. The span knows now the end, because all prophecies have one reading. He has begotten the instinct of victory. It is not as a blind man, however, that he walks. His ineradicable conviction sees with the eye of purpose. If his purpose is approvable at the court of conscience, all roads lead to his Rome. One aim victorious. Men fail for lack of some aim. Their desires cover the entire little field of life, and what becomes theirs does so by accident. Multitudes of people are the beneficiaries of blundering luck. Everywhere some aim would make hands, foremen, and foremen superintendents, would conduct poverty to comfort, and comfort to wealth. Would render men who are of no value to society useful, and useful men indispensable. The man who is indispensable owns the situation. The world is ruled by its servants. The successful servant is king. But better than some aim, which, because it need be neither long-headed nor long-lived, is a player at a gaming table, is one aim, by which all fortune is turned schoolmaster and good fortune is labeled reward by divine right. The true divine right of kings is here alone. The soul that resolves to will one aim, makes heavy and imperious call on the nature of things. For, while many understand that the individual must needs adjust himself to life, few perceive the greater law, that life is forever engaged in a desperate struggle to adjust itself to the individual. It is but required of him that he treat life with some degree of dignity, and make his election and pleasure by putting mind in the masterful spell of some one ultimate aim to which all things else shall be subordinated. Some aim has luck on its side. One aim has law. Some aim may achieve large things, and occasionally it does. One aim cannot fail to make the nature of things its prime minister. Life does not always yield the one aim its boon in exact terms of desire, because men often fall at cross purposes with endowment, but life never fails to grant all the equities in any given case. In the long run every man gets in life about what he deserves. The vision of that truth embraces many things which the objector will not see. The objector mistakes what he desires for what he deserves. Hence the importance of self-discovery in life's conduct. It is probably true that every man has some one supreme possibility within his makeup. The purposeful will usually discovers what it is. Buried talents are always fool's gold. One thing settled, the ultimate aim, and talents begin to emerge by a divine fiat. The revelation of power may, indeed, be made while will roams in quest of a purpose, but, that purpose found, will looks for its means and methods, and discovers them within. William Pitt was in fact born with a definite aim in life. From a child, says a recent writer, he was made to realize that a great career was expected of him, worthy of his renowned father. This was the keynote of all his instruction. General Grant is said to have been called Useless Grant by his mother. He discovered himself at Shiloh, after some pottering with hides and leather which was not even preliminary, but Grant always stuck to the thing in hand, so far as it was worth while doing so. When war brought his awareness of self to the point of definite meaning, he found every detail and the largest campaigns eminently worth the while of a will which had at last uncovered its highway. The great thing about him, said Lincoln, is cool persistency of purpose. He is not easily excited, and he has got the grip of a bulldog. When he once gets his teeth in, nothing can shake him off. The one aim is always a commentary on character. It is not difficult to see why life needs some aim. Why it should concentrate upon one aim suggests the whole philosophy of human existence. Nero had one aim, and it destroyed the half of Rome. Alexander the Great had one aim and he died in a debauch. The one aim may involve selfishness, crimes, massacres, anarchy, universal war, civilization hurled to chaos. One aim assassinated Garfield, ruined Spain, inaugurated the massacre of St. Bartholomew, gave birth to the unspeakable Turk, devised a system of enmity against existing orders and institutions, threatens to throw Europe into revolutionary carnage, and, in 1,000 ways, has power to light the pyre of civilization's destruction. One aim is no more descriptive of heaven than it is of hell. The climax of will, therefore, is possible under moral considerations alone. Character, which is the sum total of a man's good, moral, qualities, furnishes a third phrasing for will's purpose, the righteous aim. The highest aim. Will with righteous aim creates character. Character, with righteous will, creates noblest aim. Character, with noblest aim, creates righteous will. The relation between the man, the aim, the will, is dependent and productive. There is really no high justification for one aim if it be not best aim. Life is ethical. Its motives and its means and its achievements justify only in aims converging to its utmost moral quality. It is here that possession of will finds explanation, as elsewhere remarked. Below man there is no supreme sovereignty of will, all is relative and reflex. But this sovereignty furnishes its reason in moral self-development, in moral community relations, in moral oneness with deity. So true is it that righteousness alone justifies the existence of the human will that the fittest development of the power comes of its moral exercise. Above the martyr who founds a material government the world places with eager zeal that soul who establishes by his death a kingdom of religion. The static will furnishes energy in abnormal life. The explosive will murders. The persistent will may exhibit in obstinacy and national crimes. The impelling will is sometimes hugely reckless. The restraining will has its phases in mulishness and stupidity. The decisive will is frequently guilty of wondrous foolhardiness. Idiocy, insanity, senility, savagery and various forms of induced mania represent the will in disorder, without a master and working pathos fathomless or tragic horror. If, then, we ask, why one aim in life? The names of Socrates, Buddha, Charlemagne, Alfred the Great, William of Orange, Gladstone, Washington, Wilberforce, Lincoln, may be offset by those of Caligula, the Medici, Lucretia Borgia, Philip II. Asking, why the righteous aim, troop before the mind's expanding eye all holy heroes and movements, in the tide of time, and no counterpoise appears, for all is great, all is good. Moral purpose, however, is no prestidigitator. The will, set on all good things for ultimate goal, is still merely the mind's power of self-direction. All requisites for strong will anywhere are demands here. Inasmuch as the moral aim involves the whole of life, will, making for it, requires the ministry of cultivated perceptions, seeing things as they are, especially right things, developed sensibilities, sensitive toward evil, capacious for good, a large imagination. Embracing details, qualities, consequences, reasons and ultimate manifold objects, active, trained and just reasoning faculties, apprehending the incentive, utility and inspiration of truth, and deep and rich moral consciousness, nourishing the will from inexhaustible fountains of legitimate self-complacency. In other words, the moral will which alone is best will, demands of its owner constant and adequate consideration, of plan, of means, of methods, of immediate and ultimate end. The successful conduct of life is always hinged upon this one thing I do. Where such is really the law of conduct, the world beholds an aroused soul. The first essential of success, said a great bank president, is the fear of God. A live man is like a factory working on full time. Here is creation, every power at labor, every function charged with energy, huge action dominating the entire situation, and yielding valuable products. This man puts his body into the thing in hand, mightily confident. His mental being does not detail itself off in gangs, but swarms at it with that tirelessness which makes enthusiasm a wonder. His intuitions flash, impel, restrain, urge resistlessly, decide instantly, presiding genii of limited empires. Reasoning faculties mass upon questions vital, and hold clear court, till justice be known. If he be right-souled man, he emerges, will at the fore, from decalogue and mountain sermon daily, squaring enterprise with the infinite. The whole man, swinging a great will, conserves himself. Why must there be discussions on selfishness and self-interest? A sound soul is always a best soul. A selfish soul is never sound. But a sound soul must continue sound. Altruism begins with the self. Society needs the whole man, all there is of him, and always at his best. Hence the nature of things makes it law that a man shall endeavor to make the most of himself in every way which is not inimical to soundness. This is the first principle of holiness, wholeness, soundness. As that is worked into conduct, the second principle appears, service. For the service of a sound soul the universe will pay any price. And here again emerge some old and common rules. It is function of will to resolve on preservation of bodily health, mental integrity and growth, and moral development. In the eye of that high resolution no detail is without importance. A trained will regards every detail as a campaign. Drudgery and the will. Power of will is an accretion. Force is atoms actively aggregated. The strong will is omnivorous, feeding upon all things with little discrimination. Pebbles, no less than boulders compose mountains. The man who cannot will to stick to trifles and bundle them into importance, is now defeated. The keynote of success is drudgery. Drudgery stands at every factory door, and looks out of every store window. If drudgery be not somewhere in a book, it is not worth the reading. Inspiration stands tiptoe on the back of poor drudgery. The antecedents of facile and swift art are the aches and sorrows of drudgery. The resistance of angels collapses only after Jacob has found his thigh out of joint, and yet cries, I will not let thee go. Jesus had to climb even Calvary. An English bishop said truly, of all work that produces results, 9/10 must be drudgery. Really great poets, prose writers, and artists verify this remark. Edmund Burke bestowed upon his speeches and addresses an immense amount of painstaking toil. Macaulay's history cost almost incalculable labor. The first emperor of Germany was an enormous worker. Indeed, taking the world, by and large, labor without genius is little more incapable than genius without labor. Kepler, the astronomer, carried on his investigations with prodigious labor. In calculating an opposition of Mars, he filled 10 folio pages with figures, and repeated the work 10 times, so that 7 oppositions required a folio volume of 700 pages. It has been said that, the discoveries of Kepler were secrets extorted from nature by the most profound and laborious research. It was the steadiness of Haydn's application to his art which made him one of the first of modern musicians. He did not compose haphazard, but proceeded to his work regularly at a fixed hour every day. These methods, with the extremest nicety of care and labor, gave him a place by the side of Mozart, who, while possessed of the genius of facility, was nevertheless thoroughly acquainted with drudgery. And there can be no drudgery without patience, the ability to wait, constancy and exertion with an eye on the goal. Here is a complex word which readily splits into fortitude, endurance and expectation. It is kaleidoscopic in its variations. In the saint's character patience is a lamb. In that which builds an industry or founds an empire, it is a determined bulldog. Genius is patience, said Davy, what I am I have made myself. Grant was patient, once his teeth got in, they never let go. The assiduous will is first principle in achievement, whether of men or nations. The indefatigable purpose is prophet of all futures. Put the king on his throne, your will is no dull monarch of obstinacy. Reason defies inertia. We say that will is strong whose aim, remarks Th. Ribot, whatever it be, is fixed. If circumstances change, means are changed, adaptations are successfully made, in view of new environments, but the center toward which all converges does not change. Its stability expresses the permanency of character in the individual. All things come to the net of this rational indefatigability. As Carlyle says of Cromwell, that such a man, with the eye to see, with the heart to dare, should advance, from post to post, from victory to victory, till the Huntington farmer became, by whatever name you might call him, the acknowledged strongest man in England, requires no magic to explain it. For this kind of man, on a shoemaker's bench or in the president's chair, is always, Rex, regulator, Roy, or still better, King, Koenig, which means canning, able man. And this same adaptive pursuit of the main thing has made of Cromwell's and Carlyle's England the first power in Europe. As William Matthews has said, the asthmatic skeleton, William III. Who disputed, sword in hand, the bloody field of Landen, succeeded at last, without winning a single great victory, in destroying the prestige of his antagonist, Louis XIV, exhausting his resources, and sowing the seeds of his final ruin, simply by the superiority of British patience and perseverance. So, too, in the war of giants waged with Napoleon, when all the great military powers of the continent went down before the iron flail of the child of destiny, like ninepins, England wearied him out by her pertinacity, rather than by the brilliancy of her operations, triumphing by sheer dogged determination over the greatest master of combination the world ever saw. It was identically this that led, in American history, to the surrender of Cornwallis to Washington, and to the last interview with Lee, a great soul, an heroic Christian fighter, a consummate, canning man, able man. To a will of this sort defeats are merely new lights on reason, and difficulties are fresh gymnastics for development of colossal resolve, and discouragements are the goading stimuli of titanic bursts of energy. By means of a cord, which passes from his artificial hand up his right coat sleeve, then across his back, then down his left coat sleeve to the remainder of his left arm, an American editor has achieved success. He is enabled to close the fingers of his artificial hand and grasp his pen. By keeping his left elbow bent, the tension of the string is continued, and the artificial fingers hold the pen tightly, while the editor controls its course over the paper by a movement of the upper arm and shoulder. By this means, without arms, he has learned to write with the greatest ease, and more rapidly and legibly than the average man of his age who has 2 good hands. For 10 years, he has written with this mechanical hand practically all of the editorials, and a very large amount of the local and advertising matter that has gone into his paper. Suppose, said Lord Clarendon to Cyrus W. Field, talking about the proposed Atlantic cable, you don't succeed? Suppose you make the attempt and fail, your cable is lost in the sea, then what will you do? Charge it to profit and loss, and go to work to lay another. To suppose the iron will to fail is to suppose a contradiction of terms. Perhaps no historic character has more perfectly illustrated this element of success than William of Orange, to whom Holland the Wonderful owes more than to any other son in her brilliant family. Of the soldier's great virtues, writes Motley, constancy in disaster, devotion to duty, hopefulness in defeat, no man ever possessed a larger share. That with no lieutenant of eminent valor or experience, save only his brother Louis, and with none at all after that chieftain's death, William of Orange should succeed in baffling the efforts of Alva, Requesens, Don John of Austria, and Alexander Farnese, men whose names are among the most brilliant in the military annals of the world, is in itself sufficient evidence of his warlike ability. These men great and world-famed, were, however, men only. They were but intellects working with the king on his throne. It is a statement which points every other man to his ultimate goal that they achieved through that common endowment, power of will. The conduct of life hinges on the strength and quality of will more than any other factor. The cry for opportunity is essentially weak. Opportunity crowds upon the imperious will. The mediocrity of men is too largely of their own creation. Gladstone, with large faith in the commoners, said truly. In some sense and in some effectual degree, there is in every man the material of good work in the world, in every man, not only in those who are brilliant, not only in those who are quick, but in those who are stolid, and even in those who are dull. Every normal educated man, deep in his heart believes that by the proper conduct of his life he can become great, or at least win a measure of success that puts him far ahead of the mediocre millions. But as rest and inertia is the law of matter, he gradually gives in to this law and is shackled by it. He becomes, speaking in the large, too lazy to forge on toward the higher goals. It is here that incessant use of will power is required. The education of the will should be begun, contradictory as it may seem, by assuring yourself you can do what you wish to do, and assuring yourself on the principles of autosuggestion. Of course no amount of will power can accomplish impossible aims. By what you wish to do, we mean the ambitions proper to your intelligence and place in life. Not to set yourself an impossible task, is half the battle. A mighty will with no intelligence behind it is foiled everywhere, and without scruple it becomes a menace to the world's peace. So choose right, and move forwards. Chapter 4. Diseases of the Will. Mechanical obedience, in the treatment of disease, and of mind as well as of body, is but one half the battle. The patient must not only will, he must believe. The whole nature of man must be brought to the task, moral as well as physical, for the seat of the disease is not confined to the body, the vital energies are wasted, the will, often the mind, are impaired. Fidelity of the body is as nothing if not reinforced by fidelity of the soul. Dr. Salisbury. The will may become diseased. Disease is want of ease, that is, of comfort, arising from the failure of functions to act in a normal manner. It is then, any disorder or depraved condition or element, physical, mental or moral. A disease of the will may be defined as a more or less permanent lack of action, normal, a, to the individual, b, to sound human nature in general. When a person's will is more or less permanently disordered with reference to his normal individual activity, we have a case for medical treatment. When a person's will is more or less permanently disordered with reference to the normal human standard, we have a case for education. It is now to be observed that a diseased condition of the will may result. First, from a diseased mind. Secondly, from an illy developed mind. Thirdly, from causes resident in the will considered as a faculty of mind. Strictly speaking, a disease of the will is a disease of the self, inasmuch as it is the self that wills. But there are phases of the will, practically to be regarded as diseases, which manifest themselves in the midst of otherwise normal conditions of mind, and these are, therefore, mentioned under the third division above. Classes of diseased will. Class first. Diseases of will coming under the head of diseased mind are shown in insanity. In almost all cases of mental variation from the normal standard, the will is more or less affected. This follows because insanity is a prolonged departure of the individual's normal standard of thinking, feeling and acting. The standard is that of the individual, not that of normal human nature. Always the action of the will depends largely upon the individual's way of thinking and feeling. Insanity often clearly defines, and thus separates from, diseases of will in the so-called normal mind. In cases of insanity, the will, considered as power in mind to put forth some kind of volition, may remain with more or less strength, but is either weakened or controlled by physiological conditions or false ideas. The king is here dethroned. In diseases of will which are subject to education not medical, the king remains in his normal position as ruler, but is weak, or erratic, or permanently irrational as to the standard of average human conduct. Class 2nd. There are some cases of diseased will in the illy developed mind which show paralysis of power, all other functions remaining normal. Thus, a sudden great emotion may paralyze the volitional action, such as fear, or anger, or joy. Inability to will may also obtain temporarily in reverie or ecstasy, or as seen in curious experiences common to most people when the self wishes to act, but seems for the time unable to put forth the necessary volition. Such paralysis runs all the way from momentary to prolonged or total. In the latter cases we have again subjects for medical treatment, as when one person was 2 hours in trying to get his coat off, or was unable to take a glass of water offered. As is the mind, so is the will. Whether the difficulty in cases of illy developed mind is physiological, or a mere lack of belief in one's power to will a given act, the outcome is the same. For the time being, the will is dead, or the mind, as to willing, is in a state of deadlock. It cannot put forth a volition in the desired direction. Hence it is evident that feeling, desire, thinking, judgment, conscience, are not always determinative of will action. The action of mind in willing is as distinct as the action of mind in imagining, recalling, reasoning, or apprehending right and wrong. For example, why, in a state of indecision as to getting up of a cold winter morning, do you suddenly find yourself shivering on the floor and wondering how it happened that you are out of bed? It needs but to fix that state of irresolution or inability for a period, to show the mind in a deadlock of the will. Willing is a matter of mental states. The illy developed self may will neither correctly nor strongly. Whether or not it can do so depends upon many things which are discussed in the third part of this book. Of the mind in general it is said that, willing, in intensity ranges up and down a scale in which are 3 degrees, wishing, purposing and determining. Weak volition wishes, resolute volition purposes, while strong volition acts. But volition does not wish, this is an act of mind. As one has said, I may desire meat, or ease from pain, but to say that I will meet or ease from pain is not English. Weak volition is the will exerting itself weakly. Strong volition indicates mental energy in the act of willing. Resolute volition is strong volition continued. The facts in this connection are as follows. When the state of mind is predominantly that of desire merely, its act in willing may be weak or indecisive. When the mind greatly approves a given desire and determines that to be purpose, its volition becomes strong. The energy with which itself or the body obeys volition, and if the purpose is remote, continues to obey, measures the intensity of the willing act. Now, what are called diseases of the will under our second division, are simply ill conditions of the self immediately going out in the act of willing, or of the mind engaged in the realm of the sensibilities, the imagination, the reasoning faculties and the moral consciousness, as realities capable of influencing the action of the will. For, the ultimate reason of choice is partly in the character, that is to say, in that which constitutes the distinctive mark of the individual in the psychological sense, and differentiates him from all other individuals in the same species, and partly in possible ideals, following which he may more or less change that distinctive character. It is the general tone of the individual's feelings, the general tone of his organism, that is the first and true motor. If this is lacking, the individual cannot exercise will at all. It is precisely because this fundamental state is, according to the individual constitution, stable or fluctuating, continuous or variable, strong or weak, that we have three principal types of will, strong, weak and intermittent, with all intermediate degrees and shades of difference between the three. But these differences, we repeat, spring from the character of the individual, and that depends upon his special constitution. And it is precisely because this fundamental state is, according to the individual constitution, subject to education and improvement, so that, if fluctuating, it may become stable, if variable it may become continuous, if weak, it may become strong, that this book is written. A good will may or may not act quickly, that depends upon the individual's constitution, but it is marked by power when it does act. A good will may or may not persist. That depends upon the constitution and the dictates of personal wisdom, but when personal wisdom succeeds in influence, the will holds steadfastly to the thing in hand. The highest type of will reveals a mighty, irrepressible passion which controls all the thoughts of the man. This passion is the man, the psychic expression of his constitution as nature made it. Historic examples are seen in Caesar, Michelangelo, Napoleon. In the next lower grade, the above harmony between the outer conduct and the inner purpose is broken by various groups of tendencies, working together, but opposing the central purpose. The man is switched off the main track. Francis Bacon was called the greatest, the wisest and the meanest of mankind, having diverged from the highest line of rectitude, and Leonardo da Vinci, following art, yet yielded to the seductions of his inventive genius, and produced but one masterpiece. A third grade is seen where two or more main purposes alternately sway the individual, none ruling for long, each influencing the conduct in turn. Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde are two beings in one person, each possessing a strong will for himself, but unable to cope with the tendencies of the other. A multiplication of such diverting purposes denotes a still further degradation of the will. Lastly appear those types of diseased will peculiar to insanity. Class third. In this division we have before us, not the mind as acting, but the willing act of the mind. Whether the will be exercised rightly or wrongly, wisely or foolishly, is not now the question in hand. That question refers simply to will power, or the naked will, just as, if an individual's muscular power were in question, the morality or the wisdom of its use might be variously estimated, itself being swift or slow, weak or strong, capable of endurance or easily exhausted. The will is what it is, regardless of the direction or the quality of its exercise. Disease of will, as considered in the third class, is limited to two general forms, want of power and want of stability. But these general divisions resolve themselves into more specific cases, as follows. 1. Want of volitional impulse, a state of mind in which the impulse to will is wanting, is illustrated in the cases already cited, in which one could not get his coat off. Or in cases of reverie, ecstasy, etc., where the mind is so fully absorbed by some fanciful condition as to be momentarily incapable of willing contrary thereto. Cure, of insane cases, medical treatment, of those of reverie, ecstasy, and the like, good health, full life, vigorous action. For the mind that suffers the deadlock of will there is no other remedy than actual, concrete life, and practical, strenuous activity. Cultivate the moods of resolution and decision. See Training of the Will Continued, a study of moods. 2. Inability to decide. Some people never attain to a clear view of any situation, they cannot see the essential details, they cannot weigh motives, they cannot forecast the future, they are wanting in courage as to possible consequences, their imagination is good for evils, but not for benefits, hence they can never, or rarely, come to a definite, decisive determination. They drift, they do not act according to specific determinations. They are creatures of momentary impulse, they are automata, so far as concerns the ordinary affairs of life, and in its extraordinary crises, they are as helpless as driftwood. Cure. Cultivate the habit of concentrated attention to the thing in hand, pro and con, resolve to will, anyhow, somehow, with the best light rapidly examined, confident that such resolution, under the lessons of experience, will ultimately come out best for individual interests. Sometimes a person encounters emergencies where he must make a decision, although aware that it is not a mature decision, approved by the whole cabinet of his mental powers. In that case he must bring all his comprehension and comparison into active, instant exercise, and feel that he is making the best decision he can at the time, and act. Many important decisions of life are of this kind, offhand decisions. And especially ought it to be remembered that, calling upon others for help in forming a decision is worse than useless. A man must so train his habit as to rely upon his own courage in moments of emergency. Act always on the straight line. Cultivate the mood of decision. 3. Weakness of volition. The failures of life, which are innumerable, are largely due to this disorder of the will. Whether it be owing to a want of feeling, desire, imagination, memory, or reason, it seems to be universal. The energetic person is the exception. Thus, a writer on mental philosophy has described a historic example of this prevalent disease, speaking of Coleridge. There was probably never a man endowed with such remarkable gifts who accomplished so little that was worthy of them, the great defect of his character being the want of will to turn his gifts to account. So that, with numerous gigantic projects constantly floating in the mind, he never brought himself even seriously to attempt to execute any one of them. It used to be said of him, that whenever either natural obligation or voluntary undertaking made it his duty to do anything, the fact seemed a sufficient reason for his not doing it. So De Quincey, the celebrated victim of the opium habit, said in his Confessions, "I seldom could prevail upon myself to write a letter. An answer of a few words, to any that I received, was the utmost that I could accomplish, and often that not until the letter had lain weeks, or even months on my writing table." Such are historic examples of will power so weak as to be practically nil. They are common in life, although seldom in so marked a degree as in the above cases. This disease is the basis of all grades of poverty. Cure: cultivate the sustained mental attitude, "I resolve to will." The resolute mood ought to be kept constantly before and in the mind, with inability to will as the paramount reason for determining now to will with the greatest energy. Cultivate the mood of energy. For fickleness of will, in this case the man is persistent so far as he goes, but he never goes far in any one direction. In certain main or underlying lines of activity he may show great apparent steadfastness, as in pursuing the means of a livelihood, but these lines are necessitated and automatic or habitual, not really the subjects of his volitions. There are those too, who exhibit not even the dumb adherence of labor, but fly from scheme to scheme, whether main or incidental, as birds fly from tree to tree, with no long continued purpose, during the whole course of life. In this class, the will is subject to every new impulse. Cure: the cautious beginning, the resolute pursuit of the undertaking to the end. Minds thus afflicted should learn to attend to one thing at a time, not in the sense that only a single iron should be kept in the fire, but that the iron should not be put there without due deliberation, and that once in, it should receive undivided attention so long as required by the end in view. Generally speaking, every supposed reason for a change of action should be made a determining reason for not changing. The extra schemes need not be given up. It is not necessary for any person to settle down to the mere drudgery of existence, but, while following the course of bread-winning, the mind should determine, resolve, swear, to work each theory or scheme to the end thereof. Cultivate the mood of continuity. 5. Want of perseverance. There is a marked difference between this condition of will and that of fickleness. Will is fickle because it yields to sudden or new impulses. Want of perseverance is due to the fact that the will wears out in any given direction. It then becomes like a tired muscle, the mind refuses or fails to volition it with reference to an old purpose. Its characteristic phrase is, "I am tired of the thing," or "I can't hold out in the effort." Resolution has simply run down. The will has become exhausted. Cure: the resolution to refrain from yielding permanently to such momentary exhaustion, patience with the mind's present inertia, vigorous search, carried on roundabout, for new points of view and new interest. The saying, "I am tired of it," indicates simply a temporary lack of interest. Willed interest has failed, but a new view or another mental attitude may inspire spontaneous interest. Hence, the matter should be held over until the search for new interest has awakened a spontaneous action of the will, which will almost invariably follow. This cure is infallible, but it is by no means easy. Cultivate the moods of understanding, reason and continuity. 6. The explosive will. Any explosion indicates want of equilibrium. Great temper, unpremeditated crime, volcanic volitions, are sudden releases of energy revealing an overcharged or unbalanced nervous tone. With some men, power is always in what may be called a chemico-psychical state of instability. The will leaps to its decisions like an animal upon its prey, or rushes into action like a torrent from a broken reservoir of water. There are exigencies of life which demand such eruptive outgoes of volition, but they are rare, and if this kind of will is characteristic, it surely indicates one of self-control. The true will is a constitutional monarch, and is never ruled by mob influences or despotic motives. The will must control itself, or it is unfit to reign. It may decide quickly and irresistibly, but without violent loosing of its powers. Ordinarily all violence signifies weakness. Cure, a healthy tone of the individuality, calmness cultivated, so as to be maintainable in the direst extremity of feeling. A forecasting and vivid realization of the reaction, sure to follow, and which will equal the outburst, a vigorous repression, at the moment of temptation, of all feelings, letting them out in some unimportant side issue, a determination to recall past experiences, and to profit thereby. Cultivate the mood of reason and righteousness. 7. Obstinacy. We have here an excess of will as set upon some particular act or state. There are so-called cases of obstinacy which exhibit a curious want of will power, but true obstinacy is firmness of will carried beyond the dictates of reason or right. The obstinate man always believes himself to be right in the matter at hand. His weakness is his refusal to consider. He is willful, not because he is perverse, but because he does not perceive the need for further investigation. The case is with him all settled, and it is rightly settled. He alone is right, all others are obstinate in their difference or their opposition. George III and Philip II take first rank among incarnations of obstinacy. Cure, the most minute, as well as the broadest, attention to reasons for or against, greater weight given the judgment of others, the spirit of concession cultivated, determination to swallow pride and yield to wisdom. Cultivate the spirit of concession. 8. The headstrong will. The chief characteristic of this disease may be seen in the expression, "I don't care." With neither patience, sentiment, nor reason, it rushes the man onto a given act or a line of conduct, unmindful of warning, regardless of self-conviction. It is not only a case of obstinacy, but of heedlessness as well. It is the will self-hypnotized by senseless desire. Napoleon on the way to Moscow is the headstrong will. Cure, cultivation of humility, review of past experiences. Resolute heed to the advice of others, elevation into the field of thought of deepest personal convictions, slow, crucifying attention to opposing motives and reasons. Cultivate the mood of reason. 9. Perversity. The perverse will is obstinate, but peculiarly set in wrong directions. The will that is obstinate merely may be fixed by wisdom and right, self-conceived, but perversity of will shows itself in twisting the dictates of both, notwithstanding the mind's recognition of the same. Thousands of men are perversely willful when they fully know that the course they are pursuing is foolish and injurious. The will is here strong, but it is used in a manner that is consciously wrong. Cure, cultivation of memory as to past experiences, and of imagination as to future, resolution to study previous consequences and to profit by them, determination to force attention upon the opinions of others, persistent and candid examination of one's own character and of the basic principles of human conduct, which are few in number and easily mastered and committed to memory, a condition of mind open to conviction kept steadily before thought. Each matter thought out, step by step, mere wish, as much as possible, being put out of the way, and the question, what is right or best, substituted, willingness held fast to give up when convinced. As an assistance, the mind should change its point of view, get into a new atmosphere of life, and bring about other physical conditions. Cultivate the moods of reason and righteousness. 10. Lack of confidence in will. This cause is due to a lack of knowledge of the will, for the reason that a true knowledge of the will would mean immense confidence in its powers. But, of itself, it is so important that it merits to be put down as a special cause. Many will maladies would disappear if only we trusted in the will. Its native force is so great, its recuperative power is so sure, and its resources so unlimited that it is capable of achieving wonderful results. All that is needed is a firm confidence in it. It is, as we have said, our highest and most perfect faculty. It is the best thing we have, and the most effective weapon that we wield. It alone can develop itself. As we saw, it cannot be trained or perfected from without. It alone can cure its own diseases. The one essential thing is, however, that we should place trust and confidence in it. Cultivate confidence and belief in your own will. 11. In general, the will may be said to be diseased when the mind cannot patiently attend. When the mind cannot clearly and persistently exercise memory, when the mind cannot clearly and persistently exercise the imagination, when the mind cannot clearly and persistently exercise the powers of reasoning, when the mind will not call up and reason in regard to great moral principles. Because of these failures arise weakness, indecision, fickleness, want of perseverance, violence, obstinacy, headstrong willfulness and perversity. Resolute cultivation of the willing mood, and faithful observance of all exercises suggested in mental regime. Chapter 5. Training of the will. The great thing in all education is to make our nervous system our ally instead of our enemy. For this we must make automatic and habitual, as early as possible, as many useful actions as we can, and as carefully guard against growing into ways that are likely to be disadvantageous. In the acquisition of a new habit, or the leaving off of an old one, we must take care to launch ourselves with as strong and decided an initiative as possible. Never suffer an exception to occur till the new habit is securely rooted in your life. Seize the very first possible opportunity to act on every resolution you make, and on every emotional prompting you may experience in the direction of the habits you aspire to gain. Professor William James. The power of person in will may be trained and developed, as has been suggested. By this statement is meant, not only that it may be exercised and strengthened by the various agencies of command, encouragement, and instruction in the schoolroom, but that ability to originate a purposeful action, and to continue a series of actions with an end in view, may be cultivated and disciplined by personal attention thereto, and by specific exercises undertaken by the individual. The need of such development and training is evident from the following facts. Not infrequently a strong volitional power originally exists, but lies dormant for want of being called into exercise, and here it is that judicious training can work its greatest wonders. In many persons will power is confessedly weak, life being very largely, so to speak, automatic. And in multitudes the will exhibits the disorders mentioned in the chapter on diseases of the will. It is singular that so little would seem to have been written on this important subject, and that the training of the will should now receive, as it does, such scant attention in modern educational methods. In works on psychology and education, paragraphs may be found here and there indicating the importance of will training, but they are curiously deficient in suggestions of methods referring the matter to personal effort. The education of the will is really of far greater importance, as shaping the destiny of the individual, than that of the intellect. Theory and doctrine, and inculcation of laws and propositions, will never of themselves lead to the uniform habit of right action. It is by doing, that we learn to do, by overcoming, that we learn to overcome, by obeying reason and conscience, that we learn to obey. And every right action which we cause to spring out of pure principles, whether by authority, precept, or example, will have a greater weight in the formation of character than all the theory in the world. Education of the mind's powers should not be left to haphazard methods. If the end of education is the evolution of these powers, methods of the direct gymnasium order are in demand. And, as all mental faculties are mutual in interaction, any scientific method which seeks, by specific gymnasium exercises, the development of one faculty, must result in cultivation of others, whether immediately or remotely related thereto. Principles in will training. 1. Any direct effort to cultivate the perceptive powers must affect the growth of memory, imagination and reason. 2. Any direct effort to cultivate the memory must affect the growth of the perceptive powers, imagination and reason. 3. Any direct effort to cultivate the imagination must affect the growth of the perceptive powers, memory and reason. 4. Any direct effort to cultivate the reasoning powers must affect the perceptive powers, memory and imagination. 5. Any direct effort to cultivate the moral faculties must affect the growth of the perceptive powers, memory, imagination and reason. 6. And any direct effort to cultivate the perceptive powers, memory, imagination, reasoning or moral faculties must affect the growth of the will. Yet the application of definite and scientific methods to the discipline and growth of the perceptive powers, the imagination, the memory, and the reason seems to be largely wanting in all the schools. The will grows by exercise. In what school today are classes formed for the education of the power of observation? Where is scientific attention given to the cultivation of the imagination? What college schedules any definite number of hours to the strengthening and training of the memory? Probably nowhere in the world are there any specific efforts made to increase and train the power of the will. It is the claim of the present work that the will may be made stronger by the employment of proper methods. And this, A, as a static power through deliberated and intelligent exercises, B, as a dynamic energy continuing through a series of acts by deliberate and intelligent determination that such shall be the case. Cultivation of the will may be accomplished. First, by systematic exercises which shall tend to strengthen it as a faculty. Activity of the brain reacts upon the particular faculty engaged, to speak more specially, upon the particular brain element engaged, modifying it in some unknown way, and bringing about a subsequent, physiological disposition, to act in a particular manner. Thus, musicians acquire enormous facility in the use of hands and fingers. So, people who have lost their sight are able to picture visible objects independently of external stimulation, having acquired a disposition so to act through previous exercises under external stimulation. As the seat of the will is the whole person, so the exercise of willing brings about its own physiological disposition. The different parts of the brain which are exercised together, acquire in some way a disposition to conjoint action along lines of least resistance, that are gradually formed for nervous action by the repeated flow of nerve energy in certain definite directions. Lines of least resistance may be formed by constant action of mind in willing, in certain ways and for certain ends. The cerebrum of man grows to the modes of thought in which it is habitually exercised. But the development of will not only involves establishment of facility along easiest channels, but an increase in power within the person as determining to choose motives and to put forth volitions. The willing act becomes more facile, and it also becomes stronger. Increase of power is not relative alone, it is equally positive. Will grows by exercise. Each form of its activity becomes more perfect by practice. And the lower forms of exercise in bodily movement prepare the way, to some extent at least, for the higher exercises. So it is that habits may be voluntarily or unconsciously formed, and old habits may be voluntarily abandoned. All such results involve the will. Their attainment does not weaken will, but rather strengthens its application to general conduct. It is well for our actions to grow habituated to a considerable extent. In this way nerve energy is economized and the powers of the mind are left free for other matters. At the same time, much of our life consists in modifying our movements and adapting them to new circumstances. The growth of will implies thus a twofold process, a, the deepening of particular aptitudes and tendencies, that is, the fixing of oft-repeated action in a definite and unvarying form, b, the widening of these active capabilities by a constant variation of old actions, by new adaptations, or special combinations suited to the particular circumstances of the time. Secondly, the will may be cultivated by general improvement of the mind as a whole, giving it greater force while putting forth volitions, and larger continuity in a series of volitions having an end in view, because of increased mental power and wiser treatment of various motives. And this especially if, in all intellectual growth, the purpose of stronger willpower be kept constantly in mind. The will can never originate any form of mental activity. But it can select among the objects of consciousness, and in thus utilizing the powers of mind can improve the latter. Its efforts to do so will invariably improve itself, by cultivating attention, by shutting out subjects of thought, by developing natural gifts, by instituting correct habits of thinking and of living. Exercises for a general development of mind must present a variety of motives for consideration with a view to the act of willing, both for the formation of aptitudes, and for the symmetrical development of the will as a function. This involves 1. The perceptive faculties, which may be quickened, thus increasing the vividness of motives and inducing volitions. 2. The emotions, the intelligent cultivation of which widens the range of motives and imparts to the mind facility and force in selection of reasons for action. 3. The imagination, which represents, according to its strength and scope, various remote and contingent, as well as immediate, reasons for choice of motives, and adherence to the same. 4. The deliberative faculty, which requires cultivation in order adequately to weigh the force and value of motives. 5. The intuitive faculty, which, without being able to furnish its reasons, frequently impels or prohibits choice, and may wisely be cultivated by intelligent obedience, but needs strict and constant attention to prevent the reign of impulse. Thus, women are wont to follow intuitions of expediency, and businessmen are often guided by a similar feeling or judgment. So, also, Socrates possessed what he called his daimonion, an inner voice which forbade certain actions, but never affirmatively advised an act or a course of conduct. Such intuitions may be searched out and examined for the underlying reasons, and this effort will usually bring to light some hidden cause for the impulse to act or refrain from action. Thirdly, the will may be cultivated by development of the moral character. The greatest man, said Seneca, is he who chooses right with the most invincible determination. Self-development involves the moral quality and symmetry of the soul as sustaining relations to its fellows and to deity. The cultivation of will in its highest values, therefore, depends upon its exercise in a moral sense. This involves every conscious mental function in action with reference to a moral end. A developed moral consciousness modifies consideration of motives through perception, memory, imagination, reason, and intuition, and increases the force and continuity of that act of the mind by which it constitutes any motive a sufficient reason. Moral development cultivates the will. 1. By bringing to the fore truest motives and goals in the conduct of life. 2. By presenting in mind for its consideration new motives, and motives of an unfamiliar nature. 3. By enabling self to deliberate with greater clearness, forethought and wisdom among all possible motives for action. 4. By prohibiting certain acts or lines of conduct, and by destroying injurious habits. 5. By instituting self-control of the highest order. 6. By inspiring a constant search for truth, and obedience thereto. 7. By inciting to noblest planes of being and holding before consciousness the great alternatives of human destiny for ultimate good or evil. Training of the will. Luther said to Erasmus, "You desire to walk upon eggs without crushing them." The latter replied, "I will not be unfaithful to the cause of Christ, at least so far as the age will permit me." An untruthful will in a scholar's brain. "I will go to Worms," shouted Luther, "though devils were combined against me as thick as the tiles upon the housetops." A will which might have become disordered or illy developed but for the mighty moral character of the reformer. All human powers are interdependent and interactive. What has righteousness to do with willpower? Answer: what has willpower to do with righteousness? Will makes for righteousness, righteousness makes for will. A morally growing life establishes lines of least resistance, with consequent aptitudes and habits which more or less react upon personal power to will. Above all, at least in this connection, it widens the field of active capabilities and develops new adaptations and tendencies by presenting larger and more varied worlds of motive and conduct, with an ultimate end having reference to the individual and his relations to others, which end always appeals to the will, calling it into activity, and so adding to its power. The same truth may be reached from a material starting point. The basis of human life is physical. The original ground of impulse in the volitional nature deals with sense impressions. In a healthy body these impressions are normal, that is, true. When both body and mind are in a healthy condition, that is to say, are normal and true, they will invariably cooperate, the one with the other. Instinct coordinates with vital chemistry in normal animal life. Such life is true, it is a full realization of itself, it exhibits truth. Hence the instincts are right, because the physical basis is right and cooperates with animal intelligence. Instinct and animal intelligence in turn cooperate with the physical nature to maintain its normality or truth. In man, mind ought to coordinate similarly with his physical life. Conversely, the physical life ought to coordinate with mind. Physical health signifies right, that is, truthful, physical sensations. And truthful, that is, normal, physical sensations tend always to produce right or normal action of mind, just as normal or right action of mind tends to produce good healthy truthful physical sensations. When sound mind cooperates with correct sense impressions, the result is health, normality, truth in the whole man. Mind is sensation plus perception, plus will, plus memory, plus imagination, plus reason, plus consciousness, self-consciousness, subconsciousness, moral consciousness. The will grows by exercise. If mind is deficient in any of these respects the personality is not normal. The end of each function is nothing more nor less than exhibition of truth. Perception of things as they are, memory of facts as they have existed, imagination of reality in true relations, conclusions correctly deduced from correct premises and correct observation, convictions based in the actual moral nature of things, sane ideas of self, vigorous action of subconsciousness, habituating in activities conducive to self-interest, working of objective consciousness for mental freedom. Then there is a perfect coordination among all the elements of human nature and character. This coordination produces, and it is, health, normality, truth. Out of such a truth condition of being comes always the highest form of willpower. The will is an exhibition of the character, the individual constitution. Righteousness, which is right wiseness toward all powers and all realities, becomes then, the sole true developer and trainer of the human will. The unrighteous mind is sure to exhibit disease or disorder of the will, because the act of will, as already seen, involves presentation of motives, deliberation among the same, constitution of sufficient reason, putting forth of the volitional act, and mental or bodily obedience thereto, and the mind which lacks in right wiseness cannot properly deliberate among motives, will miss from its field the best motives, and thus cannot wisely constitute sufficient reason. Hence, such inability continuing, exercise of will must surely establish habits of weak or disordered volition, as well as volitions put forth in wrong directions, so that in time all disorders must become chronic and settle into types of will that fail to manifest normality and truth. Observe, the law-abiding physical life is absolutely best, all below weakens will. The truth-showing mental life is absolutely best, all below disorganizes the will. The righteous moral life is absolutely best. All below destroys the dynamic power of will. Willpower issuing from good physical, mental and moral health, wherein right coordination obtains, gives to life's endeavors resistless force, and finds training in all intelligent activity. The more it toils, the more it resolves. No obstacle can deter it, no defeat dismay. Said John Ledyard, the explorer, "My distresses have been greater than I have owned, or will own, to any man. I have known hunger and nakedness to the utmost extremity of human suffering, I have known what it is to have food given me as charity to a madman, and I have at times been obliged to shelter myself under the miseries of that character to avoid a heavier calamity. Such evils are terrible to bear, but they have never yet had the power to turn me from my purpose." But observe. He is spoken of as a man of iron will, sure to make his way, to carry his point, and he thinks himself a man of strong will. He is only an egotist, morally unable to resist, or even to hesitate at, any evil whereby his selfish aim is assured. Energy, without integrity and a soul of goodness, may only represent the embodied principle of evil. It is observed by Novalis, in his Thoughts on Morals, that the ideal of moral perfection has no more dangerous rival to contend with than the ideal of the highest strength and the most energetic life, the maximum of the barbarian, which needs only a duad mixture of pride, ambition, and selfishness, to be a perfect ideal of the devil. Nothing schools the will, and renders it ready for effort in this complex world, better than accustoming it to face disagreeable things. Professor James advises all to do something occasionally for no other reason than that they would rather not do it, if it is nothing more than giving up a seat in a streetcar. He likens such effort to the insurance a man pays on his house. He has something he can fall back upon in time of trouble. A will schooled in this way is always ready to respond, no matter how great the emergency. Julius Caesar, Oliver Cromwell, George Washington, and all other world-famous men have been the possessors of wills that acted in the line of the greatest resistance, with as much seeming ease as if the action were agreeable. You should resolve to secure such a grade of will by doing disagreeable things, or things of apparent insignificance which ordinarily you shirk doing. Every lifting of a weight by the biceps is adding muscular power to your arms. Every little act of will deliberately carried to completion is adding to your power of will. The powers of the human intellect, says Professor E. S. Creasy in 15 Decisive Battles, are rarely more strongly displayed than they are in the commander who regulates, arrays, and wields at his will these masses of armed disputants, in battle. Who, cool, yet daring in the midst of peril, reflects on all and provides for all, ever ready with fresh resources and designs, as the vicissitudes of the storm of slaughter require. But these qualities, however high they may appear, are to be found in the basest as well as the noblest of mankind. Catiline was as brave a soldier as Leonidas, and a much better officer. Alva surpassed the Prince of Orange in the field, and Suwarrow was the military superior of Kosciuszko. To adopt the emphatic words of Byron, "'Tis the cause makes all, degrades or hallows courage in its fall." The law of the right will is the law of the all-round symmetrical character. Chapter 6. Training of the Will Continued, a Study of Moods. The man who is perpetually hesitating which of two things he will do first will do neither. The man who resolves, but suffers his resolution to be changed by the first counter-suggestion of a friend, who fluctuates from opinion to opinion, from plan to plan, and veers like a weathercock to every point of the compass, with every breath of caprice that blows, can never accomplish anything real or useful. It is only the man who carries into his pursuits that great quality which Lucan ascribes to Caesar, nescia virtus stare loco, who first consults wisely, then resolves firmly, and then executes his purpose with inflexible perseverance, undismayed by those petty difficulties which daunt a weaker spirit, that can advance to eminence in any line. William Wirt. Man's conscious life is largely a matter of mood. Of mind, heart, soul, spirit, a temporary muse inspiring the individual to be or to do in certain ways. A mood is a disposition or humor, a morbid condition of mind, a heat of anger, a kind of zeal, a capricious state of feeling. The weaker emotive states, says Titchener in An Outline of Psychology, which persist for some time together, are termed moods, the stronger, which exhaust the organism in a comparatively short time, are called passions. Thus the mood of cheerfulness represents the emotion of joy, the mood of depression that of sorrow. Like and dislike have the moods of content and discontent, sympathy and antipathy, those of kindliness and sulkiness, attraction and repulsion, those of charm and tedium. The mood of care is anxiety, the mood of melancholy, gloom. The mood of hatred is not getting on with a person, the mood of exasperation is chagrin. The above are merely examples of a very familiar subject. Many of our moods are good and indispensable to our best work, as, the mood of labor, the mood for creation, the mood of hopefulness, the mood of mastery, and so on. Every evil mood may be banished from mind and life. The method is simply that of persistent determination to conquer and build up only such moods as stand for personal welfare. Your undesirable moods will vanish if you multiply yourself faithfully into the pages of this book. The end requires work, to be sure, but, as Orison Swett Marden remarks in Every Man a King, training under pressure is the finest discipline in the world. You know what is right and what you ought to do, even when you do not feel like doing it. This is the time to get a firm grip on yourself, to hold yourself steadily to your task, no matter how hard or disagreeable it may be. Keep up this rigid discipline day after day and week after week, and you will soon learn the art of arts. Perfect self-mastery. Summary of moods. Moods are, therefore, first, special states of mental person in general, secondly, states of reference to the action of the will. Their influence never ceases during consciousness. As the individual is servant or master of his moods, he is servant or master of himself. The sum total of moods exhibits the conscious and the subconscious man. Moods manifest in the objective man, but they originate, in part at least, in that deeper self of which so little is directly known, the subconscious. No error is greater than that theory which makes mind the product of matter. The theory is a fad and will soon pass away. An equal error is seen in the notion that the man's self is an entity absolutely separate as an existence from the body. The man is spirit bound up in body. Both entities are real, but exist and manifest the one through the other. What the connection is between body and spirit is a fathomless mystery, but that connection stands for the mutual dependence of the physical and the immaterial in man. There is as much evidence of the reality of the immaterial inner ego as of the existence of an objective universe. And the demonstration of the physical man as an actual entity is just as sure as the demonstration of the inner ego. All evidences go to show mutual dependence, both for existence and for manifestation, of body and spirit. These evidences cover the influence of mind over body, the influence of body over mind directly and over mind through bodily states, the mind affecting itself intermediately by means of its influence upon the body. It is with the power of mind on the body and itself that the present chapter deals. Let it be understood, this book has nothing to do directly with any so-called science of healing, whether Christian or mental, except as immediately following. All genuine cases of healing by these so-called methods are results of suggestion, either by self or by others, by means of a great law as yet little understood. There are but two really distinct fundamental phases which the doctrine of metaphysical healing has assumed, and to one or the other of these the varying special claims belong. The first is the pure metaphysical idealism upon which the original, Christian science, is based, the non-reality of the material world and sense experience, and so of disease. The second is the doctrine of what is properly called, mental science, which does not ignore the reality of the physical world nor of the body and its sensations in their normal relations to that world, but is based upon the recognition of the absolute supremacy of the mind over them. Know thyself. Supposing it denies the material world, sense experience, disease, and evil or sin. Herein are its errors manifest. To deny, yet seek to cure, disease, to deny, yet seek to eliminate sin, disorganizes a normal dealing with life. To will that which one believes or strives to believe does not exist shall be one thing or another as to its states, is to dethrone the normal will. The will volitionates only toward that which is believed to exist, never toward that which is believed to be non-existent. The fact that body yields to suggestion in genuine cases of healing, may not show that body exists, but it does show that one believes it exists. The belief that one believes it does not exist is pure delusion. It is impossible to will to change any physical condition which is really believed to be non-existent. It is equally impossible to will to eliminate sin, which is believed to be non-existent, and to take on holiness, the absence for one thing, of that which is believed to have no existence, and the possession of those moral qualities, for a second thing, which signify the shunning of that which is believed to have no existence. In all this we have the willed influence of mental states over body which is denied and over mental states that are believed to be without actuality. In other words, the will, a power given to man to guide him through realities, not fictitious imaginations fully understood to be non-existent as facts, is here dethroned as a normal faculty. What is called mental science asserts the reality of matter, body, spirit, disease and sin, but bases its theories upon the power of mind over matter. Its error consists in constructing a science on partial data and on laws which are but imperfectly understood, and in asserting the absolute supremacy of mind over body. The will is here set toward a claim which cannot be substantiated, the absolute supremacy of mind over body, which, indeed, is disproved, unless a multitude of facts in life are to be willed out of the field of belief. It is no province of will to will a disbelief in plain facts. There are innumerable instances which show that the supremacy of mind over body is not absolute. Moreover, the will here sets itself to the task of ignoring what are at least intermediate agencies for assisting person to control bodily conditions. It may be that the supposed necessity for food is a delusion, but the normal person at least employs the eating of food as an intermediate means for exerting its influence over the physical organism. Medical science may be no true science, as yet, all in all, but its treatments certainly assist, if in no other way, in establishing right mental conditions for the action of self over the body. Of course the necessity for foods is real. A genuine medicine is, in a large sense, a food, whatever sustains, augments, or supplies nourishment to organic bodies. Some foods and some medicines are false, in themselves, or in particular applications. It remains for the normal person to select right foods and to use right medicines as parts of the present system of things, with the influence of mental states sought and cultivated as being originated and maintained intermediately through the employment of that which is real in itself and real in its power over belief. Medical science needs to become less empirical and materialistic, and mental science needs to enlarge its field by recognition of facts and the medicinal utility of nature. We now return to the discussion of moods. Division of moods. First, general division of moods. Special mental states of mind in general which exert various influences over the body. A process set up anywhere in the centers reverberates everywhere, and in some way or other affects the organism throughout, making its activities either greater or lesser. Sorrow increases the flow of tears. Anxiety may induce perspiration or the opposite. Intense nervous anxiety or fear in a public speaker sometimes almost totally stops the flow of saliva. It is now disclosed that great anger poisons the blood. Any great emotion may increase or retard the circulation. Exaltation of feeling or thought frequently brings about insensibility to pain. Great mental depression makes latent disorders patent. A surgical operation causes some spectators to faint, and a noisome object may bring on vomiting. By fixing the attention upon certain parts of the body, the blood may be directed to those parts. Muscular energy is increased by violent emotions, and is sometimes vastly diminished, and is always made greater by an exertion of the will. The fury of the madman is accompanied by superhuman strength. Ideas frequently induce actual physical sensations, as nausea at the thought of disgusting food, or the setting of the teeth on edge at the thought of saw filing. Worry cultivates dyspepsia. Incessant mental activity robs the body of assimilated nourishment. Disease may be incurred through conditions of mind, and is often warded off by the same agency. Cheerfulness and hope tend to tone up the entire system. Similarly with the influence of states of person over mental activities. Fear quickens some intellects, but dulls others. Many persons can accomplish large things only under great excitement, while with others excitement paralyzes the powers. Hate blinds all mental faculties not immediately engaged in its gratification, but quickens the latter. Musicians, public speakers, and exhibitors are greatly influenced by the psychic atmosphere about them. Interest always increases the perceptive powers. The mind's ability to recall past scenes, events, and knowledge is increased by a clear brain and a healthy tone acted upon by some pleasing emotion. The imagination is sometimes obscured or confused by disease, sometimes made more powerful by the same, and is always rendered vigorous and facile by exalted trains of thought. The logical faculties are swayed by the passions, and dulled or sharpened as the mind seems sluggish or keen in other respects. Consciousness of right or wrong often depends upon the mental tone of the individual. Such illustrations disclose the value to life in general of an intelligent understanding of psychic states. And among the mind's powers, the will is no exception to the sway of its various moods. These considerations make clear the second division of moods. Mental states having direct reference to the act of willing. The will has its own moods, by which its functions may be analyzed, and by which it may and ought to be cultivated and made to regulate itself in the highest manner. These volitional moods are of importance because they are creative states and may be maintained, thus exercising the will and becoming permanent factors in the conduct of life. They indicate person's attitude toward the act of willing, and so reveal, now the individual nature, now the individual character. Brought into definite and abiding thought, they will always assist in cultivating both the will's power and its stability. It is the function of will to regulate them. Hence, no better means of cultivating and training the will itself can be devised than the deliberate and intelligent control of volitional moods. For if the will can control such peculiar mental states, a determination to do so must increase power of will and direct it into its legitimate activities. Resolve to acquire that permanent mood of mind, which views yourself at your best. Constantly flood your arena of action with new interests and freshness of spirit which enables you to live life to the limit. Moods of will. The moods of will may now be enumerated as follows. 1. The mood of feeling, or interest. Feeling may be defined as any pleasurable or painful condition of the person in mind or body. The steps from such condition to volition are 4, a mental impression or object of attention brought to mind, a feeling with regard to the same. A mode of mental action, or attention, and the volition. The degree of attention sometimes depends upon the will, but more frequently upon interest in the object or impression. Interest is of two sorts, spontaneous and willed. Spontaneous interest is indifferent to the quality of the feeling involved, whether pleasurable or painful. A toothache receives spontaneous interest as truly as a good dinner. But willed interest, or acquired attention, always involves the idea of personal pleasure, at least the gratification of some desire. The mood of feeling or interest may be cultivated. One ultimate purpose for doing so, providing constant gratification, will be the intelligent increase of the mood itself, and through that increase, of the mind's steadfast power of will. In all large living this mood of interest is ever present and powerful. If it is suffered to collapse here and there, a loss of will is sure to follow. The sum total of the will's activities depends upon the sum total of its acquired interests. Hence spontaneous interest should be utilized for the maintenance of acquired, and above all should be made over into good habits of living. As a guiding rule for the acquirement of such artificial interest and the keeping alive of feeling with go in it, a principle of Professor William James may be followed. Any object not interesting in itself may become interesting through becoming associated with an object in which interest already exists. The two associated objects grow, as it were, together, the interesting portion sheds its quality over the whole, and thus things not interesting in their own right borrow an interest which becomes as real and as strong as that of any natively interesting thing. If such a principle is practically and persistently carried out, the effort will invariably cultivate great volitional power. 2. The mood of energy. This is a general forceful and determined state of mind. It is the mood which carries things on. It may act swiftly or slowly, depending upon other characteristics. The energetic man may be swift in action as compared to the bulk of his mind, while slow as compared to men of lighter caliber. Energy may exhibit on the surface of action, or it may hide behind an unmoved exterior, it may be violent in its manifestations, or as calm as a resistless iceberg. Whatever its characteristics, it is of vastest importance. To maintain it may draw heavily on the will, but its continued possession and control furnish among the surest means of cultivating and training the will's power and stability. For further study of this subject reference may be had to the author's work, Power for Success. Learn to summon, on occasion, the feeling of being alive, alert, energy-charged. 3. The mood of permission. The will, in this mood, having originated certain actions of the body or in the mind, simply permits the movements involved to go on of themselves, as it were, without interference, except to modify or prohibit, at intervals, and as occasion may require. Examples of such permissive action of the will may be seen in walking, carried on automatically so far as conscious effort is concerned, while the mind is engaged in thought, in reading while conversation is in progress in the vicinity, in musical performance while the player converses with others. In all such cases it is probable that the underground mind involves consciousness of the various activities, but that the objective mind remains a sort of passive spectator or ruler who does not interpose his power. The mood of permission is also seen when the conscious will refrains from interfering with a state, an action, or a line of conduct. Thus the will permits various mental or bodily conditions, as reverie or rest, or an act or series of acts to continue, or a habit to remain undisturbed, or a course in life to proceed, the mind in all cases being conscious of its own or bodily activities, and that it may, at any moment exert the will in a contrary direction. This mood should be cultivated, yet always with reference to the formation of good habits and the growth of will. It is especially valuable in permitting rest both of body and of mind for the sake of psychic tone. But it must be wisely exercised, for otherwise it will drop to the line of indolence, and thus destroy rather than build up power of will. 4. The mood of decision. This mood involves the mood of energy. It signifies promptness with more or less of force. It is instant in its action, having thus fulfilled its function. Nevertheless, it is a mood to be cultivated and continually possessed, as the emergencies of life make incessant demands upon its exercise in the will. The irresolute man is lifted from one place to another, so hatcheth nothing, but addles all his actions. For indecision brings its own delays. And days are lost lamenting o'er lost days. Are you in earnest? Seize this very minute. What you can do, or dream you can, begin it. Boldness has genius, power, and magic in it. Only engage, and then the mind grows heated. Begin, and then the work will be completed. Every effort to maintain the decisive state of mind acts directly on the will. A determined resolution to decide intelligently and forcefully all questions of life as they may present themselves, rather than suffer them to hang for something to turn up, will be found to be a perfect will tonic. 5. The mood of continuity. This mood involves energy and decision. It is, as it were, a chain of decisions, the mood of decision perpetuated. In evil, it is a man's ruin; in right conduct, one of the methods of success. It is a creator of interest, and a prime source of voluntary habits. Habit is a second nature as regards its importance in adult life, for the acquired habits of our training have by that time inhibited or strangled most of the natural impulsive tendencies which were originally there. 99 hundredths or, possibly, 999 thousandths, of our activity is purely automatic and habitual, from our rising in the morning to our lying down each night. Hence the supreme importance of forming habits of action which are rational and make for the mind's education. A capricious man is not one man merely, he is several at once, he multiplies himself as often as he has new tastes and different behavior. Success prompts to exertion, and habit facilitates success. 6. The mood of understanding. In this mood the person wills to attend intelligently to the thing in hand. He concentrates in order to know. He insists upon knowing that to which he attends. This mood usually results in decision and continuity, but not always, for reason may dictate inactivity, and the man may refuse to follow his moral convictions. But the mood of understanding is imperative in an intelligent exercise of power of will. It often prohibits action. It provides the ground for rational endeavors. It is the check of rashness. It is the inspiration of some of the most resistless exhibitions of will energy known. When Grant was ready, he swept on to victory. Great commercial enterprises are all born of this mood. It is the very genius of science. Faraday, about to witness an experiment, said, "Wait, what am I to expect?" That was the mood of understanding. A determination to cultivate this mood, and to have it present in all deliberations, will obviate innumerable mistakes in life, and infallibly develop great power and wisdom in the exercise of the will. 9 men out of every 10, says Professor William Matthews, lay out their plans on too vast a scale, and they who are competent to do almost anything, do nothing, because they never make up their minds distinctly as to what they want, or what they intend to be. 7. The mood of reason. In this mood the person employs the preceding, but goes on to ascertain definite reasons for one action in preference to another. One may understand a subject, a motive, or the alternatives of conduct, yet be at a loss for the right decision. The mood of reason asks, why this action or that? It holds the will back until satisfactory answers are given. Undoubtedly it is a mood which may be over-cultivated, and there are occasions when the inability to discover determining reasons for action or cessation of action must furnish the sole reason for decision, as wrong action may be better than a perpetual deadlock of the will. Nevertheless, the mood of reason stands with that of righteousness in its importance to the conduct of life. Its development and perennial judgment in the court of mind are scientific guarantees of a strong and intelligent will. Count von Moltke, writes Orison Swett Martin, the great German strategist and general, chose for his motto, Erst Wagen, dann Wagen, first way, then venture, and it is to this he owed his great victories. He was slow, cautious, careful in planning, but bold, daring, even seemingly reckless in execution the moment his resolve was made. 8. The mood of righteousness. In this mood a person is bent on ascertaining the moral quality of actions. It is the loftiest of moods having reference to will. It has developed some of the greatest wills of the ages. It clears the mind, uncovers all motives, illumines the judgment, inspires resolution, induces perseverance, arouses the understanding and guides the reason. By nothing is the will so easily disorganized as by the opposite mood, that of evil. The mood of righteousness governs the universe, that is its superiority, and exhibits the strength of an almighty will. He who nourishes and holds to the fore this mood is infallibly sure of a good will, which may err in directions really unimportant, but cannot err in the direction of an ultimate power of will that guarantees success against all the assaults of evil forever. Let us now observe. Many people exhibit the moods of feeling, energy, and decision. A less number possess adequately the moods of understanding and reason. Few there are, seemingly, who show the mood of intelligent continuity in life. Fewer still manifest the mood of righteousness as a permanent factor of conduct. The will, then, may be graded according as it discloses these moods. The perfect will exhibits them in symmetrical combination. The mood of right feeling merging into the mood of energy prompt to act, but pausing for understanding, guided by reason and controlled by righteousness. When all these moods obtain, there is the perfect static will capable of enormous dynamic energy for any length of time and working towards the noblest ends in life. At this point appears basic principle in will culture. Intelligent cultivation of the will involves exercises dealing with every department of human nature. 1. Will-bent practice of the perceptive powers, exercise of feeling and knowing for growth of will. 2. Exercise calling the imagination into play with the idea of strengthening and training the will by deliberate activity and by clean consideration of motives and consequences. 3. Practice in memory, as a mind improver and as a will grower, and also for the purpose of rendering experience more vivid, and, hence, a more forceful teacher. 4. Practice in reasoning, for the cultivation of the whole mind, and in order to develop the habit of acting according to definite reasons, together with the elimination of impulse and thoughtless decisions. 5. Exercise in self-perception and self-control, in the eradication of injurious tendencies and habits and immoral acts and conduct, in order that all moods of the will may be brought to the fore in a life mastered by righteousness. For here only is the perfect will. 6. The persistent state of resolution for will. This means the preservation always, and under all circumstances of the attitude, I will too will. He who would acquire the perfect will must carry into all his thoughts and actions the resolute assertion I resolve to will. This resolution, borne out in persistent practice, has never been known to fail. Chapter 7. Some general rules. The exercise of the will, or the lesson of power, is taught in every event. From the child's possession of his several senses, up to the hour when he saith, "Thy will be done," he is learning the secret, that he can reduce under his will, not only particular events, but great classes, nay the whole series of events, and so conform all facts to his character. Emerson. Part 1 may be closed with some general rules. The purpose in suggesting a number of practical rules at this point is twofold. In the first place, the rules furnish examples of what is conceived to be the right use of the will, and, in the second place, the effort to employ them and fix them in mind will bring into play that fundamentally important factor of our nature, the subconscious self. A sea captain wrote the author in regard to these rules. I found myself during a stormy passage without effort calling the rules to mind and bringing them into action, and I never got through bad weather so easily. There exists in all intellectual endeavor, says Jastrow in The Subconscious, a period of incubation, a process in great part subconscious, a slow, concealed maturing through absorption of suitable pabulum. Schopenhauer calls it unconscious rumination, a chewing over and over again of the cud of thought preparatory to its assimilation with our mental tissue. Another speaks of it as the red glow that precedes the white heat. We develop by living in an atmosphere congenial to the occupation that we seek to make our own. By steeping ourselves in the details of the business that is to be our specialty, until the judgment is trained, the assimilation sensitized, the perspective of importance for the special purpose well established, the keenness for useful improvisation brought to an edge. When asked how he came to discover the law of gravitation, Newton is reported to have answered, by always thinking about it. Some general rules. First set. Rules pertinent to the exercise of will in the conduct of life. These paragraphs should be studied and thoroughly fixed in mind. They are born of experience, and should be practiced daily until they become automatic in the working outfit of character. 1. Be master of your own will. 2. When in doubt, do nothing, wait for light. 3. Cultivate perfect calmness. 4. Never become confusingly excited. 5. Never yield to temper, nor entertain irritation. 6. Make no decision when out of temper. 7. If inclined to rashness, cultivate conservatism. 8. If inclined to excessive, injurious conservatism, experience must decide this, cultivate the prompt and progressive spirit. 9. Decide nothing without deliberation where deliberation is possible. 10. When deliberation is not possible, keep cool. Confusion is mental anarchy, it dethrones the king. 11. After a decision under such circumstances, entertain no regrets. The regretful mind is an enemy to a good will. If the mind has held itself with an iron grip and decided on the spur of dire necessity, the gods could do no more. 12. Make no decision without an adequate purpose. Rely upon your own intelligent idea of adequacy. 13. Permit no difficulties to turn you aside from an adequate purpose. Mirabeau called the word impossible that blockhead word. 14. Never try to make a decision the carrying out of which involves a real impossibility. 15. In the pursuit of an adequate purpose, sift means according to ends, then shift them intelligently. It is folly to tunnel a mountain if you can get a better and cheaper road by going around it. A man in Ohio spent thousands of dollars in laying a roadbed, and abandoned it to purchase another railroad. He should have made sure about the operating road first. But if it is necessary to sink money in a new road in order to compel sale of an old one, that is the thing to do. 16. The best will is not that which pounds through all circumstances, whether or no, merely for the sake of persistence, but that which gets there by taking advantage of shifting conditions. Ends, not means, are the goal of a wise will. 17. Never lose sight of the main thing in hand. 18. Admit no motive into court which you do not clearly see. A motive is like a would-be soldier, it should undergo medical examination in the nude. 19. Never permit a motive for a decision to tangle up with a motive against. Example, this city is a good business center, but then, you have to earn your money a second time in collecting it. Such a marriage of motives breeds confusion. Compel every motive to stand alone. 20. Remember, that a decision of will involves judge and lawyer. You are merely and always the judge. When desire takes the bench and the judge pleads, it is time to adjourn court. You can get a correct judgment only by sticking to the bench. In other words, never permit yourself to plead either with, for or against a motive. 21. In making an important decision, summon the whole mind to this one act. I resolve to will. Attention. 22. Make no decision while the mind is partly occupied with other matters. It is impossible to angle for fish and shoot buffaloes at the same time. 23. Never work at cross purposes. Set the will either for one thing or for the other. The man who tries to kill two birds with one stone usually misses both. Where the two birds are taken, a second stone has stolen into the case. 24. Take all the advice that is offered, then act upon your own judgment. 25. Never discount your own experience. This is dollars, except to the fool. The chief value of the fool's experience is its worth to others. 26. Never act upon merely passive resolution. This is weakness. It may be phrased in these words, I guess I will do so and so. One may say there too, with Shakespeare, what a lack brain is this. Nothing comes of the lackadaisical will. 27. If this is the general tone of your will, stimulate it by imitation of fierce resolution. 28. The first secret of persistence is a good start, the second is a constant review of motives. 29. When tempted to discouragement, defer action to a time of sounder mood. 30. Never embark in an enterprise in which you do not thoroughly believe. To do otherwise is to introduce confusion among the judicial powers. If it turns out that your want of faith has been wrong, you have nevertheless kept those judicial powers on the bench. That is worth more than the success which you have missed. 31. If you have any settled fears in life, consort with them, resolutely and persistently, until you know them for liars. 32. Don't worry. To worry about the past is to dig up a grave, let the corpse lie. To worry about the future is to dig your own grave, let the undertaker attend to that. The present is the servant of your will. 33. Never decide an important matter when the mind is confused by sickness. Store this rule in your soul during health, it will stand by you in disease. 34. Never yield a resolution after 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The morning may bring a better thought. 35. Never make an important decision after 3 o'clock in the afternoon, nor before 10 o'clock in the forenoon. Before 10 you have not limbered up. After 3 you are unlimbered. The two preceding rules are merely for suggestion. 36. Never ignore in deliberation a possible consequence. 37. Insist upon seeing clearly all possible consequences. 38. In deliberation, consequences should always be separated from motives. In judgment, motives should always be considered with reference to consequences. 39. Before making a decision, magnify all possible difficulties. 40. After decision, minify every actual difficulty, and throw out of mind every difficulty which seems to be imaginary. Here are some things that are hard to decide, but then, all life is a taking of chances. 41. If you must take chances, take those that lean your way. 42. Learn to emphasize in thought, and to see clearly, remote motives, contingencies and consequences. Be sure that they are not overshadowed by those which are near. Example, I wish to economize in order to secure a home, but at present, I desire a vacation. The home is very remote, while the period of rest is very near and clamorous. 43. In weighing motives, have a care that desire does not tip the scale. In making an effort to fix our mind on a distant good or a remote evil, we know that we are acting in the direction of our true happiness. Even when the representation of the immediate result is exerting all its force, and the representation of the distant one is faint and indistinct, we are vaguely aware that the strongest desire lies in this direction. And the resolute direction of attention in this quarter has for its object to secure the greatest good by an adequate process of representation. 44. Never lie to yourself in the consideration of motives and consequences. If you must lie, practice on other people, they will find you out, but if you continue to lie to yourself, you are a lost fool. 45. Remember always that the lie is the dry rot of will. 46. Be absolutely genuine and sincere. Yet, withal, this gives you no right to ride roughshod over neighboring humanity. 47. Never perform an act, nor make a decision, in opposition to what Socrates called his daimonion, the inner voice that whispers, better not. 48. When you write to an enemy a letter in which you scorch his soul, be happy, but do not mail it until tomorrow. You will then see that you have written too much. Condense it by half, but do not mail it until tomorrow. It will keep. Do not destroy it. It is a good letter. Tomorrow you will again condense it. When you can write a brief, plain, but courteous letter, in which you reveal good breeding and disclose reticence, do so, and instantly mail it, grateful for common sense. 49. Never resolve upon an act which will, or may, injure other people, or injure yourself. 50. Measure motives by your noblest selfhood. 51. Dismiss without consideration motives or actions which you clearly recognize to be contrary to your best instincts. 52. In all conflicts between duty and pleasure, give duty the benefit of the doubt. 53. Never act contrary to your clearest judgment. Others may be right, but, in the long run, better is mistake in your own judgment than right on the judgment of others. Do not abdicate the throne. 54. Cultivate as a permanent habit of mind the positive mood of willing. 55. Never will to be an imitator or a follower. You can so will unconsciously, therefore resolve to lead and to invent and move out on new lines. It is impossible to deliberate over every detail of conduct. Hence life must become habituated to right general principles. A force endowed with intelligence, capable of forming purposes and pursuing self-chosen ends, may neglect those rules of action which alone can guide it safely, and thus at last wholly miss the natural ends of its being. To such a being, eternal vigilance would be the price of liberty. Second set. Rules having reference to the moods of mind. The mood of feeling. 1. Never yield to the mood of feeling without scrutinizing it closely. 2. In cultivating this mood, be sure that it is wholly free from wrong desire, fear, hate, prejudice, jealousy, anger, revenge, nervous disorders, mental depression, misconceptions and partial views. 3. At no time permit this mood to explode in impulse. 4. Keep the mood constantly at a high, but rational and controlled, pitch or tone. All problems close in adjustment. The mood of energy. 1. Seek every opportunity to intensify consciousness of the determined will. 2. Maintain the resolute sense of the emphatic personality. 3. Keep the mood under firm control. 4. Permit no explosion without deliberate decision and adequate cause. 5. Bring this mood to all activities. 6. Hold the eye of energy upon life's ultimate goal. The mood of decision. 1. Precede all decision by deliberation. 2. Cultivate decision in so-called unimportance. 3. Endeavor constantly to reduce the time expended in arriving at decision. Do everything as swiftly as possible. 4. Never defer decided action. Go immediately into the business determined upon. 5. Always conjoin with this mood that of energy. The mood of continuity. 1. Count the cost. 2. Repeat constantly the resolution involved. 3. Do not brood over difficulties. 4. Keep the goal in sight. 5. In all continuous effort hold to the mood of utmost energy, and cause decision to act like a trip hammer incessantly on the purposed business. 6. Regard each step or stage as a goal in itself. Act by act, the thing is done. The moods of understanding and reason. 1. Know, first, what the matter proposed involves. 2. Know, secondly, what defeat means. 3. Know, thirdly, what success signifies. 4. Understand your own weakness. 5. Understand your own powers. 6. Thoroughly understand how to proceed. 7. Become acquainted with all details connected with an undertaking, and with the reasons for one method of procedure or another. The mood of righteousness. 1. Have perfect faith in yourself. 2. Have faith in men. 3. Be honest, absolutely honest, with yourself. 4. Permit nothing in self to hoodwink judgment. 5. Put yourself always in the other man's shoes. 6. Examine all moral traditions. 7. Reject nothing because it is old. 8. Approve nothing because it is new. 9. Settle no question by expediency. 10. Seek all possible light. 11. Live up to all light possessed. 12. Follow your best instincts. 13. Try your ideas by the opinions of others. 14. Surrender to all good and wise impulses. 15. Love truth supremely. 16. Be as anxious to discover duty, as you ought to be to perform it when discovered. The following remarkable paragraph, by John Stuart Mill, almost epitomizes the right use of willpower. He who chooses his plan for himself, employs all his faculties. He must use observation to see, reasoning and judgment to foresee, activity to gather materials for decision, discrimination to decide, and when he has decided, firmness and self-control to hold to his deliberate decision. And these qualities he requires and exercises exactly in proportion as the part of his conduct which he determines according to his own judgment and feeling is a large one. It is possible that he might be guided in some good path, and kept out of harm's way, without any of these things. But what will be his comparative worth as a human being? It really is of importance not only what men do, but also what manner of men they are that do it. Among the works of man, which human life is rightly employed in perfecting and beautifying, the first in importance surely is man himself. But the work of this chapter will not be finished so long as dependence is placed on the objective self alone. There is a deeper self which must be trained to accept and act on the rules above suggested. It is a mistake to expect self-development from external activities exclusively. If you go over the rules until they are thoroughly embedded in the subconscious phases of your mind, they will then germinate, so to speak, and in time become second nature. In the meantime, it will be advisable to affirm mentally somewhat as follows: I am absorbing these principles of conduct, and in so doing am affirming that the moods indicated are surely becoming mine, actual factors in my everyday life. All problems close in adjustment. For remember, you cannot find reality, truth, life, a universe, by going forever outside of self nor by gazing into some imaginary sky. So far as you are concerned, none of these things exist save as each is given existence within your selfhood. The universe passes solemnly through every growing soul from the region of the ungrasped and below the ordinary consciousness. No knowledge comes from upper airs, though half the reality of any knowledge lies there because every individual centers infinite existence, but all emerges from the under realm of the unknown in consciousness. No possession is yours until it has swept up from the lower inner fields of life. Stand, therefore, for the objective life, of course, but always as well for the inner existence which allies you with all worlds. If, taking the outer life as it comes, you will for long affirm that your deeper self is also in relation with all right things and growing because of that relation, you will in this way realize the remarkable quotation from Mill. Otherwise, it is nothing better than commonplace school instruction. Now the object of these many rules is to bring out the greatness within you. Pertinent thoughts on the subject can be given from Sigurd Ibsen, son of the great dramatist. People can be more or less great, some oftener than others. In certain people the genius appears only as an isolated flash. Most well-equipped creatures probably have a great idea, at some moment or other of their lives, but such an inspiration appearing by fits and starts, is not genius. The great tragedy of the incomplete man is that his vision is sublime, while the means of expressing it escapes him, power of will. All greatness, that of the intellect, the feeling, or of the will, can finally be comprehended in the concept, personality. Great is the man who is equipped with a personality of unusual intensity. And so, what is personality? It is potentiated humanity, humanity in quintessence. The patternable great man would be he who united all purely human qualities in perfect harmony and in the mightiest phase of development. Consciousness of any kind whatever is the aim and content of all life. The highest form of life consists in the most intense consciousness, connected with the freest expansion of feeling, thought, and action, and the most supreme beings are those who are capable of securing for themselves such an invigorated existence. So, practice the foregoing exercises, use the different sets of rules. They will gradually establish in your conscious mind the feeling that you are living and acting according to infallible law. You will soon realize that you are directing your own course, that you can deliberately proceed this way or that, as you choose. And with the unfolding of this higher consciousness there will come forward the deep inner confidence that you are your own master, that you are unswayed by external forces of men and nature which drive most people with ruthless jocularity. It is this supreme consciousness, this expanding arena of expression, which Ibsen refers to as the measure of great men, the gauge of a man's independence, his qualifications to come and go upon the earth, a superman. And always does such a career demonstrate the outworking of the power we are all along seeking to develop, the will. Part 2. The Will and Success in Business. Chapter 8. The Will and Sense Culture. Suggestions for Practice. Nature is often hidden, sometimes overcome, seldom extinguished. He that seeketh victory over his nature, let him not set himself too great nor too small tasks, for the first will make him dejected by often failings, and the second will make him a small proceeder, though by often prevailings. Let not a man force a habit upon himself with a perpetual continuance, but with some intermission. For both the pause reinforceth the new onset, and if a man that is not perfect be ever in practice, he shall as well practice his errors as his abilities, and induce one habit of both. And there is no means to help this but by seasonable intermissions. Lord Bacon. Should the exercises given in this division of our work, Part 2, seem unessential or tedious, you are invited to remember that, as Royce has said, in Outlines of Psychology, the development and support of mental activities of every grade is dependent upon the constant and proper use of the sense organs. Every cultivation of even the highest inner life involves a cultivation of the sense organs. But observe. The life of the senses does not constitute a sort of lower life, over against which the higher, intellectual, emotional and voluntary life stands, as a markedly contrasted region relatively independent of the other, and ideally capable of a certain divorce from it. On the contrary, sensory experience plays its part, and its essential part, in the very highest of our spiritual existence. When we wish to cultivate processes of abstract thinking, our devices must therefore include a fitting plan for the cultivation of the senses, and must not plan to exclude sense experience as such, but only to select among sensory experiences those that will prove useful for a purpose. We are now prepared for the actual work of will culture in physical regime. The present chapter is preliminary yet eminently practical, and it should not only be carefully read but thoroughly studied until its suggestions are deeply grounded in daily life. At this point certain principles appear which form the basis of all physical regime. First principle. Continuous and intelligent thought on the growth of any mental power, with exercises carried on to that end, exerts a developing influence upon the function itself. In the case of the will this would follow without systematic practice, but regulated exercise tends to hold attention to the desired goal and to increase the power of the idea of will culture. The value of the abiding thought, I resolve to acquire a strong and well-trained will, can scarcely be overstated. Second principle. Exercises involving one department of body or mind will exert various beneficial influences. Of the body, on other parts of body. Of the body, on various powers of mind. Of the mind, on other powers of mind. Of the mind, on various functions and organs of the body. An illustration of the general law may be seen in the increased grip power of one hand caused by daily practice with the other. Thus, Professor E. W. Scripture, in Thinking, Willing, Doing, remarks. It is incredible to me how in the face of our general experience of gymnasium work some writers can assert that practice makes no change in the greatest possible effort. At any rate, in experiments made under my direction the change could be traced day by day. Curiously enough, this increase of force is not confined to the particular act. In the experiments referred to, the greatest possible effort in gripping was made on the first day with the left hand singly and then with the right hand, 10 times each. The records were, for the left, 15 pounds, for the right, 15 pounds. Thereafter, the right hand alone was practiced nearly every day for 11 days, while the left hand was not used. The right hand gained steadily day by day. On the 12th day it recorded a grip of 25 pounds. The left hand recorded on the same day a grip of 21 pounds. Thus the left hand had gained 6 pounds, or more than 1/3, by practice of the other hand. In practice seeking development of will, what is true of hands will be true of mental powers. Indeed, steadfast, purposeful exercise of physical powers in general will develop power of will. The same writer goes on to say on this point. A great deal has been said of the relation of physical exercise to will power. I think that what I have said sufficiently explains how we can use the force of an act as an index of will power. It is unquestionable that gymnastic exercises increase the force of act. The conclusion seems clear: the force of will for those particular acts must be increased. It has often been noticed that an act will grow steadily stronger although not the slightest change can be seen in the muscle. Great is drill. Of course I do not say that the developed muscle does not give a greater result for the same impulse than the undeveloped one, but I do claim that much of the increase or decrease of strength is due to a change in will power. For example, no one would say that Sando, the strong man, has a more powerful will than anybody else. But Sando's strength varies continually, and, although part of this variation may be due to changes in the muscles, a large portion is due to a change in force of will. When Sando is weak, make him angry, and note the result. Third principle. Lower forms of exercise and bodily movement prepare the way for higher exercises. All the higher actions of life depend on the attainment of a general control of the bodily organs. This is true even when such control is left to haphazard methods. It is immeasurably truer when control is intelligently sought. Consequently, in the highest sense, the exercising of these capabilities involves a rudimentary, and a very complete, training of the will, for a definite reaction on the will itself is absolutely certain. Fourth principle. Intelligent work in will culture must begin with perception. Perception precedes mental growth. The senses are our common miners for raw material of mental life. Yet how few people adequately attend to sensation or intelligently employ their own senses. Strange as it may seem, here is a large terra incognita. One of the chief differences among men is the matter of vision. By vision is meant the ability to see, hear and feel reality. Some people perceive a great deal on the surface of things, others catch but little even here. Some perceive not only the superficial aspects of reality, but also its inner contents, others, again, discover neither the surface of things nor their hidden meaning. Eyes, ears, nerves they have. But they see not, hear not, feel not. To such people a strong will power is a stranger. They are governed largely by caprice. The first requisite, then, of will growth, is observation. The mind must learn to see things as they are, to hear things as they are, to feel things as they are. Eyes and no eyes journeyed together, says the author just quoted. No eyes saw only what thrust itself upon him, eyes was on the watch for everything. Eyes used the fundamental method of all knowledge, observation, or watching. Great is drill. This is the first lesson to be learned, the art of watching. Most of us went to school before this art was cultivated, and, alas, most of the children still go to schools of the same kind. There are proper ways of learning to watch, but the usual object lessons in school result in just the opposite. We, however, cannot go a step further till we have learned how to watch. Hence, the watchword all along must be attention. The will must begin its work by resolving upon persistent attention. To the various operations of the senses will must mightily attend. In all exercises the watchword must never be forgotten, attention. But attention for what purpose? For one sole purpose, will-power. The commanding formula then, is, I resolve to will. Attention. Fifth principle. Systematic exercise, with power of will constantly kept in mind as a goal never to be yielded, develops the will habit. Hence the value of persistence. Practice develops persistence, persistence perfects practice. Emerson said truly. The second substitute for temperament is drill, the power of use and routine. The hack is a better roadster than the Arab barb. At West Point, Colonel Buford, the chief engineer, pounding with a hammer on the trunnions of a cannon, until he broke them off. He fired a piece of ordnance some 100 times in swift succession, until it burst. Now, which stroke broke the trunnion? Every stroke. Which blast burst the piece? Every blast. Diligence passée sens, Henry VIII. Was wont to say, or, great is drill. Practice is 9/10. 6 hours every day at the piano, only to give facility of touch, 6 hours a day at painting, only to give command of the odious materials, oil, ochres, and brushes. The masters say that they know a master in music, only by seeing the pose of the hands on the keys, so difficult and vital an act is the command of the instrument. To have learned the use of the tools, by thousands of manipulations, to have learned the arts of reckoning, by endless adding and dividing, is the power of the mechanic and the clerk. Great is drill. Not only men, says Thomas Reid, the English philosopher, but children, idiots, and brutes, acquire by habit many perceptions which they had not originally. Almost every employment in life hath perceptions of this kind that are peculiar to it. The shepherd knows every sheep of his flock, as we do our acquaintance, and can pick them out of another flock one by one. The butcher knows by sight the weight and quality of his beeves and sheep before they are killed. The farmer perceives by his eye very nearly the quantity of hay in a rick or corn in a heap. The sailor sees the burden, the build, and the distance of a ship at sea, while she is a great way off. Every man accustomed to writing, distinguishes acquaintances by their handwriting, as he does by their faces. In a word, acquired perception is very different in different persons, according to the diversity of objects about which they are employed, and the application they bestow in observing them. All such acquired powers are the results of long-continued practice. And back of them lies the persistent will. In the most of such and similar instances no great amount of will is required at any one time, they are rather outcomes of steady application to the thing in hand. Thus, unfailing attention to the exercises here to follow, with the idea of power of will constantly in mind, will impart facility as regards the directions given, and in turn will develop the controlling faculty of mind to an astonishing degree. But this work, to be successful, must be conducted with labor and patience. Think not to acquire a great will without toil. Nor imagine that such a boon can come of a month's training or of spasmodic effort. There is but one way to get a good will. To will, and to carry out that will with unflinching perseverance. The insane are sometimes able, for a purpose, to wind themselves up, and act like the sanest, by a supreme effort of will. If the present book costs you many months of endeavor, it will wind up the will to great power and persistence, and will justify all time and toil. Sixth principle. The value of drill depends largely upon system. This requires not only regular labor, but regular rest periods as well. In the 10-day exercises continue 5 days, then rest, preferably Saturday and Sunday. From first to last, cultivate and sustain the mood of will. Put the will at the fore. Here alone is our any plus ultra. Grade is drill. Finally, in order that the principles involved may become an intelligent part of the system carried out, the following suggestions applicable to the physical and mental regimes should be thoroughly worked into the student's mind as to. First, in regard to perception. 1. Keep the perceptive powers always at their best: eyes, ears, smell, taste, touch, nerves. 2. Attend to the consciousness of each sense. 3. Observe frequent and regular periods of rest. The law that voluntary attention comes only in beats requires this rule. 4. With attainment of facility, invent new methods of practice. 5. Carry the idea involved in practice into all your life. 6. While habituated actions that are not naturally automatic are certainly voluntary, the presence of conscious will should be maintained as much as possible in all such activities. Example: piano playing, hold the mind consciously to every movement. 7. Continue the practice of the perceptive powers until the greatest willing power has been acquired. Secondly, in regard to memory. 1. If the memory is weak all round, resolve to strengthen it. 2. Seek to discover the peculiarities of your own memory. Then make the most of it. 3. If the memory is weak in some particulars, but strong in others, cultivate it especially where weak, and compel it where strong to assist in this effort. 4. Subordinate the verbal memory to that of principles. 5. Give memory for principles a good foundation in memorized facts, dates, etc. 6. Rely resolutely upon the ability of your memory to do your bidding. 7. Frequently review all work of the memory with great will power. 8. Make use, as often as possible, in conversation and writing, and in public speaking, of all the acquirements of memory. 9. Always put the will into the effort to remember. 10. Arrange materials by association. Then systematize and associate memory's possessions. 11. Resolve to acquire a perfect memory. 12. Abstain from all use of tobacco and alcohol. 13. Put no reliance in mnemonics or any arbitrary helps, but employ natural laws of association, such as contiguity, horse and rider; contrast, light and dark; resemblance, Grant and Sherman; cause and effect, vice and misery; whole and parts, United States and New York; genus and species, dog and greyhound; sign and thing signified, cross and Catholic faith. Thirdly, in regard to imagination. 1. Do not indulge in revelry. 2. Abstain from all evil imaginations. 3. Deal, in the imagination, with facts and essential reality alone. 4. Fill mind with wholly admirable material. 5. Put the will sense into the imagination. 6. Make the imagination a conscious and intelligent instrument. Use it for practical purposes. 7. Beware of the squint brain. Look at things squarely and without prejudice. 8. Do not fall in love with the wonderful for its own sake. 9. Do not permit the imagination to dwell upon any one thing, nor upon any one quarter of thought or life, for long at one time. 10. Provide for the imagination the greatest variety of material. 11. Rigidly exclude from the realm of fancy all imaginary ills, and especially misconceptions about men or reality. Guard against deception here. Fourthly, in regard to self-perception. 1. Do not suffer mind to become morbid. 2. Subject the testimony of the senses and of mind to the closest scrutiny of reason. 3. Maintain in all seasons the healthy mood. Keep up your supply of ozone. 4. Live among wholesome people. 5. Companion only with large and vigorous truths. 6. Thrust the will into all perception of self. Banish the dream mood. Turn a hurricane in on hallucinations. 7. Become familiar with self-perception in every phase: seeing, hearing, smelling, tasting, touch, muscular consciousness, nerve testimony. Feeling, memory, imagination, reason. Will moral states. Be absolute master here. Fifthly, in regard to self-control. 1. Habituate normal and right actions. 2. Eliminate eccentricities. 3. Study and overcome your personal faults. 4. Destroy immoral, injurious and obnoxious habits. 5. Expend no unnecessary amount of force in legitimate effort, and none at all in illegitimate. 6. Welcome criticism, but sift it thoroughly, and then act upon results. 7. Never gratify impulse or desire if either offers a single chance of permanent injury to the highest tone of mind. 8. When about to lose self-control, anticipate consequences, and foresee especially what you may be required to do in order to regain position. 9. Make discipline an ally, not an enemy. 10. Believe mightily in yourself. 11. Unite belief in self with faith in man. 12. Keep the loftiest ideals fresh in thought. 13. Never for an instant lose consciousness of self as a willing center of power. 7th principle. There is nothing which tends so much to the success of a volitional effort as a confident expectation of its success. Cultivate, therefore, the mood of expectancy. There are underlying, scientifically demonstrated truths of tremendous import in this connection. Space does not allow going into a lengthy explanation. But the idea is: the positive mind that demands, mentally, the things it wants, is far more likely to get them than the cringing, shrinking, negative state of mind. Some rules in this connection follow. 1. Be sure the intended effort is one within the possibility of your powers to carry through. 2. If it is possible to choose the time of applying the final effort, select a period when you are at your best physically and mentally. 3. Impress upon your mind, over and over again, the demand that you simply must win. Scout and ridicule the little flickering thoughts that pipe up: there's a big possibility that you won't get it. 4. Mentally demand, over and over, and with intensest vigor of thought, that you shall and will get what you seek. Say, I demand health. I demand luxuries. I demand better things in life. I simply must have them. I demand the universal forces to bring into my career the values I seek. I demand them. If this seems far-fetched, just bear in mind that you are using that positive state of mind which is exactly the opposite of the cringing, timid condition which you know is the sort that gets kicked aside. If the negative phases of mind gets what it expects, kicks, drudgery, slights, life's dregs, then beyond any question the positive mind can get the big things it demands. Chapter 9. Exercises for the eye. It is estimated that the human eye is capable of distinguishing 100,000 different colors, or hues, and 20 shades or tints of each hue, making a total of 2 million color sensations which may be discriminated. If we considered the infinite variations in the color of earth, of plants and their blossoms, of clouds, in fact of all natural objects, such an estimate as this hardly seems excessive. Dr. Harold Wilson. Theory of this chapter. The whole mind in the eye. The eye an index of white honesty. The straight line the path of power. Epictetus said, "Did God give the eyes for nothing? And was it for nothing that he mingled in them a spirit of such might and cunning as to reach a long way off and receive the impression of visible forms, a messenger so swift and faithful? Was it for nothing that he gave the intervening air such efficacy, and made it elastic, so that being, in a manner strained, our vision should traverse it? Was it for nothing that he made light, without which there were no benefit of any other thing?" Preliminary. The eye exists for the supreme power of will. Eye, ether, light, are ministers to the soul. The eye may be brightened in its gaze by energetic summoning of consciousness. Emotions of joy, fear, hate, love, desire, aversion, illustrate this deepening influence of energy within. These emotions may be simulated, as on the stage, at the imperious call of will. If so, one may acquire a keen eye, without the assistance of these feelings, by sheer and persistent resolution. The present chapter is to deal with the eye. It may, nevertheless, be here said that it partakes of a law which obtains with all the organs of sense. A process set up anywhere in the centers reverberates everywhere, and in some way or other affects the organism throughout. Effort at will growth by means of exercise of the senses will bring this law into action. Each particular variety of practice will more or less affect the whole man, that is, the central will. Exercises for the eye. Vision, hearing, taste, smell and touch depend upon certain stimulations from without, as mechanical, touch, molecular, taste and smell. Physical, sight, hearing, muscular, muscle sense, vital, sense of life. But at times the required stimulation may arise within the nervous system. Examples: in referring to certain hallucinations, a Boston physician said, the cerebral processes by which vision is produced may not only be started in the brain itself, but when so started, they are identical with those set going by an objective stimulus in the ordinary way. Professor Sully says, a man who has lost his sight may be able to picture visible objects. The brain is now able to act independently of external stimulation, having acquired a disposition so to act through previous exercises under external stimulation. But it could not picture objects it had never seen. Two remarks may now be made. The will has power to concentrate energy upon a given point in the organism. By fixing the attention upon certain parts of the body, the blood may be directed to these parts. A strong attention directed to the eye enriches its various elements. In looking attentively at anything, the various ganglia in which the optic nerve is rooted are richly supplied with blood, and the end organs of vision and the eye muscles are vigorously innervated. Similarly, attention increases the supply of nervous force at the point where will is focused. Vision is intensified by attention, which induces a degree of muscular effort. Physical energy from within directed to appropriate muscles. In all close attention there is a feeling of tension or strain which appears to indicate muscular effort. As Fechner says, in looking steadfastly this feeling is referred to the eye, in listening closely, to the ear, in trying to think or recollect, to the head or brain. Thus it is presumable that when we attend to a visible object a stream of nerve energy flows downward from the motor centers, partly in the direction of the muscles, and more particularly the ocular muscles which move the eye, and partly in that of the sensory center which is concerned in the reception of nervous impressions. If a person tries to grip the hand of a paralyzed arm, he cannot, but muscular effort will manifest in some part of his body. Energy has been expended. The eye and the world are one. In other words, the stimuli that excite the nervous force or irritability are of two kinds, physical and mental. Physical stimuli embrace all external excitants of whatever nature, light, heat, sound, odor, and every variety of chemical, mechanical, and galvanic irritant. Mental stimuli result from the exercise of the will and thought. The will is thus the power back of vision. Professor James cites the case of a girl, born without arms or legs, who came as quickly to a right judgment of the size and distance of visible objects as her brothers and sisters, although she had no use of hands. Many children have the power of calling up queer forms in the darkness. Cases like the following are not altogether rare. A man in the Greek island of Hydra was accustomed to take his post every day for 30 years on the summit of the island, and look out for the approach of vessels, and although there were over 300 sail belonging to the island, he would tell the name of each one as she approached with unerring certainty, while she was still at such a distance as to present to a common eye only a confused white blur upon the clear horizon. The long practice which resulted in this ability involved volitional acts. The greater the will, with a good eye, the greater our capacity for correct vision. As exercise with vision improves the eye, so such exercise augments the flow of energy to the appropriate muscles and nerve centers connected with sight. Hence, conversely, all right exercises with the eyes tend to growth of that power which controls the eyes, the will, provided they are carried on with that end held intensely in view. In the following practice, therefore, the mind must take on energy, and it must energetically attend to the thing in hand by the whole of itself, excluding all other elements of perception. This will at first be difficult, as in the case of any muscular or nervous exertion. But to him who constantly declares, I resolve to will. Attention. Perfect power of continued and exclusive concentration comes at last to be second nature. The culminating point in education is the power to attend to things that are in themselves indifferent, by arousing an artificial feeling of interest. Hence, in the exercises that follow, the mood or feeling of will should be kept strongly in mind. Regimes. Exercise 1. Select an object for attention, in the room, or out of doors, say, a chair or a tree. Gaze at this object attentively, persistently, steadily. Do not strain the eyes, use them naturally. Now note the object's size. Estimate this. Observe its distance from yourself, and from other objects around it. Note its shape. Determine how it differs in shape from other things near it. Clearly note its color. Does it in this harmonize with its surroundings? If so, how? If not, in what respect? Make out its material. How was it made? What is its true purpose? Is it serving that purpose? Could it in any way be improved? How might this improvement be brought about? In seeking the above information, hold mind rigidly to its task. It will be hard at first, but persistence in the exercise will ultimately secure ease and swiftness. Now, without looking further at the object, write out all results as nearly as you can remember. Repeat this exercise for 10 days, resting 2 days, one of which should be Sunday, with the same object, and on the 10th day look at the object and observe improvement. Always keep the will idea in mind. Exercise 2. At a moderate gait pass once through or around a room, observing, quickly and attentively, as many objects as possible. Now, closing the door so as to shut out the room, write down the names of all articles which you remember at that time to have seen. Depend upon your memory, not your knowledge. Repeat this exercise for 10 days with rest, as above, and on the 10th day observe improvement. Finally, go into the room and note carefully every object which you have not discovered. Estimate the percentage of your failures. Exercise 3. Procure 25 or 30 marbles, of medium size. Let 8 or 10 be red, 8 or 10 yellow, 8 or 10 white. Place in an open box and thoroughly mingle the colors. Now, seize one handful, with right and left hand at once, and let the marbles roll out together onto a covered surface, of a table or the floor. When they are at rest, glance once at the lot, and, turning away, write the number, as you recall, do not guess, for each color. Repeat this exercise for 10 days, with rest, and on the 10th day, estimate your improvement. Exercise 4. Procure 50 pieces of cardboard, 2 inches square, each having one letter printed upon it in plain, good-sized type. Place them all, scattered, letters down, upon a table. Take in one hand 10 of these squares, face down, and throw, face up, all at once, but so as to separate them, upon the table. Now, look at them sharply one instant. Then turn away, and write down the letters recalled. Immediately repeat this exercise with 10 other cards. Immediately repeat with 10 other cards. Repeat these 3 exercises for 10 days, with rest, and on the 10th day note improvement for each successive corresponding throw over first. The above exercises should all be practiced each day, for 10 days, at least. They may be continued indefinitely with profit, both to attention and to the will. But the rest periods must be observed. Exercise 5. Let the eyes be wide open, but not disagreeably distended. The gaze should now be directed straight in front, with every power of attention alert. Try to observe, without turning the eyes a hair's breadth, all objects in the field of vision, while gazing 10 seconds, determined by slow counting. Write out the names of all objects recalled. Depend upon memory, not knowledge. Repeat the exercise 10 days, with rest, as above, always from the same position, looking in the same direction, to preserve the same exercise, and on the 10th day note improvement. Exercise 6. Repeat the above exercise in all respects except that the position and field of vision of each day is to be different from those preceding, and on the 10th day note improvement. Observe, counting off the seconds is a slower process than is ordinarily supposed. The speed with which one must count in order to pronounce 60 at the end of a minute may be easily noted by counting while following with the eyes the second hand of a watch as it moves once around the minute circle. Exercise 7. Gaze steadily, winking naturally, at some object not very far away, say, 10 or 60 feet. Keep the mind intently upon the object. Count 60 to a minute while so gazing intently and observingly. Now, shut the eyes, and strive to call up a mental image of the object. With some people the image may be as vividly defined as the real object. With most, probably, it will not be so vivid. Look up that word, vivid. Write a description of the image, whether clear or indistinct, with all parts mentally seen. Do not help the writing by looking a second time at the object, trust the image. Repeat this exercise on 10 different objects on the same day. Repeat these exercises for 10 days, with rest, as above, making and marking records each day, and on the 10th day note improvement. Although the time set for practice is 10 days, the exercises may be profitably continued for any length of time. Remember, the purpose here is to learn to see things as they are, and to impress them upon mind. Great improvement, both in distinctness of vision and in details of single mental objects may thus be made as practice goes on. The essential thing, now, is patience and persistence. Whether the mental image may be cultivated so that the mental objects shall assume the electric or sunlit tone, seems doubtful. But, within certain limits, the eye of the soul will come to see more and more clearly as persistent endeavor continues. Especially will this be the case if the soul steadfastly wills that it be so. The value of the end sought, clear perception, connects ultimately with the consideration of motives. This requires that things shall be seen as they actually are, that outcomes or consequences shall be vividly noted, in themselves individually and as comprehended in groups, in order that their full effect upon mind may be felt and that adequate comparison among motives may be instituted. These exercises cultivate eye perception, memory, mental vision and self-control. The end of all is the developed will. Exercise 8. Lastly, the eye may be trained to directness of gaze. Some eyes never look into other eyes steadily, but glance and shift from eye to object, here and there, without purpose or gain. Some public speakers never look squarely into the faces of their auditors, but gaze either up at the ceiling or down to the floor, or roam over all their hearers, seeing none. One of the subtlest elements of inspiration is thus missed, the face, mouth, eyes, attitude of eager humanity. As a rule, a large element in successful personal address lies in the eye. Directness of gaze is psychological winner. The straightforward, frank eye is a power wherever it is seen, on the street, in the store, at the social gathering, on the rostrum. The might of a good eye can be cultivated. In order to do this, mind must be put into the windows of the soul. What men get out of life and nature depends upon the amount of mind that can be put into the look. If reality is to be possessed, mind must come forward and take it by force. The soul in the eye means power with men. Cultivate, therefore, with every person met, the habit of the direct and steady look. Do not stare. Look people full in the eyes. The soul must always be in the eye for this exercise. Let the gaze be open, frank, friendly. And remember, that the vacant stare is a sign of idiocy, and in the domain of will is ruled out. Exercise 9. Gaze steadily, but winking naturally, at a small spot on the wall of a room, 8 or 10 feet away. Do not strain the eyes. Count 50 while so gazing. Keep mind wholly on the thought, the direct eye. Put back of that thought the mood of a strong will, I will. I am forcing will into the eye. Repeat this exercise 10 times for 10 days, with rest, as above, adding each day to the count 50, 20 counts, thus, first day, 50, second day, 70, third day, 90. Exercise 10. A dull gaze is akin to the vacant stare. The steady, direct look ought to be bright and full of energy. The energy of the eye's regard may be developed, and with profit, if the soul behind it is honest. Gaze at any object in the room nearby, steadily, but naturally, that is permitting the eyes to wink as they will. Put the whole soul into the eyes. Observe, the soul is to be put into the eyes, not into or upon the object. And do not look at the nose, look at the object, but bring consciousness forward to its windows. Summon your entire energy to the act of looking. Do this repeatedly, resting properly, and never permitting the eyes to grow weary or to be strained. Now, think of, and simulate, some emotion, and try to look that feeling with great power. Examples: intense interest, throw delighted attention into the eyes. Deep joy, assume a genuine joyful feeling and expression. Avoid the grinning mimicry of the clown. Fierce hate, blaze a look at the inkstand sufficient to annihilate its black shape. Thus with all emotions of the soul. Repeat these exercises daily for months. It is really worthwhile. After a time you will discover that you are the possessor of a good eye, and that your power of will has grown correspondingly. Meanwhile, having caught the knack of calling the mind's energy to the act of looking, persist in gazing with all possible forcefulness at all persons and objects met. Acquire the habit of the direct and penetrating regard, avoiding the stare and all violations of good taste. The eye of the average interested child is bright, full of soul power, magnetic, unless it happen to be an infant still in the thraldom of arms, when the human gaze frequently becomes something uncanny, preternaturally capable of disconcerting sinners, and altogether above the plane of practical illustration. The 4-year-old, the saintly mother, and the righteous police judge, have all straightforward and powerful eyes. The eye of Saint Michael is surely like his sword. The regard of the man Jesus must have been equal to his word, naked verity. Hence the two secrets of masterful eyes are, directness and honesty. Here, after all, lies the foundation of will culture, straightforward means, honest purposes. Exercise 11. Having acquired the art of putting soul into the act of vision, straightforward and honest, now resolve on seeing, naming and knowing the various objects that exist in your neighborhood, and on any street or road over which you may pass. Cultivate the habit of intelligent and accurate observation. It is said that, in Siberia, a traveler found men who could see the satellites of Jupiter with the naked eye. Multitudes fail to see 1,000 things which they pass daily during life. A well-fed eye is a rich minister to the values of life. Browning's lines are symbolic of the outcome. German Bohm never cared for plants until it happed, walking in the fields, he noticed all at once that plants could speak, nay, turned with loosened tongue to talk with him. That day the daisy had an eye indeed. The eye and the world are one. In personal interviews the power of the eye is well known. It plays a very important role. The following suggestions are of value. One of the most important things about the beginning of an interview is that you should look the other person squarely in the eye, with a firm, steady, attracting gaze. During the conversation you may change the direction of your gaze, but whenever you make a proposition, statement or request, or whenever you wish to impress him strongly, you must direct a firm, steady, magnetic gaze towards him, looking him straight in the eye. Remember, directness of gaze is psychological winner. A great law now emerges: the value of the use of any sense depends upon the amount and quality of person thrown into its exercise. The person who unceasingly asserts to his eyes, "I resolve to will." Attention, cannot fail to develop a look or gaze which is perennially direct and full of energy. Chapter 10. Exercises for the year. I had an opportunity of repeatedly observing the peculiar manner in which he, Dr. Saunderson, arranged his ideas and acquired his information. Whenever he was introduced into company, I remarked that he continued some time silent. The sound directed him to judge of the dimensions of the room, and the different voices of the number of persons that were present. His distinction in these respects was very accurate, and his memory so retentive that he was seldom mistaken. I have known him instantly to recognize a person on first hearing him, though more than 2 years had elapsed since the time of their meeting. Manchester Philosophical Memoirs. Theory of this chapter. The discriminating mind in the ear. The mind master of hearing. Direct improvement of will through willed employment of this sense. Well, early in autumn, a first winter warning, when the stag had to break with his foot, of a morning, a drinking hole out of the fresh, tender ice, that covered the pond till the sun, in a trice, loosening it, let out a ripple of gold, and another, and faster, till, dimpling to blindness, the wide water rolled. Preliminary. If you can see that picture from Browning, you probably can hear the sounds that go with it. Natural defects aside, one good sense power assists all the senses. When attention of the eye begins, the ear often follows. Here is the first communion. Hence 3 questions arise: do you hear? Do you hear correctly? Do you hear what you wish to hear? Sounds are produced by vibrations in the atmosphere. The human ear is limited in its ability to respond to these vibrations. Within such natural limits, the more sounds one can make out the better one's hearing. Loss of sounds is due to defects of ear and abstraction of mind. If one hears all noises, does one necessarily hear correctly? That is the soul always in the ear? To distinguish tone, quality, direction, etc., of sounds? Is any difference obtaining in this respect due to endowment or education? Or both? Probably the latter is true. The value of exercises, therefore, to train the ear, to unfold latent powers, is evident. Hearing what one wishes to hear may involve exclusion. One desires to shut out a noise. Or inclusion, one wishes to enjoy, truly, deeply, certain sounds, harmonics, music. All depends, now, on the soul. The nervous person hears everything. The dull person hears little. Hearing may be shut out by will. The door is closed to a certain sound. Hearing may be rendered more acute by will. Listen. A far-off bird is singing. Shoo. A burglar is in the house. Education in correctness of ear is preeminently a matter of will, but of the persistent will. The control of the ear exhibits some of the highest phases of self-direction. The educated soul now mounts up on wings through the realm of harmony. But feeling, thought, imagination, are here the masters. To hear in the best sense involves the soul. Other things being equal, the largest soul hears most correctly, and with greatest powers of appreciation and appropriation. The purpose of the exercises that follow is, as with those for the eye, development of ability to consider motives through discipline of attention, and thus the growth of intelligent will power. Regimes. Exercise 1. How many sounds are now demanding your attention? Count them. Listen. Try to distinguish their different directions, their different causes, their different tones, their difference in strength, their different qualities, their different groupings. Repeat this exercise for 10 days, with rest of 2 days, and on the 10th day estimate the improvement made. Exercise 2. Single out some one prominent sound, and note everything which you can possibly say about it. Repeat this exercise 10 times on the first day with a different sound. Repeat these exercises every day for 10 days, with rest of 2 days, and on the 10th day note improvement. Exercise 3. Select the faintest sound that continues coming to you. In doing this, try to distinguish some regular sound which you have not hitherto noticed. Note everything that can be said concerning it. Repeat this exercise 10 times on the first day, with a different sound. Repeat these exercises every day for 10 days, with rest, and on the 10th day note improvement. Exercise 4. Single out some one of the sounds that come regularly to you. Attend to this sound alone. Shut out all other sounds. Be filled with it. Become absorbed in it. Note everything which can be said of it. Repeat this exercise 10 times on the first day, with a different sound. Repeat these exercises every day for 10 days, with rest, and on the 10th day note improvement. Exercise 5. Select the most pleasant sound that continues to come to you. Note all possible reasons for its pleasantness. Do not fall into reverie. Repeat this exercise 10 times on the first day with a different sound. Repeat these exercises every day for 10 days, with rest, and on the 10th day note improvement. Exercise 6. Listen carefully once to some simple melody played upon an organ or a piano. Try now to build up in your soul that melody entirely from memory. You may remember a note or two, but will forget the most of it. If, however, you are persistent, you can gradually reconstruct the lost tune. The author has often accomplished this building up of music. Make the exercise a frequent task. Exercise 7. While one is striking the keys of a piano, first one, then another, endeavor, without looking at the player, to distinguish the notes, whether sharp or flat, position on the board, and name of each note. Repeat with 2 keys, one hand striking. Repeat with 4 keys, both hands striking. Repeat with full chord, one hand striking. Repeat with full chords, both hands striking. Practice in the above exercises should be continued until you can detect improvement in compass of hearing, correctness of hearing, control over hearing. Do not become discouraged. The purpose is will. Resolve to go on to the end. That end is willpower. Do nothing without thought. Put the soul into the ear in all these exercises, willing, with great energy, attention to all sounds, or to one, or to none, as the case may be. Carry the mood of will through every exercise. Exclusion of sound is often an exhibition of will, both in the act of shutting sounds out, and in controlling the nerves in regard to sounds which refuse to vanish. Why, then, should not a more regulated and conscious mastery of ear be acquired? Perhaps your hearing is defective and you are not aware of the fact. Or the defect may be due to a want of acute attention. In order to ascertain the real difficulty, the following exercise is suggested. Exercise 8. When all is quiet, hold a watch at arm's length from the right ear. Do you hear it ticking? No. Move the watch gradually nearer the ear until you hear. Note the distance at which the ticking first becomes audible. Write the result and mark ear number 8 and date. Repeat this exercise 10 times on its first day. Repeat these exercises every day for 10 days, with rest, and on the 10th day note improvement. Meanwhile induce several other persons to practice the same exercise so far as to ascertain the distance at which they can hear the ticking of the same watch. During the 10 days repeat all the exercises with the left ear, correctly marking results. If you make no improvement in hearing, this may still be due to a constitutional limit. Continue the practice until you are satisfied that your hearing cannot be improved. Then consult a physician. If you do not hear as well as others, this also may be due to constitutional limit. It will, nevertheless, be wise to consult a physician. Perhaps certain sounds which you hear incessantly are destroying you with the threat of nervous prostration or insanity. Your dear neighbor's piano played through everlasting hours, or his dog barking all night long, or street hawkers, become evidences of civilization's chaos. Procure the cessation of these sounds, if possible. If not, resolve to shut them out of mind. Hence. Exercise 9. Never fight disagreeable noises by attending to them. Select some particularly hateful sound which comes to you regularly. Make this a practice for the day. Now, by an enormous effort of will attend so powerfully to some other sound or many sounds as to shut out the one you wish to banish. Continue this effort 5 minutes. Do not become discouraged. You can do this act of exclusion if you will do it. After 5 minutes, rest, by turning the attention away from sounds in general. Then repeat the exercise by shutting out the sound 10 minutes. Give the matter a half hour, increasing the time of exclusion of sound with each exercise a few minutes, and resting between efforts by diverting attention to other things. Vary the effort to exclude sound by attending with great energy to some agreeable thought. Do not will directly to shut a sound out of the ear. Will to become directly absorbed in other sounds or in other matters of thought. Repeat these exercises until you are master. Exercise 10. At night, when you are disturbed by hideous noises, stop thinking about them. Insist that you do not care anyway. Think of a particularly pleasant tune, or thought, or experience. Do not work, take the matter easily. Call up, mentally, a sound which is totally different from the one that disturbs you. Cause it to run in the mind, taking care that it has a certain regularity and rhythm. Imagine the loud ticking of a large clock, or the droning of an old-fashioned water wheel, or the steady booming of the sea. Remember, that all thought about the hateful sound only intensifies its power over you. To rage at a barking dog signifies one of two consequences: the death of the dog, possibly of its owner, or more nervousness on the part of the man who has no will. Similarly with other disturbing noises. The will that masters them is a growing will. The growing will comes of intelligent exercise, with the will idea always present, I resolve to will. Attention! A harp of 8,700 strings. Everybody knows how acute the hearing of the blind becomes, probably as Dr. M.P. Hatfield has observed, not because they have any better hearing than the rest of us, but because their misfortune makes them continually cultivate their hearing, for like all of our faculties it is susceptible of very great improvement under cultivation. The power of the soul to become so absorbed in itself as to lose consciousness of all around it, is illustrated by an incident in the life of Thomas Aquinas. Upon one of the many occasions when he sat at the table of the king, by invitation, he forgot everything going on about him, sunk in reflection upon some difficult question in theology, with which he had been engrossed. Suddenly he cried out, striking the table with his fist, "I have got it." He had heard and observed nothing but the important thing in hand. So, also, the soul may become so habituated to the routine of duty that accustomed calls to duty are recognized while all other appeals are made in vain. Thus a telegraphic operator, overpowered by sleep, could not be awakened by any ordinary knocking at his door, but when his station, Springfield, was rapped out he immediately aroused. A fire department chief was said when asleep to be deaf to his baby's cry, while instantly alert to the alarm of his gong. Sleeping sentinels sometimes walk their beats, soldiers march when buried in slumber, and riders guide their horses though the body rests. These and similar incidents reveal the will still dominant. If so, the ear and all senses may be brought under its perfect control. Remember, the value of any sense depends upon the amount and quality of soul thrown into its exercise. Not only awaking from sleep do we immediately recognize what the objects around us are, because, in fact, we have the memories or images of them already in our minds, says Edward Carpenter in The Art of Creation, but the simplest observation of things involves a similar antecedent condition, the knowing what to look for. How hard to find the cat, in the picture, or the woodcock in the autumn leaves, till the precise image of what one wants to see is already in the mind, and then, how easy. The townsman walking along the highroad perceives not the hare that is quietly watching him from the farther field. Even when the countryman points it out with all circumstance, he fails, because the kind of thing he is to see is not already in his mind. Why is it so difficult to point the constellations to one who has never considered them before? The sky is simply a mass of stars, it is the mind that breaks it into forms. Or why, looking down from a cliff upon the sea, do we isolate a wave and call it one? It is not isolated, no mortal could tell where it begins or leaves off, it is just a part of the sea. It is not one, it is millions and millions of drops, and even these millions are from moment to moment changing, moving. Why do we isolate it and call it one? There is some way of looking at things, some preconception already at work, in all cases, which determines, or helps to determine, what we see, and how we see it. All nature thus is broken and sorted by the mind, and as far as we can see this is true of the simplest act of discrimination or sensation, the knower selects, supplies, ignores, compares, contributes something without which the discrimination or sensation would not be. Since this statement is law, your sound world, that which you construct by your choices and thought-feeling, depends upon yourself. And the deeper and richer is your consciousness in a state of harmony, the larger and richer will be your life in all the products of sensation. This means that you should cultivate the mental life in as great and harmonious a variety as possible, and that the senses should be so trained that through them you may get the most out of living and put the most of self into life and nature. If you will carry the assertion and the feeling, I am now conscious of myself in relation to the world, now of sounds, now of vision, etc. I am attending to these worlds, one or another. Putting myself into them, drawing from them constant values, you will find your life consciousness, your world consciousness, your soul consciousness, growing broader, deeper, more satisfying and more potent for your own good from month to month and year to year. Awakening of the will. There is a practice which can well be introduced here, though it is not alone confined to interpretation of sounds. It is Leland's method as follows. Resolve before going to sleep that if there be anything whatever for you to do which requires will or resolution, be it to undertake repulsive or hard work or duty, to face a disagreeable person, to fast, or make a speech, to say no to anything, in short, to keep up to the mark or make any kind of effort that you will do it, as calmly and unthinkingly as may be. Do not desire to do it sternly or forcibly, or in spite of obstacles, but simply and coolly make up your mind to do it, and it will more likely be done. And it is absolutely true that if persevered in, this willing yourself to will by easy impulse unto impulse given, will lead to marvelous and most satisfactory results. The application of this in the art of sense culture is this. Frequently, before going to sleep impress upon the subconscious mind that you want more values and richer mind life from the impressions coming in from the outside world. Confidently expect that your sense of hearing, of tasting, of touching, of sight, etc., are to store broader knowledge, experience and thought material in your mind. Demand of your servants, the senses, that they shall unite to the limit of their ability in giving to you, their master, the values which they create. Chapter 11. Exercises in Taste. The German physiologist, Valentine, could detect bitter at 100,000th of a solution of quinine. Taste can be educated, as the nice discriminations of the professional tea tasters show. In subconscious conditions it is also abnormally acute. Textbook. Theory of this chapter. A discriminating mind in taste. A cultivated mind in taste. Willed attention habituating the mood of will. Preliminary. The ordinary individual, remarks Mary Whiton Calkins in An Introduction to Psychology, asked to name what he had tasted at dinner, might respond with some such list as the following: beef bouillon, roast duck, potato, onion, dressed celery, peach ice and coffee. But the psychologist would conclude at once that some of the tastes enumerated were complex experiences, made up of simpler elements. He would take means to isolate, so far as he could, the conditions of tastes, so that other sense elements should be shut out from consciousness. He would select, as subject of the experiments, a person without smell sensations, or else he would close the subject's nostrils, so as to eliminate most of these smell sensations, and he would certainly blindfold the subject, to prevent his seeing the articles which he tasted. These substances would be presented to him at an even temperature, and the solids would be finely minced so as to be indistinguishable in form. Judging by the results of actual experiments, the results of such a test as applied to our suggested menu would be the following: the blindfolded and anosmic, without smell sensations. Subject would as likely as not suppose that he had tasted chicken broth, beef, potato, an unknown sweetish substance, another unknown material mixed with a thick tasteless oil, a sweet unflavored substance and a slightly bitter liquid, perhaps a dilute solution of quinine. A normal person, also blindfolded, but without closed nostrils, would recognize the onion, the peach, the coffee and often the olive oil, but would be as likely to confuse the beef and the duck. Whereas, if these were unsalted, the anosmic subject would fail to recognize them even as meats. What we know of the different tastes are complex experiences, made up of odors, motor experiences, pressure and pain sensations, visual elements and a far more limited number of taste elements than we ordinarily suppose. The odor is the significant element in such tastes as egg, milk, fruit, wine, onion, chocolate, coffee and tea. Tea and coffee are, indeed, undistinguished from quinine, when the odor elements are excluded, and are differentiated from each other only by the slight astringency of the tea, that is by the peculiar pressure experience, the puckering, which it excites. Work is the bitter sweet of success. The number of tastes seems to be 4, sweet, salt, sour and bitter. But of the physical stimuli of taste sensations we know even less than of the indefinitely localized physiological organ. Chemically distinct substances may even arouse the same sensational quality. For example, both sugar and acetate of lead give a sweet taste. Only one general statement may be hazarded: the taste stimulus is always in liquid form. If the tip of the tongue be carefully dried, a crystal of sugar placed upon it will seem tasteless, until the tongue again becomes moist enough to dissolve it. The experiments and investigations which have given us the meager knowledge we have on the subject of taste sensations and their brain area, little known, have all involved attention, discrimination, judgment, and so on. The object of the exercises in the present chapter has exactly similar ends in view, but above all, such work under direction as may make you the better acquainted with yourself and give to you a greater scope of consciousness and self-control. The tongue tastes, it also feels. The sensation of touch is often confounded with that of taste. During a heavy cold in one's head the tongue feels much, but tastes little. Aerated water gives the tongue a lively sensation of touch or feeling. Alum draws it. Pepper irritates it to burning. Some strong sweets are slippery. Some strong bitters are smooth. Cold food is lacking in the taste of warmer. The sensation produced by very cold water is largely that of feeling. Lukewarm coffee is not enjoyable because the aroma of its steam and the cold of ice are absent. The facts suggest some experiments. Remember that the greatest mind is one which has, through the 5 senses, grasped the most of the outside world. Regimes. Exercise 1. Procure a piece of alum. Merely touch it with the tongue. Now try to perceive its taste in distinction from its feeling. Repeat this exercise with other, puckery, substances. Repeat these experiments every day for 10 days, with rest of 2 days, and on the 10th day observe improvement. Exercise 2. Close the nostrils between the thumb and forefinger, and, touching the tongue with some, puckery, substance, try to perceive the taste. Is the idea of taste real or imaginary? Repeat with various similar articles. Repeat these exercises every day for 10 days, with rest of 2 days, and on the 10th day note improvement. Exercise 3. Place a little pepper on the tongue. Try to distinguish the taste from the irritation. Is there any difference? Repeat with other substances which burn the tongue. Repeat these exercises every day for 10 days, with rest of 2 days, and on the 10th day note improvement. Exercise 4. With white sugar or syrup placed on the tongue, try to distinguish whether the slippery feeling or the sweet taste is first perceived. Repeat these exercises every day for 10 days, with rest, and on the 10th day note improvement. Exercise 5. Sweeten equally 2 glasses of water. Let a friend, while you are not observing, place in 1 glass a minute quantity of quinine or other bitter substance. Now taste and note which glass contains the drug by observing the greater sweetness of the water in which it has been placed. The quantity of bitter may be increased until additional sweetness can be perceived. If the water begins to taste bitter before increased sweetness is perceived, the experiment has failed. But do not be discouraged. Repeat until success is reached. Repeat these exercises every day for 10 days, with rest, and on the 10th day note improvement. Exercise 6. Try to recall, with great vividness, with the vividness of reality, from memory, the taste of various articles, sugar, lemon, quinine, onions, cheese, etc. Note whether one taste is recalled more vividly than another. Is such recalled taste always associated with a mental picture of its object, or is it abstract? Does the memory seem to be located in the brain or on the tongue? Whether in the brain or on the tongue, is it associated with some past experience? Now think of the tongue, and try to place the remembered sensation, abstracted from all past experience, there alone. That is difficult, but it can be done. Repeat these exercises every day for 10 days, with rest, and on the 10th day note improvement. Exercise 7. Procure 6 articles that are fragrant and 6 articles that have a pleasant taste. Arrange in pairs, 1 article of smell with 1 of taste, and so on until all are thus paired. Take 1 pair, and compare the sensation of smell with that of taste. Note similarity and difference between the sensations. Repeat with each pair. Repeat these experiments with articles that are odoriferous but not fragrant, and articles that have not an agreeable taste. Now note whether, in all tests with pairs of articles, the effect upon the mind is greater when the sensation is that of smelling than when it is that of tasting. Then note whether the difference or similarity of sensation is greater in the case of the first 6 articles, fragrant and pleasant, or in the case of the second 6 articles, odoriferous and unpleasant. What is the reason for the facts? Repeat these exercises every day for 10 days, with rest, and on the 10th day note improvement. Why is a meal of the same kind which is eaten in solitude with the same degree of hunger vastly less agreeable in itself than when eaten among pleasant companions? If this is not true, you evidently need lessons in sociability. With most people it is true. Eye, nose, tongue have changed not. Yet the meal looks better, smells better, tastes better. Is this due to imagination? Is there not, rather, a mutuality of ministration among the senses which requires the inspiration of friends to bring it fully out? A good eye, a good nose and a good tongue make a trinity of dining felicity. Add, then, a good heart and a pleasantly active soul, and the function of will power in the realm of vision, hearing and taste is discovered. Exercise 8. While dining with friends, make the exercises of this chapter the subject of conversation and experiment so far as consistent with the business in hand, namely, dining in the most agreeable manner. Exercise 9. It is a human privilege to put the soul into bodily sensations, or to withdraw it therefrom. In the one case the word is attention, in the other case it is abstraction. The following exercise deals with abstraction. Secure the sensation of any taste or any smell. Now resolutely try to recall from memory some other different sensation so vividly as to banish the first from mind. For example, smell of a rose, and then think strongly of the odor of onions. You must entirely forget the flower while thinking of the vegetable. Or, taste a little sugar, and then put the sensation out of mind by recalling the memory of wormwood. Or the senses may, as it were, be crossed. Smell of a pink rose and banish the sensation by strong thought of the taste of pepper. Or taste alum and think about the smell of ammonia so keenly as to banish the first sensation. Repeat these exercises every day for 10 days, with rest, and on the 10th day note improvement. After all, abstraction is only another name for attention, withdrawn from one quarter by being massed upon another. Whoever attends intelligently and masterfully to eye, nose, tongue, has either new worlds of pleasure or new guards against displeasure. Above all, has this person will. Attention cultivated involves will always present. Chapter 12. Exercises in smell. It is stated in Mr. Stewart's account of James Mitchell, who was deaf, sightless and speechless, and, of course, strongly induced by his unfortunate situation to make much use of the sense we are considering, that his smell would immediately and invariably inform him of the presence of a stranger, and direct to the place where he might be, and it is repeatedly asserted that this sense had become in him extremely acute. It is related, says Dr. Abercrombie, of the late Dr. Moyse, the well-known blind philosopher, that he could distinguish a black dress on his friends by its smell. Professor Thomas C. Upham. Theory of this chapter. Keenness of attention through discrimination in the sense of smell. Persistently willed attention a feeder of will. A neglected sense cultivated and fullness and power of mind increased. In all ages of the world, Dr. William Matthews has said, a liberal allowance of proboscis has been admired, while a niggardly one has been held in contempt. The Romans liked a large nose, like Julius Caesar's, and it is a significant fact that the same word in Latin, nasutus, means having a large nose, and acute or sagacious. All their distinguished men had snuff-taking organs not to be sneezed at. In modern days, large noses have been not less coveted and esteemed than in the ancient. "Give me," said Napoleon, "a man with a large allowance of nose. In my observations of men I have almost invariably found a long nose and a long head go together." Preliminary. The faculty of scent may be cultivated like all other faculties, as is proven by bloodhounds and breeds of dogs which have been specially trained in this direction until it becomes an hereditary faculty. Those who deal in teas, coffees, perfumes, wine and butter, often cultivate their powers to a wonderful degree in their especial lines, but with the majority of people it is the least cultivated of the senses, although Dr. O. W. Holmes thinks it the one which most powerfully appeals to memory. The sense of smell, it would seem, then, has been greatly neglected, as is seen in the fact that the names of odors are almost entirely artificial or derived from association. That it may be trained may be proved by any druggist or manufacturer of perfumes. The druggist does not recognize the smell of his own shop, but he perceives by the nose when he enters that of another. Always must he discriminate among odors in his business. The perfumer lives on the acuteness of his olfactory nerves. The glue maker and soap refiner exist in spite of their pursuits. "We have little scientific knowledge of odors," says Calkins. Even our names for them are borrowed, usually from the objects to which we chance to refer them, and occasionally even from their effective accompaniments. Thus we know some odors only vaguely as good or bad, that is, pleasant or unpleasant, and at the best we can say nothing more definite than heliotrope fragrance or kerosene odor. This chaotic state of affairs is largely due to the limited significance of odors in our intellectual and our artistic life. Many smells are, of course, like tastes, obviously complex experiences containing elements of taste, touch and vision, as well as of smell. The pungency of such smells as that of ammonia is thus a touch quality, and such experiences as smelling sour milk are perhaps due to the entrance of particles through the nose into the throat. The most satisfactory classification of smells, as we meet them in nature, is that adapted by the Dutch physiologist, Swoordmaker, from the classification of Linnaeus. It recognizes the following classes. 1. Ethereal smells, including all fruit odors. 2. Aromatic smells, for example, those of camphor, spices, lemon, rose. 3. Fragrant smells, for example, those of flowers. 4. Ambrosial smells, for example, all musk odors. 5. Alliaceous smells, for example, those of garlic, asafoetida, fish. 6. Empyreumatic smells, for example, those of tobacco and toast. 7. Herson smells, for example, those of cheese and rancid fat. 8. Virulent smells, for example, that of opium. 9. Nauseating smells, for example, that of decaying animal matter. An odor or a perfume, which we have sensational experiences, known as smells or odors, distinguished from each other, but not designated by special names. They are probably analyzable into a few distinct elements, but this analysis has never been satisfactorily made, and they are often compounded, and sometimes confused with tastes and touches. The structure of the physiological end organs of smell is not very clearly made out. Two phenomena indicate, however, that these organs are so distinct that they correspond both with different physical stimuli and with different smell experiences. One of these phenomena is that of exhaustion. Experimental investigations show, for example, that a subject whose organ is fatigued by the continuous smelling of tincture of iodine can sense ethereal oils almost or quite as well as ever, oils of lemon, turpentine and cloves but faintly, and common alcohol not at all. Evidently, therefore, different parts of the end organs are affected by these distinct smell stimuli, else the nostrils would be exhausted for all smells at the same time. We know little of the physical conditions of smell. Two statements only can be made with any degree of assurance. It is highly probable, in the first place, that the smell stimulus is always gaseous, not liquid, and it is almost certain that the property of stimulating the end organs of smell is a function of the physical molecule, not of the atom, since most of the chemical elements are odorless. Summing up both physiological and physical conditions, we may say, therefore, that certain gaseous particles are carried by inspiration into the nostrils, where they stimulate cells found in the mucous membrane, and that these nerve impulses are conveyed by the olfactory nerves to the temporal lobes of the brain. The action of the olfactory nerves may be controlled by thought, that is by power of will. Arranging paper tubes in such a way as to convey separate perfumes to each nostril, as suggested by Professor Scripture, we can smell either one in preference to the other by simply thinking about it. An experiment may be made of this fact. Regimes. Exercise 1. Take some fragrant flower. Inhale its odor. Walk about the room, away from the flower. Now recall the quality and intensity of the smell. Repeat this exercise with various extracts and perfumes taken separately. Care must be had to give the nostrils sufficient rest between whiles, otherwise the sense of smell will become confused. Repeat these exercises every day for at least 10 days, with rest of 2 days. It will be better to go on until improvement is certainly noted in keenness of scent and mental power to describe smells or odors. On the 10th day note improvement. During all the above and following practice the feeling of strong will must be kept constantly at the fore. Put your soul into your nose. Exercise 2. Procure 2 different kinds of extracts. Inhale the odor of one. Do the same with the other. Think strongly of the first odor, then of the second. Now try to compare them, noting the difference. Repeat this exercise every day for 10 days, and on the 10th day note improvement. Exercise 3. While sitting erect, gently inhale the air, and try to name any odor perceived. Is it real? Where does it originate? Let friends secrete some odoriferous substance in a room, a number of pink roses or an open bottle of perfumery, not known to you, and while you are in another room. Enter and endeavor by smell alone to find the article. All other pronounced odors must be excluded from the place. Repeat these exercises every day for 10 days, and on the 10th day note improvement. Exercise 4. Ask some friend to hold in the hand an object which is not known to you and is fragrant or odoriferous. He is to hold the article some distance from you, and then gradually to move it, held unseen in his 2 hands placed together, nearer and nearer, until you perceive the odor. Note the distance at which you perceive the object by smell. Can you name the smell? Can you name the object? Repeat the experiment with intervals of rest, with various different, smellable, articles. Do you perceive some at a less distance than others? Why is this? Is it due to strength of odor or the quality? Repeat the exercise every day for 10 days with rest of 2 days, and on the 10th day note improvement. Humboldt declared that Peruvian Indians can, in the darkest night, determine whether a stranger, while yet far distant, is an Indian, European, or Negro. The Arabs of the Sahara can detect by smell the presence of a fire 40 miles away. Exercise 5. Each of the 5 senses has the power of continually new discoveries in the world of reality. Impressions appropriate to each may be related to the huge things of life. High living puts great significance into even the sense of smell. The present exercise may be made perpetual. Build up in your life the habit of associating the agreeable odors perceived in garden, field, or wood, with true and great thoughts. Examples: new mown hay, Whittier's poem, Maud Muller, sea flats, Sidney Lanier's, marshes of Glynn, fresh turned soil, the teeming life of the world. Flowers, beauty regnant in the earth. Such a habit will open new worlds, and it will develop energetic attention, and so tend to build up a strong will in your life. This work may be so conducted as to make improvement possible. Its value always depends upon the amount of soul put into it, that is, into the nose. The exercises will cultivate a neglected sense, but more, will develop a power of attention that will surprise you, and through this a power of will, which is the end sought. The idea of will must always be present. In every act preserve the willing attitude. Chapter 13. Exercises in touch. The sense of touch is the most positive of all the senses in the character of its sensations. In many respects it is worthy to be called the leading sense. Noah Porter. All the senses are modifications of the sense of touch. Demosthenes. Theory of this chapter. Mind thrown into or abstracted from physical feeling at will. Will attention making. Will action deliberative and second nature. Will prohibitions rendering mind supreme at least cost. Preliminary. The sensations of contact and temperature, says Royce, are due to the excitation of points on the skin which differ for the various special sorts of experiences in question. Experiment shows that certain points of the skin are especially sensitive to stimulations given by cold objects, while other points are sensitive to disturbances due to hot objects. Our ordinary sensory experience of warmth or of cold is due to a complex excitement of many points of both these types. Still other points on the skin very willfully interspersed among the others, give us, if excited in isolation, sensations of contact or of pressure. Complex sensory excitations, due to the disturbances of the skin, sometimes with and sometimes without, notable accompanying organic disturbances, give us our experiences of hard and soft, of rough and smooth, of dry and moist objects. There are many very curious facts to be observed in connection with touch. The degree of feeling arising from touch is usually dependent to a great extent upon attention. We do not, for example, ordinarily feel our clothing, but when thought turns to the matter it becomes very apparent. If garments do not fit well, the nerves are likely to take on some habit of twitching or other unnatural movement. Such habits in children are often due to this fact. The soul's open sesame is purpose. For the same reason tickling sensations plague sleep away at night. That wise fool who calls himself a business man bolts his dinner in 8 minutes, and tastes and feels nothing until dyspepsia makes taste and feeling perennial dominators of an unhappy existence. Another fool consumes alcohol in winter for warmth and in summer for coolness. The secret of its beneficent ministry is its paralyzing power over physical consciousness. In latter days this man feels heat and cold with the keenness of a skeleton veiled in the rotten gauze of ruined nerves. The orator who is absorbed in his flights regards not the busy fly upon his nose nor the physical pain which was insistent before his soul of fire took mastery of sense. The epicure, every sense to the fore, lingers while he dines, and nourishes delighted boon fellowship with kindred spirits. When the orator has it before him to listen to another man's lucubrations, his fly becomes a Dante for torture, and his pains possess the power of a Spanish Inquisition. So, too, when Xanthippe appears at the philosopher's board, the world must lose in Socratic wisdom. To attend or not to attend is always with feeling an important question. The end nerves may be brought under large control of the will. The soldier frequently fails to note that his arm has been shot off in the onslaught of a charge. Your tooth will cease aching if your house is afire or your horse is running away with you. If feeling may be thus dissipated, it may, as well, be called in and controlled by the exercise of will. Exercises in touch are therefore suggested for development of will. Regimes. Exercise 1. Pass the ends of each finger of the right hand and turn very lightly over any flat uncovered surface. Try first a surface which is rough, then one which is smooth. Note the difference in feel between a rough surface and a smooth. This will require a good deal of attention, for the difference is manifold. Repeat these exercises with several rough and smooth surfaces. Repeat as above with the fingers of the left hand. Note whether the feeling is greater with one hand than with the other. Now repeat the experiments with cloth, of linen, cotton, woolen, silk. The feel of each material is peculiar. Compare, by act, the sense of touch as given by one piece of cloth with that given by another. Continue these exercises with several pieces of cloth in pairs. Repeat with one hand, then with the other. What is the main feel of silk? Of cotton? Of woolen? Of linen? Have you any sensation other than touch with any of these kinds of cloth? If so, is it disagreeable? Then resolve to handle that variety of cloth until the aversion has been mastered. This can be done, as clerks in great department stores will testify. Repeat all the exercises here given every day for 10 days, and on the 10th day note improvement in touch, delicacy, kinds of sensations produced, etc. Exercise 2. Practice touching lightly the surface of an uncovered table, with the separate fingers, one after the other, of each hand. Note the degree of steadiness with which this is done. Now repeat the experiment with strong pressure upon each finger of the hand separately applied. What is the difference in sensation between the light touch and the strong pressure? Repeat the exercise every day for 10 days, with rest, and on the 10th day note improvement in discrimination. Exercise 3. Grasp a small object, say, a paperweight or a rubber ball, very lightly, just an instant, dropping it immediately. Then grasp it firmly, and instantly drop. Did you feel the object with each finger in the first instance? In the second? Make no mistake. What, if any, difference in sensation did you observe? This requires that the will command great attention. Hence it cannot be done carelessly. Repeat every day for 10 days, with rest, and on the 10th day note improvement in touch and power of discrimination and attention. Exercise 4. Look at the back of either hand. Now twist the second finger toward you and cross the first finger behind it. While the fingers are so crossed, press the unsharpened end of a lead pencil between the finger ends. Look sharp. Do you seem to feel one pencil or two? Shut the eyes and repeat the experiment. Again, is the sensation of one pencil or two? Is the deception stronger with eyes closed or open? When the pressure of the pencil between the crossed fingers is light, or when it is strong? Explain the fact that there are apparently two pencils. Repeat the experiment with 3 pairs of fingers. Repeat every day for 10 days, with rest, and on the 10th day note improvements in the various respects suggested. The eyes being closed in the first experiment, you will probably thrust the pencil against the side of the third finger, which is now on the outside of the hand. Explain this little mistake. Exercise 5. With eyes closed, place several objects, promiscuously and separated, upon a table. The eyes still being closed, move the right hand lightly over the objects and endeavor to estimate the several distances which separate them. Do not measure by length of hand or finger. Repeat the exercise with the left hand. Keep the question in mind, which hand is more nearly correct in judgment. Repeat every day for 10 days, with rest, and on the 10th day note improvement. Exercise 6. While your eyes are closed, ask a friend to present to you, so that you can examine by touch alone, but not by taking in your hand, several small objects, one after another. Now try to determine what the articles are. Examples: small onion, small potato, flower bulb, piece of dry putty, piece of amber, piece of wax, or some sugar, sand, ground pepper, salt, etc. Repeat every day for 10 days, with rest, and on the 10th day note improvement. Exercise 7. Procure small blocks of any material, wood, iron round in shape, and of exactly the same size, but differing slightly in weight. Say 2 blocks weigh each 1 ounce, 2 1½ ounces each, 2 2 ounces each, and so on to a dozen, always having 2 blocks of the same weight. Let the weights be stamped or written on one side of the blocks only. Place them promiscuously on a table, blank side up. Close the eyes and at random pick up 1 block and then a second, using the same hand. Determine by feel whether the weights so picked up are equal or not. Estimate the weights in each experiment. Repeat with the left hand. Repeat with both hands, used alternately. Repeat the experiment in all cases many times. Continue every day for 10 days with rest, and on the 10th day note improvement in judgment. Exercise 8. Procure 24 small wooden models of crystals, cut from blocks about 3 inches square. Throw them promiscuously all at once upon a table. With eyes closed, take one in the hand and observe the mental picture that arises by the sense of touch. Count the faces, lines, angles. Now open the eyes and note the difference between this mental picture and the reality. This experiment will be difficult because you are not familiar with the forms of crystals, and judgment is left to touch alone. To assist, therefore, look at the crystal models until you are able to shut the eyes and perceive with the eye of the mind the form just examined. Repeat every day for 10 days, with rest, and on the 10th day note improvement in judgment. Exercise 9. When you shake hands with people, note in their grasp any index of their character that may be suggested. Cultivate the gently firm grasp. Instantly rebuke the bone crusher, he has a vice which needs destruction. Is the touch of some hands disagreeable to you? Note in what particulars. Be not ruled by that aversion, but seek such hands, and resolve to throw off the feeling. This may be useful to you in the control of others. The effort to overcome an aversion always develops will. Determine that nothing which you must touch more or less habitually shall control the sensation which it produces. Let this aversion be a type of all tyrannous aversions. Such an aversion means the inability of a small mind to divert its attention. The really large soul masters irritations and dislikes. But the guide and controller here is will. Every aversion conquered signifies power of will increased. I resolve to will. Attention. Chapter 14. Exercises for the nerves. Standing at the center of the universe, 1,000 forces come rushing in to report themselves to the sensitive soul center. There is a nerve in man that runs out to every room and realm in the universe. Man's mechanism stands at the center of the universe with telegraph lines extending in every direction. It is a marvelous pilgrimage he is making through life while myriad influences stream in upon him. Some Faraday shows us that each drop of water is a sheath for electric forces sufficient to charge 800,000 Leyden jars, or drive an engine from Liverpool to London. Some Sir William Thomson tells us how hydrogen gas will chew up a large iron spike as a child's molars will chew off the end of a stick of candy. Newell Dwight Hillis. Theory of this chapter. Cessation of unnecessary motion conserves force. Control of nerves tones up body and mind, and increases the sum total of personal power. Habituated control of nervous energy exercises and therefore strengthens and regulates the will. Preliminary. Sir Michael Foster once said, "When physiology is dealing with those parts of the body which we call muscular, vascular, glandular tissues, and the like, rightly handled, she points out the way, not only to mend that which is hurt, to repair the damages of bad usage and disease, but so to train the growing tissues and to guide the grown ones as that the best use may be made of them for the purposes of life. She not only heals, she governs and educates. Nor does she do otherwise when she comes to deal with the nervous tissues. Nay, it is the very prerogative of these nervous tissues that their life is, above that of all the other tissues, contingent on the environment and susceptibility to education. We are conscious of sensations apprehended through the various sense organs. But we are possessed of what is called general consciousness. One may discover this by sitting a little time in a room that is perfectly still. The general testimony of the nervous system will then be perceived. The movement of the heart may be felt, the breathing may become audible, a murmur may perhaps be noticed in the ears, a general feeling of warmth or coolness will be observable. You are alive. You are aware of yourself in a physical sense. You are conscious in particular spots, to be sure, but in a general way also over almost the entire body. With this general consciousness, we begin the exercises of the present chapter. They are important. Do not slight them. Ethereal force awaits control. Regimes. Exercise 1. Attend to this, general consciousness, a few moments. Sit quietly, exclude from the mind all external matters, and take cognizance of the whole body. Put your entire thought upon this one thing. It will be difficult, for you will desire to think of 1,000 foreign things, but it can be done by persistence and patient willing. Now write out every fact that makes itself known to you by the testimony of the body. Repeat every day for 10 days, with rest of 2 days. On the 10th day compare the records. Observe the sum total of facts made known. Note also any improvement in power of attending to general consciousness and reports of facts or sensations. Exercise 2. Sitting quietly in a room which is undisturbed, attend as before a few moments to general consciousness. Now throw consciousness to some particular part of the body. Let it be the arm from hand to elbow. Put the whole mind there. Exclude all sensations except those that arise there. What are the reports? Write these facts for reference. Repeat this exercise with the hand. With the shoulder. With the back. With the foot. And so on, with different parts of the body. Always get at the facts testified by consciousness. Repeat this exercise with the head. Now attend wholly to hearing, not to sounds, but to the sensation of hearing, in the ears. Again, give undivided attention to sight, let the whole mind be at the eyes, not on the objects of vision. Now press upon some spot in the body, say, the back of a hand, or on one cheek, and, while doing so, locate attention at some other spot so resolutely as to forget the sensation of pressure. Write the results in each case. Repeat every day for 10 days with rest. On the 10th day compare the records and note the sum total of facts reported, together with any improvement in number of facts observed and power of attention gained. Exercise 3. Walk about the room slowly and quietly, keeping the mind wholly upon general consciousness. Now rest a moment. Repeat, always retaining your hold on consciousness, never allowing it to wander, 10 times. Make a record of the most prominent facts reported. Repeat every day for 10 days, with rest. On the 10th day compare the records and note results as before. Exercise 4. Stand erect in a quiet room, and pass through a regular series of exercises without weights. 1. Move the right arm, slowly and evenly, directly up from the shoulder, 6 times. Keep your mind on the work. 2. From the shoulder, directly out in front, 6 times. 3. From the shoulder, directly out to the right, 6 times. 4. With the right hand at arm's length above the shoulder, swing the whole arm in a semicircle, arm straight, directly down in front, bringing hand to leg, without bending the body, 6 times. 5. From the original position down to the right side of leg, 6 times. 6. With the right arm extended at the right side straight out from the shoulder, swing it around in front until the hand is directly before the face, 6 times. 7. With the right hand and arm, reverse all the above movements. 8. Repeat the same movements with the left hand, 6 times. 9. With the left hand and arm, reverse all the movements. Remember, these movements must be made deliberately and slowly. Attend to each exercise with the whole mind. Do not permit wandering thoughts. Put the entire thought of yourself into every act. Be wholly conscious of what you are doing. Above all, keep the sense of willing present during each movement. Thrust the will out into the very muscles. Repeat every day for 10 days, with rest. Or indefinitely. Exercise 5. Stand erect in a quiet room. Without supporting yourself with the hands. 1. Swing the right foot directly out in front as far as possible while retaining the balance of the body. Return it to the floor in former position. Make these movements deliberately and slowly, 6 times. 2. Swing right foot out to right, sidewise. Return to former position, 6 times. 3. Swing right foot out in front, around to right, back to position, 6 times. 4. Swing right foot back and out and up as far as possible, preserving balance. Return to position, 6 times. 5. Swing right foot back as before, around in a semicircle past right side, back to position, 6 times. 6. Reverse each movement with right foot, 6 times. 7. Repeat all movements with left foot, 6 times. Repeat the exercises every day for 10 days, with rest. The work here suggested must be performed with great vigor, yet slowly and deliberately, with intense thoughtfulness. Exercise 6. Stand erect in a quiet room. Look straight ahead. 1. Slowly turn the face far around to the right, and return, 6 times. 2. Look ahead. Turn the face slowly to the left, and return, 6 times. 3. Bend the head slowly back, and return, 6 times. 4. Bend the head slowly forward and down, and return, 6 times. 5. Drop the head forward on the chest. Slowly swing it to the right, in a circle up to the right, to the left backward down and back to the left shoulder, to the right in a circle down to former position, 6 times. 6. Drop the head back between the shoulders. Swing it, to the right up in a circle to the right shoulder, to the left down around in front and up to the left shoulder, to the right down and back to former position, 6 times. Repeat all exercises every day for 10 days, with rest. Exercise 7. Stand erect in a quiet room. With the mind upon the act, slowly lift the right shoulder up as far as possible, and return in like manner to natural position, 6 times. Repeat with the left shoulder, 6 times. Repeat the exercises 10 times for 10 days, with rest. Exercise 8. 1. Stand erect in a quiet room. Without moving the feet, twist the body slowly around as far as possible, to the right, then to the left. Practice 6 times. 2. Stand erect, hands hanging prone at the sides. Bend the body at the hips, straight forward and down in front, to the right, to the left. Practice 6 times. Repeat the exercises every day for 10 days, with rest, as above. These exercises are designed to be suggestive. They can be varied. Nevertheless, an order should be determined upon and rigidly followed. Perform all acts slowly, deliberately, with the mind intently fixed upon the movement. Keep the will idea present. Throw this thought into the limbs and muscles, I resolve to will. Attention. Exercise 9. 1. Stand erect. Concentrate thought upon self. Now let the mind affirm, quietly, resolutely, without wandering, I am receiving helpful forces. I am open to all good influences. Streams of power for body and mind are flowing in. All is well. Repeat these and similar assertions calmly yet forcibly many times. Do not be passive. Keep the sense of willing strongly at the fore. Will to be in the best possible moral condition. Rise to the mood of the threefold health. Of body, of mind, of soul. 2. Continue this exercise 15 minutes, with brief intervals of rest, at least every morning of your life. 3. Whenever worried or perplexed or weary, go into this assertive mood and welcome the forces of the good. These directions if followed will prove of priceless value to you. Exercise 10. 1. Stand erect. Summon a sense of resolution. Throw will into the act of standing. Absorbed in self, think calmly but with power these words, I am standing erect. All is well. I am conscious of nothing but good. Attaining the mood indicated, walk slowly and deliberately about the room. Do not strut. Be natural, yet encourage a sense of forcefulness. Rest in a chair. Repeat, with rests, 15 minutes. 2. Repeat every day indefinitely. Exercise 11. 1. Stand erect. In the same mood of will, advance slowly to a table and take a book in the hand, or move a chair, or go to the window and look out. Every act must be a willed act, and full of will. 2. Repeat 15 minutes with at least 6 different objects. 3. Continue the exercises indefinitely. Exercise 12. 1. After a moment's rest, deliberately walk to a chair and be seated. Force will into the act. Do not lop down. Do not seat yourself awkwardly. Do not sit stiffly, but easily, yet erect. Now, with the whole mind on the act of getting up, slowly rise. Try to be graceful, try to be natural, for will may add grace to nature. Cultivate the erect posture, whether sitting, standing or walking. Cultivate the vital sense in all movements. By the vital sense is meant the feeling, I am alive. Splendidly alive. If you are thin-blooded, dyspeptic and nervous, this may at first be difficult, but it will help you greatly. 2. Repeat 15 minutes. 3. Continue indefinitely. Exercise 13. The nervous system is very apt to become a tyrant. When it is shattered, or overtaxed, rest and a physician are imperative demands. But many people who regard themselves as well are subject to its tyranny. This may be due in part to a want of self-control. The following directions may appear to be absurd, nevertheless, they suggest a way out of some nervous difficulties. Sometimes, when you are restive, you experience, on retiring, creeping sensations in the hair of your head, the back of your neck tickles, a needle is suddenly thrust into your arm, or a feather seems to be roaming here and there over your physiology. Distracted and robbed of sleep, one spot is slapped, another is pinched, another rubbed, while slumber merely hangs around. How long is this torture to continue? So long as, and no longer than, you permit. Why should one be thus pestered? One needs not to be. It is simply a matter of will and persistence. If you have practiced the suggestions relating to attention and abstraction, you have already acquired power over your nerves by the dominance of mind. In regard to all such matters, therefore, cultivate the ability to turn the mind elsewhere. So long as one slaps and rubs and pinches, so long will sensations diabolic continue. Cultivate indifference to the fly by ignoring it. Do not think about it at all. Put the mind upon some important and absorbing subject of interest. Will that a particular tickle shall appear at some other place, making choice of the exact spot, it will obey, and meanwhile you will forget it. If it does not, will it from one place to another, and finally will that it shall vanish, it will certainly obey in the end. Similarly with regard to any other distracting feeling. As a matter of fact everyone exerts such self-control in 1,000 instances daily. The clock's ticking is unnoticed, the railway train is not heard, the huckster's voice is not perceived, cattle low, and birds sing, and children shout, and a city roars, while the mind continues unmindful. Busy men who are surrounded by dense populations, and residents of Niagara, hear neither the indistinguishable babble of life nor the thunder of nature. Shakespeare has said, "The crow doth sing as sweetly as the lark when neither is attended, and, I think, the nightingale, if she should sing by day, when every goose is cackling, would be thought no better a musician than the wren." The accustomed ear is deaf to the world. But the will hides behind the tympanum to make custom its beneficent muffler. You should bear in mind that there is deep design in back of these exercises and tests offered for your use. You are pursuing this study for the sole reason that you wish increased power of will. And precisely this will you secure if you earnestly follow the instructions given. There is one consolation, too, in the carrying out of these tasks. Not a jot or tittle of the effort expended will be lost or wasted. All is deposited in a very safe bank. What Professor Sedgwick has said of mind culture is equally true of will culture. It is impossible to estimate the ultimate good to be derived in indirect ways from any bit of mental cultivation one manages to give oneself. Not only is nothing lost, but a profit which bears an analogy to compound interest, is derived. The will is not only laying by a supply of will power, but by its various exercises it is increasing its own efficiency in winning will power. The progression is geometrical. It adds to itself its own newly acquired willpower, and thus strengthened, it gains more and more. I resolve to will. Attention. Chapter 15. Exercises for the hands. I am, and have been, any time these 30 years, a man who works with his hands, a handicraftsman. If the most nimble-fingered watchmaker among you will come to my workshop, he may set me to put a watch together, and I will set him to dissect, say, a blackbeetle's nerves. I do not wish to vaunt, but I am inclined to think that I shall manage my job to his satisfaction sooner than he will do his piece of work to mine. Thus H. Huxley. Theory of this chapter. The hand, mind's executive organ. The consequent need of a perfect executor. Culture of mind through mastery of hands. Enormous reaction upon will power of culture of mind resolutely determined in manual training. The hands are said to indicate, in a general way, the nature of their owner. The so-called science of palmistry is based on the inner lines of the hand, and the delicate curving lines of the finger ends are now observed in prison studies for the identification of criminals. Yet few people know their own hands. This is because few people really understand the one condition of all knowledge, attention. Nevertheless, the hand is one of the most perfect and obedient of servants. Industry, invention, science, art, reveal the range of its nobility, according to the soul behind it. To the ditch digger it may be a claw only, to the painter and sculptor an instrument of creative power. A catapult or a wound dresser, a sword wielder or a swayer of the pen, a food producer or a mind revealer, a tool or an instrument of the noblest humanity, the hand is servant and king among the senses, an index of spirit values, a prophet of all the future. Preliminary. The hand is the executive organ of the body. As the body is the instrument of mind, the hand, therefore, becomes mind's chief officer in life. The savage wills to procure flesh for food, the outcome is the spear, the bow and arrow, the hook and net. The hunter wills a permanent shelter, the outcome is the hammer, the axe, the saw, the trowel, nails and various building materials. The house dweller wills agriculture. The outcome is the spade, the pickaxe, the shovel, the hoe, the plow, the rake, the sickle, scythe, cradle, mower, reaper, threshing mill. The farmer wills education, the outcome is pen, ink and paper, the printing press, the laboratory, the microscope and telescope, the library, the school and college. The educated soul wills art, the outcome is the chisel and mallet, the brush and palette, the canvas and the museum. The artistic mind wills music. The outcome is the reed, string, horn orchestral talent. These all will government, the outcome is the throne and scepter, the constitution, the court and council rooms, the sword, gun, treaty. Man wills religion, the outcome is the altar, the book, the church, the rubric, the concrete philanthropy of soul. Every single step in this long journey, the hand has been omnipresent as the executive of the conquering will. Training of the hand always reacts upon the growing mind. It may become a medium by which to culture the soul and develop the will. Like will, like hand. But as well, like hand, like will. Whoever puts his whole hand to the growth of will power, has power of will wholly in hand. Regimes. The following should be practiced. Exercise 1. 1. Examine the hands carefully. Get acquainted with them. Note their peculiarities, so intently and thoughtfully that you can form a mental picture of them with closed eyes. 2. Slowly move the limp fingers of the right hand toward the palm until they touch it, and return in the same manner, 6 times. 3. Repeat while bringing the thumb in the same manner under to meet the fingers 6 times. 4. Repeat with stiffened muscles, each exercise above, 6 times. 5. With hand extended, open, slowly spread fingers and thumb from one another, and return to touch, 6 times. 6. Repeat all exercises with the left hand, 6 times. 7. Repeat every day for 10 days, with rest of 2 days. 8. What is the value of these directions? None at all, unless you think, and above everything else, put will into each movement. Exercise 2. 1. Saw off 6 inches of an old broom handle. Stand erect. Fill the lungs. With the right hand held straight out in front and at arm's length, grasp the piece of wood, and slowly and gradually grip the same, beginning with light pressure and increasing to the limit of strength. Repeat 6 times. 2. Repeat with the arm straight out at the right side, 6 times. 3. Repeat with the arm straight up from the right shoulder, 6 times. 4. Repeat with the arm prone at the right side, 6 times. 5. Repeat with the arm straight back from right side, and held up as far as possible, 6 times. 6. Now exercise the left hand in the same manner, following the order above indicated. The exercises may be alternated between the right hand and the left. Example, entire exercise with right hand. Same with left, 12 times. Also, each part of exercise with right and left hands, 12 times. 7. Remember, the lungs should be inflated during each movement, and a slight rest should be indulged from time to time. Above all, a sense of will must be kept strongly in mind. 8. Repeat every day for 10 days, with rest of 2 days. Exercise 3. 1. Procure a spring balance weighing scale, registering 10 or 12 pounds. Insert the broom handle in ring. Drive a nail into a table, the length of the balance from the edge, and enough more to permit the thumb of the hand grasping the wood to curve under the table edge and cling. Now throw the balance hook over the nail, grasp the wood with fingers of right hand, thumb under table edge, and by finger movement only, do not pull with the arm, draw on the balance as hard as possible. The balance hook must pull on nail far enough from the edge of the table to prevent the fingers while drawing as suggested from quite touching the palm of the hand. 2. Repeat, with intervals of rest, 6 times. 3. Make a dated record of pull indicated in pounds and fractions, mark right hand, and preserve. 4. Repeat with the left hand, 6 times. 5. Continue every day for 10 days, with rest. On the 10th day, compare records and note progress. 6. In this work, never fail an instant to put will into each movement. 7. In particular, note, from time to time, whether or not you can increase pulling power of fingers by sheer exercise of will. Observe which hand registers greater improvement in given time. Exercise 4. 1. Rest 2 days from the 10th day. Repeat the above exercises with right and left hands alternately, 6 times in all, while someone is playing upon any good instrument a strong and rapid musical composition. Make record as before. 2. Continue for 10 days, with rest. Summon constantly a feeling of the greatest resolution possible, during all movements. 3. On the 10th day, compare records and note improvement in each hand. Observe which hand has now made the greatest improvement. 4. Observe especially whether music has seemed to increase will power. Explain that fact. Exercise 5. 1. Imagine that you hold a revolver in the right hand. Now think of pulling the trigger. Throw a sense of great energy into the finger, but do not move it. Now hold the breath and repeat the imaginary act. Do you feel energy in the finger as before? Resolve to do so. Will mightily to that end. 2. Repeat with all fingers in turn. Right hand. Left hand. 6 times. 3. Repeat for 10 days. Observe final improvement. Exercise 6. Set the hands to the learning of some useful mechanical trade, the skillful use of various tools, as carving, engraving, cabinet making. If already so employed, take up some musical instrument, or drawing, or painting. Resolve to master one thing. Persist until the goal is yours. Exercise 7. Strive to cultivate and maintain a feeling of nice and confident skill while engaged in any manual work, as advised in Business Power under the caption, Skilled Craftsmanship. The idea is a sense in consciousness of nicety, delicacy, perfection, in every member of the body, used at any time. This gives harmony between the conscious and the deeper or subconscious self, a harmony always needful to the best work. One man is the bull in the china closet, another is deafness itself. As a matter of fact, the most skillful persons possess this consciousness without being particularly aware of it. Exercise 8. The best results demand a man's best conscious powers on the matter in hand. You are urged to multiply yourself into what you do. But in doing a thing skillfully, having the skilled feeling developed, you really depend on the acquired habits and ability which previous thought has bedded down in the deeper self. You should, therefore, remember that the trained deeper self may be trusted. Oftentimes, when your ordinary thinking becomes over-anxious or flurried, you confuse your own skill. Some things which we do perfectly without conscious effort, we immediately muss up, if we try carefully to attend to all details. Do not permit the hurried feeling to take possession of your nerves. When such feeling does occur, quiet yourself by an act of will, turn, if necessary, to other work for a time, and thus prevent the habit of unsteadiness of spirit and body, so obviating hair-trigger conditions and 1,000 blunders. Exercise 9. Above all, never permit yourself to be pushed in your work beyond a pace consistent with the best results. Remember, when the mind is steady, the hand is almost sure to follow that condition. These exercises may be continued with profit, provided the idea of will is everlastingly born in mind. Chapter 16. Exercises in Steadiness. The most interesting fact about these experiments in steadiness is that the will is to have a steady position, but the execution is defective. As the will is exerted, the steadiness of position is increased. This is sometimes so marked as to be visible to the eye directly. I have seen the scalpel tremble in a surgeon's hand so that a serious accident appeared inevitable, yet when the supreme moment came the hand guided the knife with admirable steadiness. Professor E. W. Scripture. Theory of this chapter. Physical quietness conducive to self-control. Self-control the generator of energy. Regulation of energy a dynamo of will. The importance of steady nerves is everywhere apparent. The unsteady duelist is doomed. The nervous surgeon acquires small practice. The trembling pen writes a crabbed hand. The agitated speaker loses his audience. Great undertakings frequently require perfect mastery of the body, in games, in business, in national affairs. The ninth inning of an even game of ball will largely depend upon will and self-control. When the engineer of a fast mail train cannot hold himself up to a mile a minute, he must give way to a better man. Diplomacy, in trade, politics and international councils, demands the impassive face. The movement of an eyelash often involves the destinies of life and of war. Under fierce provocation men sometimes find the nerves giving way to pressure of anger or fear, the soul then commands itself, steady, now. Steady. Body responds to conditions of mind. If mind is a tremble, nerves reveal the fact. The panic of fear sets the nervous system on the edge of collapse, resulting, unless mastered, in the stampede of a western ranch or the tumultuous rout of a bull-run battle. The controlling and fearless man is one who is nerved to the situation. The value of attention to steadiness is thus indicated. Such value has a physical relation through mind, but it may also affect mind through body. Preliminary. Of course, trembling nerves which are the result of disease require medical treatment. But this trembling may frequently be overcome by intelligent practice and determined will. In the end, any such practice must tend to increase the power of will itself. Dr. Scripture asks, can steadiness be increased by practice? This problem can be answered in respect to the hand. And, after records of experiments, he says, the question of the possibility of gaining in steadiness by practice is thus definitely settled. The chief object of the following suggestions is growth of will. Nerve leakage saps the brain. Hence, will must always be present in the movements directed. Let the mind constantly affirm, attention. I resolve to will. I am wholly engaged in willing this act. Regimes. Exercise 1. 1. Stand erect. Breathe naturally. In the most resolute mood possible, stand perfectly still while counting 100 at a moderate rate. There should be no movements except those of breathing and winking. Do not stare. Do not permit the body to sway. Stand firmly, but naturally. Relax and rest 100 counts. Repeat, with rests, 6 times. 2. Be seated, erect, but in an easy posture. Remain perfectly quiet as above directed while you count 100. Rest as before. Repeat with rests, 6 times. 3. Repeat above exercises every day for 10 days, with rest of 2 days. The time suggested is merely an example, practice may well be continued indefinitely. Exercise 2. 1. Stand erect. Breathe and wink naturally. Fix the eyes upon some small object on the wall of your room, say a nail head or the corner of a picture, or a round spot made with a pencil, and large enough to be seen at a distance of 8 feet. Place the tip of the forefinger of the right hand, palm toward face, directly on a line running from the right eye to such object or spot. Slowly move the hand, palm toward the face, from your body along such imaginary line, keeping the tip of finger rigidly thereon, until the arm is fully extended, and return to original position in the same manner, 6 times. 2. Repeat with edge of hand toward face, 6 times. 3. Repeat with back of hand toward face, 6 times. 4. Repeat, shutting thumb and first finger, with second finger, 6 times. 5. Repeat with each of the remaining fingers as above suggested, 6 times. 6. Repeat with the fingers of the left hand. 7. Continue these exercises every day for 10 days, with rest. Exercise 3. 1. Stand erect. Extend the right arm, limp, at full length, pointing with the forefinger. Move the whole limp arm, slowly and evenly, from left to right, so as to describe a perfect circle of several feet diameter, drawing it with the finger. 6 times. Not too rapidly. Do not jerk. Control trembling and unevenness of movement. 2. Reverse, 6 times. 3. Repeat with arm stiffened, and reverse, 6 times. 4. Move the limp left arm from left to right, running tip of finger along an imaginary line as diameter of the circle, 6 times. 5. Reverse, 6 times. 6. Repeat with stiffened arm, 6 times. Reverse, 6 times. 7. Repeat with right arm limp, from right to left, on a straight line, 6 times, stiffened arm, 6 times. 8. Reverse, 6 times. 9. Repeat and reverse with left arm limp. 10. Repeat and reverse with right arm stiffened, 6 times. Left arm, 6 times. 11. Continue for 10 days, with rest. Exercise 4. 1. Assume any position with the entire body, or any part. Maintain it steadily while counting 100. Rest. Repeat 6 times. 2. Repeat with various other positions, each 6 times, for 10 days. 3. During all this practice, the mind must not be permitted to wander in the least. You must think every act intently. Put the will sense into all movements. The eyes must follow the lines suggested. The head should not move with the arms. Throw the will into the end of the finger. Maintain always the resolute mood. Remember the goal. He who is incapable of controlling his muscles, said Maudsley, is incapable of attention. Exercise 5. This exercise should be observed during life. Acquire the habit of physical quietness while the body is mainly at rest. Whether sitting or standing, eliminate all unnecessary movements of hands, fingers, legs, feet, eyes, lips. A nervous youth who was subject to twitching of the hands and features, was cured by the threat of an old sea captain, with whom he made a long voyage, that he would flog him unless the habit was mastered. Nerve leakage saps the brain. Fear aroused the will. Set your will to the control of such movements. In order thereto, practice stated periods of sitting and standing while thinking of these motions but resolutely forbidding them. Set regular hours for this exercise, varied in position, in the morning, 15 minutes. Always practice when weary or nervous. Put into the exercise great strength but calmness of will. A striking suggestion of your power in this direction may be seen in the following paragraph. In the life of Dr. Elisha Kane, the famous Arctic explorer, his biographer says, I asked him for the best proved instance that he knew of the soul's power over the body. He paused a moment upon my question as if to feel how it was put, and then answered as with a spring, the soul can lift the body out of its boots, sir. When our captain was dying, I say dying, I have seen scurvy enough to know, every old scar in his body a running ulcer. I never saw a case so bad that either lived or died. Men die of it, usually, long before they are as ill as he was. There was trouble aboard. There might be mutiny so soon as the breath was out of his body. We might be at each other's throats. I felt that he owed the repose of dying to the service. I went down to his bunk, and shouted in his ear, mutiny. Captain. Mutiny. He shook off the cadaverous stupor. Set me up, said he, and order these fellows before me. He heard the complaint, ordered punishment, and from that hour convalesced. Exercise 6. The surest steadiness of nerves and muscles must come from poise of soul and tone of health. You can acquire the first if you will take a few minutes each day for absolute quietness of mind and body, shutting out all ideas of hurry, worry, business and activity of every kind, thinking intensely of, and asserting that you are now in, a state of perfect mental poise. The tone of health is provided for in the following chapter and in Power for Success. A self-controlled, vigorous person should possess steadiness of nerves, though occasions may arise in which the will must be called on for assertion of existing power. Edward Carpenter tells a strong story in The Art of Creation, which illustrates the value of great physical vigor on emergency, and suggests what general poise plus power of will may achieve under psychic stress equal to that of the freezing conditions referred to in the incident. I knew a miner from Manitoba, and a good wholesome man he was, who told me that one night a stranger knocked at the door of his log cabin on the edge of Lake Superior and begged help, saying that he and a companion had been crossing the lake on the ice, and that the companion had given out. He who had knocked at the door had come on alone for assistance. My friend picked up a lantern, and the two hurried down across the ice. The night was very cold and dark, but after some searching they found the man. He was lying stretched frozen and stiff as a log. They picked him up and carried him back to the cabin, and sat up all night and into the next day continually rubbing and chafing his body. At last he came to and made a complete recovery, and in a few days, except for some marks of frostbite on his skin, showed no sign of damage. Surely that was a holy man, in whom the frost, though it went right through his body, could find no sin. A holy man is a whole man, and the latter possesses nerves and physical tone equal to all demands, as should be true of every human who is king, or queen, in the inner and the outer life. For when you are holy, whole, sound, you command both body and mind. Chapter 17. General Health. Carrying any business or study in the mind all the time, day and night, morning and evening, does not really advance that business so much as forgetting it at intervals and letting the mind rest, as you allow your muscles to rest after any physical exertion. Mind allowed to rest gains new ideas and new force to carry out ideas. What is the remedy? More recreation. More variety of occupation. More selves in our one self. To attain the highest and happiest life we need to have 2, and possibly 3, if not 4 lives in one, to be merchant in the morning and artist or yachtsman or something else in the afternoon, and in the second life forget for the time all about the first, and in such forgetfulness rest the first life or set of faculties, recuperate them, refresh them, and go back to business, or art, or science, or any occupation, next day, with more force, plan, idea, thought to put in it. Prentice Mulford. Theory of this chapter. State of will depends upon condition of physical health. Physical health is a goal of science, and is reached through the resolute and persistent will. Every rule of health deliberately followed becomes a developer of will power. The momentum of a well person thrown into will culture is enormous, and is certain of real attainments. A condition of general health is of paramount importance to development of will. In a sense, willpower is emphatic personality, and the emphasis of personal resolution, which is the strong will, depends largely upon physical conditions. There are great wills in feeble bodies, but this is probably the exception. The influence of pain, discouragement, invalidism, upon our power of willing, is well known. Ordinarily a man's average power of will is determined by his average of health. Hence vigorous self-determination depends upon plentiful and wholesome blood supply, or ultimately upon good food well digested and good air well inhaled. The secret of energy, and even of ethics, in the last analysis, is largely in sound digestion and good ventilation. Lessen or vitiate the supply of blood, and you may produce any desired degree of inaction and helplessness. On the contrary, cerebral congestion in a vigorous person, as in the insane, may generate tremendous outbursts of muscular activity and stern resolution. Undoubtedly the mind exercises a great influence over the body, and when sufficient will power can be mustered to banish fear and nervousness, and to summon a strong psychic condition, certain forms of ailing or disease may be benefited or even cured. Will to be well. This, strictly speaking, is the mind cure, is potent in nerve diseases, and is not useless in other maladies. A temple for emphatic personality. Every intelligent physician understands this and seeks to cultivate in his patients the helpful, assertive and hopeful mood of mind. A strong motive to live positively keeps some people alive, said a noted Scotch physician. But mind is influenced by body. Frequently such influence masters the soul before will can be summoned, and to such a degree that the necessary sense of will can no more be put forth than a determination to perform a physical or religious miracle. Hence, the best advice of common sense in regard to health would attempt to combine these forces of nature, proper attention to physical conditions, a resolute state of will, and tried and proved medical practice. But see Rule 14 below. Nevertheless, it is important fully to understand, as Dr. A.T. Schofield remarks in The Unconscious Mind, that when the brain is restored to health by good nerve tissue and healthy blood, it can be made by suggestion to exercise as healthy an influence over the body as previously it exercised a harmful one. If ideal centers can produce ideal diseases, surely the rational cure is to bring these ideal centers into a healthy condition, and then make them the means of curing the ideal disease. Mental disease requires, and can ultimately only be cured by, mental medicine. In time of peace prepare for war. In time of health fortify against disease. Here notice some important rules. Rule 1. Food should be regulated according to peculiarities of body and general work performed. Water which is pure should be freely drunk. Plenty of sound sleep should be secured, and slumber should be enhanced by plenty of pure air. Most people drink too little water. The air of many sleeping rooms is foul. Regularity of habits should be cultivated. Sufficient exercise must be taken to keep the muscles from degeneration and to vitalize the blood by activity of lungs. Rule 2. Rest is also important. For the laboring man absolute idleness is not always rest, interested activity which brings unused muscles into play is better. This general truth lies at the bottom of popular employment of the day called Sunday. But such employment is largely injurious rather than beneficial. It frequently involves wrong methods as well as various excesses. The most wholesome rest as yet discovered for that day is suggested by religion. If you sneer at this proposition, that shows that you do not know what real religion is, or that your will is set in directions contrary to the deepest instincts of mankind. There are people who are always too tired to attend religious exercises on Sunday, who nevertheless waste health in other ways, or dawdle around with listless energies that exercise neither mind nor muscles. The normally and intelligently religious person never complains that his observance of the day wearies or unfits him for the week following. To be sure, it is possible to dissipate in this matter, and some people shoulder the universe while church bells are ringing, leaving apparently little for the Almighty to accomplish alone. Nevertheless, testimony agrees that a healthful religious use of Sunday tones the system in every department. This is not Puritanism, it is common sense. The laboring man would improve his condition if he would quit his enemies and ally himself with at least a little semblance of sound reason. Rule 3. Above all, anger, irritation, jealousy, depression, sour feelings, morose thoughts, worry, should be forever banished from mind by the resolute, masterful will. All these are physiological devils. They not only disturb the mind, but injure the body by developing poisons and distorting cells. They prevent an even circulation. The poisons which they generate are deadly in the extreme. They induce more or less permanent physiological states which are inimical to vigorous will. They dispel hopefulness, and obscure high motives, and lower the mental tone. They should be cast out of life with the resolution that as aliens they shall always be treated. Rule 4. Resolve, then, upon the following perpetual regimes. 1. Determine to live in a regular manner. Nevertheless, be master of rules, not slave. 2. Shun rich pastries and foods and drink which stimulate but do not nourish. 3. Keep the body clean. Bathe frequently, always rinsing in fresh water, cooler than the first, unless you are convalescent, and dry thoroughly. Rule 5. Attention. A bit of perfumery dropped into the bath, or applied thereafter, will cultivate physical pride, not vanity, which will prize the body and make clean flesh a delight. Rule 6. After vigorous drying, rub and knead and slap for a few minutes. If the bath has been taken during the day, keep up a gentle but resolute activity a short time before going out of the dressing room. Then assume a self-possessed and assertive mood of mind, with will strongly at the fore. If the bath is taken before retiring, get into a clean garment, and then sprawl over every foot of bed linen, of a proper temperature, luxuriating, resting, conscious of being a clean and very good sort of person. Now note with shut eyes what you see of colors and shapes in the inky darkness before you, and sleep. Rule 7. Drink at least 4 full glasses of pure water every day unless you are too fleshy, in which case consult a physician. For most people more would probably be better. In addition, drink whenever you want water, except when heated. If heated, refresh the mouth by rinsing, but do not swallow for a time. Of course it is here supposed that you have stopped exercise in a heated condition. Drink at your meals, before, after. Don't gulp ice water. Don't boil your stomach with hissing hot water. A good drink is composed of rather hot water with milk to color well, and enough salt to taste. Drink water freely before retiring. Rule 8. Make sure of pure air in your sleeping room. Don't sleep in a draught. If possible, sleep with head away from open door or window. Place a light screen between yourself and the source of air. See to it, however, that the pure air can get to you. Don't sleep in a hot room. Don't sleep in a freezing atmosphere. Rule 9. Keep your sleeping room clean. Make it attractive. That room ought to be the best in the house. It is frequently the poorest. If it is a small hired room, sacrifice many things for furniture, pictures, ornaments, articles of toilet. Do not suppose that, because you are a male biped, you are above these suggestions. You are occupied with dirt all day, why not get away from dirt at night? Man is an animal with a soul, and therefore may not wisely bunk down like a dog, or stall in like a horse or an ox. Rule 10. Keep body and clothing as clean as possible. Labor, in a clean shirt and blouse, can do better work than in garments grimy with dirt and grease. People who do not handle dirt have, of course, no excuse for being unclean. There is also unnoticed benefit in occasional change of the outer garments. It rejuvenates a suit of clothing or a dress to hang it in good air a day or two. The mind of the wearer in turn gets a fresh feeling by donning different clothing, or by varying the combination. Even a fresh necktie or polished shoes make a man feel new for an hour, and that is eminently worth the while. Few people are dandies or flirts, hence a flower on the person every day would minister to self-respect and a high-toned consciousness, having a direct bearing upon the soul's power of will. A handkerchief touched with a bit of perfumery, though it be a red bandana in a mechanic's hands, would serve a similar purpose. Let fools laugh. A good will has no care for asses braying. A real man need be neither a prig nor a boor. It is related of Haydn, the musician, that, when he sat down to compose, he always dressed himself with the utmost care, had his hair nicely powdered, and put on his best suit. Frederick II had given him a diamond ring. And Haydn declared that, if he happened to begin without it, he could not summon a single idea. He could write only on the finest paper, and was as particular in forming his notes, as if he had been engraving them on copper plate. Rule 11. Similarly as to good music. Take a music bath once or twice a week for a few seasons, said Dr. O. W. Holmes, and you will find that is to the soul what the water bath is to the body. This elevates and tends to maintain the tone of one's mind. Seek, therefore, every clean opportunity for hearing it. Purchase some kind of instrument for the home, and see that its beneficent harmonies are often heard. Let music be as much a part of the day's routine as eating or reading or working. Rule 12. Discard, resolutely and forever everything thought to be injurious to health. Rule 13. Always and everywhere cultivate high-mindedness. Maintain the resolute mood of will. Assert yourself, for every good influence, against every evil thing. Carry with you in all activities the sense of nobility, of health, of success. Rule 14. It should now be added that beyond dispute, personal power for maintaining and securing health is not confined to mere will as commonly understood. Below all moods of cheerfulness, hope, courage and will, in ordinary thought, hides a dynamic psychic force which is capable even of miracles, and which will ultimately rid the earth of disease and death. This psychic force is expressed partly in mental thought, but more perfectly and prophetically in a psychic state which is a complex of assumption, assertion, will or sovereign authority, an idea of command in action conquering illness and securing health, and confidence and profound realization, that is, thought-feeling of betterment. The path leading to such state is that of expectant effort to feel the state within the inner center of person. One should affirm that universal good is pouring in, one should assume and assert the fact. One should assume and assert that the ground of one's existence is the infinite reality, that one has deeply embedded in the deeps of soul the idea of self as whole because the infinite ground does not and cannot wish otherwise, and that as the universal good enters from without and the infinite self emerges from below up into the subconscious personal self, all inharmonious conditions are necessarily passing away, being expelled. The process above suggested cannot be acquired by brief and haphazard efforts. The soul must essay the process again and again until it discovers the process. Thereafter it must put the process into action incessantly until facility and power in its use are acquired. But observe, in real illness call your physician and at the same time bring your psychic power into requisition. The notion that the physician and psycho-auto treatment are inconsistent and antagonistic is utterly false. Do not omit either method. Rise to the highest level of a free use of anything under heaven which helps life to health. Make all the above suggestions a perpetual regime of your life. Attention! I resolve to will.